Chapter 443. The battle on the ground had ended a long time ago. The Foundation establishment cultivators who had come to provide support had all died. When the other Foundation establishment cultivators of the Demon Slayer saw this, none of them dared to get any closer. They flew in the air and watched from afar. At this moment, the east was beginning to glow. The night roamers no longer dared to disperse. They only stood below Bronze Cauldron Mountain, gazing at the battle in the green ruins illusion in the sky. The surroundings seemed to have become a stage. Everyone else hid below the stage, acting as spectators. Li Qingshan and Fu Qingjin stood in the center of the stage, drawing over everyone's gazes. Their victory would determine the situation in the Clear River Prefecture, as well as the fates of countless people. There were even a few spectators who hid in the darkness, silently hiding their existences as they watched on with their own thoughts. The green ruins illusion had turned into a sea of sword qi, reaching everywhere and enveloping Li Qingshan. Yiliobua's heart suddenly leapt into her throat. She murmured to herself, "Master is undefeatable." Yiliosu patted her shoulder. "You're right. Believe in him." Li Qingshan's tiger tail swept around the blood-red blade, conjuring up layers of blood-red light that clashed with the sword qi and melted it away. He swung his fists and stamped his feet like a demon, bombarding the space there and creating cracks. Tremors surged out in all directions, destroying the layers of sword qi. With a wild roar, the sound waves pierced through the sea of sword qi, revealing the dark blue sky of dawn. However, before he could even admire it, he suddenly shuddered. A piercing killing intent assaulted him from behind. Fu Qingjin leapt out of the sea of sword qi, stepping on the green ripples. The green ruined sword was like a green bolt of lightning that pierced through the night. The sea of sword qi dispersed with the strike, all gathering on the sword as it tore through the air. The pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell gathered into a mirror wall, clearly reflecting Fu Qingjin's figure. Fu Qingjin was not as slow-witted as Strong Stone, so he immediately sensed it. The figure in the mirror actually possessed the same bearing as him. Fu Qingjin's gaze turned cold. "No matter what kind of mystical ability you have, I won't be able to defeat you. How could it block the edge of the green ruin's sword?" Break. The tips of the swords met, and ripples spread out on the surface of the mirror. The Fu Qingjin in the mirror also distorted and disappeared. With a kacha sound, cracks extended and the mirror shattered with a loud bang. Fu Qingjin's face was devoid of any joy and his heart sank. Li Qingshan laughed loudly, revealing his fangs. His blood saber spat out 100-foot-long saber energy and slashed at Fu Qingjin. Die. Even with Li Qingshan's meticulous mental control over the spirit turtle's profound shell, it still struggled to block the full-powered thrust of a powerful treasure like the green ruin's sword. However, it was enough. Fu Qingjin's sure-kill sword was thwarted, and his sword aura and sword intent were no longer as sharp as before. In a battle between experts there was only a thin line. Dang! With the clang of metal, the 3-meter-long blade fell from the sky. Li Qingshan's attack failed to land on Fu Qingjin, landing on the green ruin's sword. At the very last moment, Fu Qingjin merged with the sword, hiding in the green ruin's sword and surviving, but he was rather heavily injured. Li Qingshan cursed him for being shameless and bellowed out, "Stop him?" Little did he know that his abilities were also extremely shameless in Fu Qingjin's eyes. The night roamers did not respond slowly. Before he could even give the order, he had already taken off, but the green ruin's sword was even faster. With a twist and turn in the air, it passed through the layers of night roamers like a bolt of lightning, flying off towards the southeast. Their strength was slightly weaker. If it were not for an assassination or an ambush, it would be very difficult for them to stop the escape of experts with their advantage in numbers alone. Li Qingshan cursed, "Blood Shadow, you've fucking watched enough already." With a cold snort, Blood Shadow shot off. With his speed, he would have arrived a long time ago. However, He was only too eager for Li Qingshan to be finished off by Fu Qingjin so that he could reap the benefits. Why would he work with Li Qingshan? Now that he saw an opportunity, he refused to let Fu Qingjin go just like that. With a flash, Blood Shadow intercepted the Green Ruin's sword. The cloak on his back unfurled, turning into a blood-red screen that enveloped the Green Ruin's sword. There was nothing the Green Ruin's sword could not pierce, but against the blood-red light it faltered. It darted left and right, searching for an opening. Fu Qingjin had clashed with Blood Shadow several times, so he understood that the screen of blood could corrupt weapons. Regular spiritual artifacts would lose all of their spirituality the moment they came into contact with it, reduced to a piece of ordinary metal. It was more terrifying than any damage. If it were in the past, Fu Qingjin would not have cared. With the protection of the sword Qi and light, he could just go back and refine it for a few days at most. However, the Green Ruin's sword had been damaged time and time again today. The sword Qi and light had already dimmed to the limit. Now that it was covered by the tainted blood, it would truly be gone. Fu Qingjin, to think you'd have such a day. Blood Shadow snickered sinisterly and pulled back the screen of blood. Fu Qingjin had already become a sitting duck, forced to reveal himself. Now that he was in dire straits, he instead recovered his composure and flew towards Blood Shadow. Why would Blood Shadow be afraid of an injured Fu Qingjin? He smiled viciously in response. This was the perfect opportunity for him to kill his enemy and take revenge. Li Qingshan reverted to his original form and lunged down with his wings of wind. He could not let Blood Shadow get away with Fu Qingjin 100 treasures pouch. At this moment, a sense of danger filled his head. He forcefully came to a halt and flew backward. Blood Shadow was confused. He approached Fu Qingjin in the blink of an eye. Fu Qingjin held a scarlet talisman in his hand in his sleeve, and the inscriptions on it suddenly lit up. The light illuminated the surroundings. A streak of scorching white lightning as thick as a water tank coiled around for several hundred meters, like a dragon. Immediately, the vicious smile on Blood Shadow's face turned into fear. By the time he returned to his senses, the lightning dragon had already pierced his chest. Fu Qingjin brushed past Blood Shadow. He did not even waste the slightest bit of strength to swing his sword. Only after what seemed like a very long time did a rumble of thunder appear out of nowhere, shaking up the surroundings. Li Qingshan was taken aback. Not only was it a scarlet talisman, but it was probably a mid or even high-grade one. If Fu Qingjin had used it right from the beginning, the outcome would have been difficult to predict. His joy of victory vanished, replaced by caution. In the end, he had still underestimated the Sword Collection Palace. Fu Qingjin broke free, but he did not flee. He stood in the air, but his face was filled with indescribable sorrow. There was even a hint of vexation on his face. After witnessing the power of the Lightning Dragon Talisman, no one dared to approach him carelessly anymore. A while later, Fu Qingjin did something that no one had expected. He bowed deeply towards Li Qingshan in the distance. North Moon, I apologize to you for my underestimation of you in the past. Li Qingshan was mildly surprised. Are you begging for mercy? Fu Qingjin said, No, this is a challenge. Then take out your talisman and fight me for another 300 rounds. Li Qingshan was fearless. His blood was boiling. Fu Qingjin said, As a sword cultivator, you're not allowed to use external objects unless you're on the verge of death. This is an unwritten rule of the Sword Collection Palace. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and sneered. Then doesn't that rule mean that it's useless to you? Stop putting on an act. Feel free to use whatever you've got. If it's not enough, I can get the Sword Collection Palace to give it to you. I, Fu Qingjin, swear that I will not use any external objects, nor will I rely on anyone else. I will use this sword to defeat you. Fu Qingjin raised his sword high into the air as his green robes fluttered. At that moment, his dispiritedness, indifference, and dejection had all vanished. He had recovered the bearing of a swordsman. Chapter 444. Li Qingshan's pride was roused. He stopped smiling and said loudly, "Pass down my orders. From today onwards, no one is to interfere when I fight with this person. Fu Qingjin, if I can defeat you once, I can defeat you a second time, a third time, until I kill you." He spread his fingers and clenched them tightly. "I will personally shatter your pride." Fu Qingjin's eyes flashed. He gazed at Li Qingshan deeply. "You really don't seem like a demon. What a pity!" With that, he fused with his sword and flew off. Li Qingshan watched the green light fly off into the distance. He did not waste any effort to chase after it. A golden line lit up in the east, dyeing the clouds and illuminating the surroundings. The bright moon remained in the west, hanging above Li Qingshan's head. The cultivators watching from afar saw this and murmured, "Moon Devil." After the terror of the Blood Demon and Rock Demon, he made a name for himself in a single battle after 3 years of silence. He became the Moon Devil with even greater strength than the two before him, casting a shadow over the hearts of all cultivators. The night roamers also bowed their heads in submission to the figure in the sky. The matriarchs offered up the 100 treasures pouches they had obtained obediently. Yi Liusu went up, "Master, next we." Li Qingshan glanced around and flew down. He stepped on the bronze cauldron that wanted to slip away silently before raising his hand. "Mingzhu, bring me the map." As the sun rose in the east, the bright moon gradually faded away. But so what if it was daybreak? His greatest threat right now, Fu Qingjin, was heavily injured and powerless to fight anymore. It was the perfect time to defeat the demon slayer. "North Moon, you tricked me!" A vicious voice rang out from the forest. Blood Shadow's face paled and twisted. No, his entire body twisted to fill the hole in his chest. After being struck by the destructive lightning dragon head-on, a portion of his body was directly vaporized, resulting in irreparable damage. The 3 years of blood-sucking cultivation had basically been destroyed. Li Qingshan mocked, "So you're not dead yet. If you want to be a fisherman, you should know your own worth. Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, I'll send you off." You. Blood Shadow pointed at Li Qingshan, his face pale with anger. He had suffered a double loss. He had truly lost all face. Wings of wind fluttering, Li Qingshan stepped in front of Blood Shadow and cut him in half with a single slash. Then, he swept his leg across, and the power of vibration followed, kicking Blood Shadow's upper body into a mass of flesh and blood. "Go!" Li Qingshan returned with his saber. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a sense of foreboding. A white light suddenly shone from the east, accompanied by a noble aura. It soared into the sky. Looking over, it actually came from a thin old man with a face full of wrinkles. His rigid face was full of righteousness, and his sword came from the east, like a red sun rising from the east. It could not be stopped. He was the head scholar of Pine Suff Academy, Wen Jingming. He had always been paying attention to the changes in the situation in the Clear River Prefecture, in particular the murderer of Jiang Shanqing. As soon as Li Qingshan appeared, he received the news and rushed over, but he was restricted by the rules. He could not show himself, but when he saw how arrogant the wretched demon was, he could no longer hold himself back. When Jingming's words boomed in Li Qingshan's ears like thunder, "Die, wretched demon!" The edge of the sword was sharp, piercing his eyes. Li Qingshan thought of the soaring dragon elder again, and his heart sank. A golden core cultivator, he bellowed out, Spirit Turtle's profound shell. Hexagonal, faint, blue screens of light layered before Li Qingshan. He was afraid to use mirror reflection again, not only because he had spent far too much effort on it today, but also because he probably could not even reflect 1/100th of his opponent's strength right now. He could only use the simplest and most direct method to defend himself. If Wen Jingming changed his move, then Li Qingshan would be able to break free from the sword intent. However, Wen Jingming's sword was unstoppable, just like him. The spirit turtle's profound shell shattered layer by layer. That was what Fu Qingjin wanted to do, but he was unable to achieve. Li Qingshan's eyes were clear, and he forced himself to calm down. He spread his arms, and his scarlet hair drifted about. The spirit turtle's demon core revolved rapidly, and all of his demon chi poured into the spirit turtle's profound shell. I'm no longer the Li Qingshan of the past. Even if a golden core cultivator wants to kill me, it won't be that easy. The night roamers all paled in fright, all retreating. The terror of a golden core cultivator was not something they could withstand. They were afraid of attracting their attention. Only Yi Liusu remained standing there. The bright yellow satin expanded to several meters in size and flew towards Wen Jingming. As soon as it came in contact with the righteous aura, it ripped apart with a rip. Yi Liubo let out a cry and turned into a dark shadow, lunging towards Wen Jingming. She stabbed down viciously with her dagger, and with a thump she was sent flying back, smashing through countless trees. Liubo! Yi Liusu cried out. Wen Jingming's righteous aura had been shaken slightly, and another 3 layers of the spirit turtle's profound shell had shattered. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Li Qingshan was angered. He removed the spirit turtle's profound shell and spat out an oval bead. It was the phoenix's embryo he had condensed from the magma and flames of the earth. Boom! It seemed like a red sun had risen up from the ground, yet it also seemed like a volcano erupting with magma. World vanquishing with the sword of man. Even Wen Jingming's stern face wavered slightly. He called out. The sword rose up with the wind, brimming with righteous aura. It swung down and cut through the flames, swinging towards Li Qingshan's head. Li Qingshan roared out as he swung the blood-red blade. He did not retreat, advancing instead, throwing his life on the line. However, the sword suddenly deviated, brushing past him and landing on Bronze Cauldron Mountain, piercing through the layers of earth. Bronze Cauldron Mountain split in half loudly, collapsing to the sides with a rumble. Wen Jingming lowered his head, only to see an invisible thread of spider silk wrapped around the edge of the sword. He looked behind Li Qingshan and said coldly, "Spider demon." Li Qingshan turned around. Before he knew it, Helicoverpa Rosa had already appeared behind him. She smiled. "You really haven't disappointed me. Senior One, save me." The bronze cauldron rose up from the earth and flew behind Wen Jingming. A cry for help rang out from within. Helicoverpa Rosa did not even look back. With a flick of her finger, the bronze cauldron suddenly fell from the air, no longer emitting any more sounds. This time, Li Qingshan held his breath and stared. Only then did he see it clearly. The crystalline thread that was even thinner than a strand of hair had pierced through the cauldron, returning to the Spider Queen's hand. It had already been dyed red. A Foundation establishment cultivator had been casually slain by Helicoverpa Rosa like she was swatting a fly. Wen Jingming was rather far away, so he was unable to respond in time. He became furious. "Wretched demon! Come!" Helicoverpa Rosa spread her slender arms behind her back. She wore a scarlet dress that resembled an evening gown, revealing half of her chest. She was extremely bewitching. She seemed like she wanted to embrace Wen Jingming's sword. Her smile was gorgeous and vicious. It was indescribable. Li Qingshan understood that once this battle began, the Clear River Prefecture would no longer be a game of chess. From the corner of his eye, Yi Liusu had already taken advantage of the explosion just now to retreat far away with Yi Liubo. Only then did he relax slightly. Although he was unconscious, he was still alive. Wen Jingming's robes ruffled as his righteous aura surged. A great battle was about to erupt. Helicoverpa Rosa's smile suddenly froze. A voice that Li Qingshan was extremely familiar with rang out from the sky. "Aluo, long time no see again." In the blink of an eye, a figure landed between Helicoverpa Rosa and Wen Jingming. Her clothes were even whiter than snow, and she seemed like an immortal. She held a jade folding fan and smiled as freely as the wind. It was Gu Yenying. The spectators hidden behind the curtains finally could not help but leap onto the stage one by one. Gu Yenying glanced at Li Qingshan deeply. Originally, she wanted to teach this disobedient kid a lesson 3 years ago, but she became distracted by something else. By the time she returned to her senses, he had already entered secluded cultivation. He had been in seclusion for 3 years, and the moment he emerged, he caused a huge ruckus as if he was trying to make up for the time he had wasted. Gu Yenying abandoned the 2 experts of human Dao and demon Dao. She smiled and said to Li Qingshan, "You're amazing to be able to make the head of one academy use the 3-talent sword." "I'm flattered." Li Qingshan's mind was now clear. He increasingly felt that Gu Yenying must have sensed something. When was it? 3 years ago, when he joined the 100 schools of thought, or she had already known about it. She had countless opportunities to subdue him, so why did she not do so? Was it because they were both transvestites? Or was it because she was afraid that Brother Nyo, who had killed the flying dragon elder, wanted to observe carefully? "Gu Yenying, get out of my way," Helicoverpa Rosa said through gritted teeth. "Commander Gu, the demons are so insolent. I uphold the righteous path, and can no longer sit idly by. If you are willing to help me slay the demons, please do it. If not, please step aside and don't stop me." Both of their auras focused on Gu Yenying, wanting to force her to leave. Gu Yenying tapped her forehead with her folding fan with a distressed expression. She sighed. "It's really difficult for me to accept both of you." Her eyes turned and the corners of her lips curled up. "I can only act according to my heart." Li Qingshan had a nagging feeling that this was for him to hear. He actually felt a hint of sorrow. Whether it was the human path or the demon path, no matter which side he chose, he would never be able to obtain true peace. All he could do was carve out his own path, but it would also be a lonely path that no one could understand. In the eyes of either side, he would be a despicable traitor. Li Qingshan's heart moved. Looking at her elegant demeanor and peerless beauty, his heartstrings were slightly moved. He could not help but ask himself, has the love in the past changed? I have the responsibility to ensure that this war continues without interference. However, both of you can't be persuaded with words. Gu Yenying's smile disappeared. With a swoosh, she opened her folding fan. "Whoever is dissatisfied with my arbitration, come at me." Helicoverpa Rosa snorted softly and clasped her jade-like fingers. Li Qingshan took a step forward and said in a low voice, "Madam Spider Queen, we have already gained the upper hand in this war." Helicoverpa Rosa looked back. "What do you mean?" "Quit while you're ahead." Li Qingshan shrugged. If he broke the chess game now, he would immediately be pursued by Wen Jingming. He might as well take this opportunity to gain enough benefits from this chess game. One day, he would be able to jump out of the chessboard and cut off all the hands that dared to bully him. Helicoverpa Rosa pondered for a moment. She seemed to also feel that it was a waste to destroy the great situation that Li Qingshan had created. Since the war was inevitable, there was no hurry. She kept her demonic aura and turned to leave. Gu Yenying said, "Thank you." However, she looked at Li Qingshan and turned to Wen Jingming. "Dean Wen, there's no need to fight one of our own, right? You heard what Fu Qingjin said. Do you have no confidence in the Sword Collection Palace?" Chapter 445. When Jingming closed his eyes and let out a slow sigh. He sheathed his sword and took off, leaving behind a single sentence. "Fellow Gu, you're so hesitant. You'll suffer sooner or later. Please take care." "Thank you for your warning, great scholar one, but how can everything in the world be as one wishes? There are always losses when there are gains." Gu Yenying clasped her hands and took off into the air, sweeping away the clouds. In the blink of an eye, the 3 spectators who could not help but step onto the stage returned to the darkness. Under the completely collapsed bronze cauldron mountain, Li Qingshan picked up the bronze cauldron. It was slightly damaged, but it was still an arcane artifact after all. The night roamers who had scattered in fright gathered over silently again. They were all uneasy. Abandoning their commander and fleeing at a crucial time was unforgivable in any organization. "Sir, where do we go now?" Yi Mingzhu studied Li Qingshan carefully, but she was unable to tell whether he was happy or angry. "Go back," Li Qingshan ordered. If they continued fighting now, they would lose the effect of a surprise attack. The night roamers were not used to moving under the sun either, so it was disadvantageous for them to continue fighting. "Aren't we going to continue the attack? Liubua's wounds are more important." Li Qingshan made his way through everyone and arrived before Yi Liubua. She was still unconscious. Li Qingshan stroked her cheek gently. He could sense a brutal aura rampaging through her body. It was the cause of her unconsciousness. It was Wen Zhengming's righteous aura. Fortunately, Wen Zhengming had been focused on him the entire time. She had only been injured by the counterattack. If Wen Zhengming had diverted some of his attention to deal with her, she would have died already. Every heavenly tribulation was a realm of cultivation. And the difference was even greater, like a chasm. Yi Mingzhu reported with a frown, "This aura is extremely stubborn, and it seems to suppress the power of us night roamers. It's extremely difficult to deal with." Li Qingshan waved his hand, and the pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell gathered together, enveloping her and hovering in the air. She was like a crystal coffin. Li Qingshan exhaled. This battle had taken a great toll on him, whether it be his demon qi or his mental strength. Only now did he recover a little. His eyes became clear and the demon core revolved. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Although his cultivation was profound, he had mastered all of his supernatural abilities. However, this was the first time he had used the abilities of the spirit turtle's profound shell on someone else. Yi Liubua's body trembled, and an expression of pain appeared on her face. The righteous qi within her body seemed to have a mind of its own, and it surged left and right, dodging Li Qingshan's power and causing even more damage to Yi Liubua. "Master," Yi Liusu said with concern. Outside the clouds, when Jingming glanced back. Although the spider spirit had killed a Foundation establishment cultivator right in front of him, he didn't miss. Beads of sweat appeared on Li Qingshan's forehead. It was clearly just a wave of righteous qi, but he had used all of his demonic qi. There was a feeling of being unable to suppress them, as if they were using a ragtag army to fight against dozens of elite cavalry. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Yi Liubua lost her life. Li Qingshan made up his mind and bellowed out, "Suppress!" The spirit turtle's profound shell pressed down from all directions, burrowing deep into Yi Liubua's body and completely squeezing the righteous qi to the point where it could not escape. Finally, it was all used up. What a wretched demon! Cold light flashed through Wen Jingming's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he left in a huff in the end. A while later, Yi Liubua slowly roused. She saw Li Qingshan and asked weakly, "Master, are you fine?" "I'm obviously fine." Li Qingshan's heart softened. He dispersed the spirit turtle's profound shell with a smile and placed a healing pill in her mouth. He picked her up. "Let's go." Yi Liubua was rather flattered before becoming overjoyed. She wrapped her arms around Li Qingshan's neck and pressed her head against his chest. She seemed sweet. The group returned to the underground dwelling. Li Qingshan placed Yi Liubua on the stone pedestal. "Rest up." Afterwards, he took out all the 100 treasures pouches he had obtained from the battle and began to reward them according to their contributions. "Liusu, you do the counting." Yi Liusu stepped forward under his orders and opened the 100 treasures pouches one by one, tallying them up. They had killed 9 Foundation establishment cultivators and countless qi practitioners in this battle, so the spoils were extremely plentiful. There were 17 supreme-grade spiritual artifacts, over 100 high-grade spiritual artifacts, and almost 1,000 other spiritual artifacts in total. As they took out the items one by one, the eyes of every night roamer lit up. The various pills were a dazzling sight as well. There were countless of them. By the time Yi Liusu had taken out the talismans, formations, and various puppets, they had basically filled the entire cavern. It had become a huge treasury. My share first. Li Qingshan picked out the pills that were useful to him first. Just the virtue accumulation pills amounted to 4. Coupled with the other high-grade pills, it was enough for him to cultivate the ox demon to the 4th layer. Afterwards there were a few scarlet talismans. Although they were all inferior low-grade talismans, they were quite powerful. Most importantly, they did not have any distinctive characteristic. Even if he used them as a human, no one would be able to track him down. He only chose the commander's tally for controlling corpse soldiers as a spiritual artifact. He planned on giving it to Little and along with the other corpses as a gift. As for the other spiritual artifacts, they were both useless and difficult to sell, so he did not take any of them. However, the most important items, the blood-red blade and the bronze cauldron, were already in his possession. The blood-red blade was obviously for his demon body to use. The main reason he had defeated Fu Qingjin this time was because he had taken advantage of the fact that he did not understand the mysteries of his abilities. It was no wonder that Fu Qingjin refused to accept it and was even bold enough to swear an oath like that. If he wanted to win again in the future, he would have to rely on the real thing. With the blood-red blade in hand, he would not suffer too much of a loss at the very least. As for the bronze cauldron, he could place it in the Immortal's Cave to refine artifacts. With his foundation building cultivation, he should be able to refine it and use it. Although he could not even be considered a beginner in artifact refining, with such a powerful artifact in hand, as long as he spent some time learning, he should be able to refine a decent spiritual artifact. After he was done choosing, Li Qingshan looked back and said, "Liubo, choose 3 supreme-grade spiritual artifacts." Yi Liubo looked at Li Qingshan expectantly. Biting her lip, she said, "But master, can I change my reward? Don't mess around. Hurry up and go." Li Qingshan's gaze became even more gentle. After all, this was the first time he had received such loyalty in his life. Although Yi Liubo was unwilling, under his gaze, she felt even more unable to refuse. Risking her life this time was not in vain. Under everyone's envious gazes, Yi Liubo picked and chose 3 supreme-grade spiritual artifacts, a protective shield, a small bow that flickered with silver light, and a golden bangle on her wrist in the end. This damned girl sure has gained power. If I had known earlier, I would have treated her better in the past. Yi Mingzhu thought, not only has Yi Liubo obtained 3 supreme-grade spiritual artifacts all at once, but she even has priority in choosing them. They happen to be the best out of all the supreme-grade spiritual artifacts. Liusu has taken 2 too. It's all thanks to your plan that we won this battle so easily. Thank you, master. Yi Liusu also bowed and went up to take 2. She knew this had a lot to do with her not running away at a critical moment. However, she wondered inside, if it were not for the mission of revitalizing the night roamers, would I be like Yi Liubo? Li Qingshan turned around and said unkindly, "It's your turn now." His hand slid past the glimmering supreme-grade spiritual artifacts. There are 12 remaining. Originally, the 6 clans were supposed to take 2 each. The spoils of battle have been halved for desertion. Do you have any objections? Under Li Qingshan's gaze, the matriarchs all lowered their heads. None of them dared to object. Although they felt pained inside, they instead felt relieved when Li Qingshan had lost his temper. They each went up to take 1. Li Qingshan waved his hand. "Liusu, you can distribute the rest." Yi Liusu accepted the order and split the remaining spiritual artifacts, talismans, pills, and so on into half. She split the rest into 7 equal portions. The extra portion obviously went to the personal guards. It was equivalent to declaring the establishment of a new clan. Only by wielding authority could she carry out her ideals. The matriarchs looked at one another and exchanged glances. They were filled with doubt. The personal guards were overjoyed. Being able to get an extra portion was obviously a good thing. It did not matter who they were under. As long as there were benefits, it was fine. Li Qingshan nodded slightly. After a series of rewards, he stowed away the tremendous amount of resources. He considered the pros and cons of the battle and left behind his mirror clone to deal with the situation. His main body returned to the dwelling in the Chain Mountains. The sky lit up. In the Chain Mountains, in front of Qing Zhao's dwelling, Little Anne sensed something. She walked out of the dwelling and gazed into the distance. All she saw was a white cloud with a long tail as it streaked across the horizon. She smiled at ease. "I'm back." Li Qingshan scooped up Little Anne and whispered into her ear. The battle was very satisfying. "I taught that bastard Fu Qingjin a vicious lesson. Here's a gift." As he said that, he shoved 100 treasures pouch into Little Anne's hands. Before the battle, Li Qingshan had ordered the night roamers to collect the corpses. The 100 treasures pouch contained the corpses he had obtained from the battle. The corpses of the 9 Foundation establishment cultivators were all in there. Just like that, it was possible for the skull prayer beads to increase in power, and he could begin the next step of his plan. Li Qingshan suddenly raised his head. His eyes narrowed, and he saw Qian Rongji fly over. Qian Rongji landed on the platform gracefully. She bent down and placed the 100 treasures pouch into Li Qingshan's hand. She smiled. "This is what you wanted." She straightened up and opened her hand towards Li Qingshan. "Now, it's time for us to settle our debts." Li Qingshan accepted the 100 treasures pouch and opened it. After a slight calculation, he took out 2 true spirit pills. "Is that enough?" Qian Rongji's eyes lit up. She smiled from ear to ear. "It's enough. You're just as considerate as before." Suddenly, she straightened up. "Now, let's talk about serious matters. The 100 schools of thought are urgently calling for all Foundation establishment cultivators to return for a discussion." Li Qingshan thought, sure enough. "Aren't you going to ask what happened?" Qian Rongji asked carelessly. She thought, he seems to have just returned. "What happened?" Li Qingshan asked calmly. "The Demon Slayer. 11 Foundation establishment cultivators were killed, and 7 sects were destroyed. Among them, the Rock Demon killed 2, and the demon who killed the 3 elders 3 years ago and destroyed the Green Vine Mountain took action again. He led several dozen Foundation establishment night roamers and killed 9 people. He's now known as the Moon Demon. That's the current situation. What do you all think?" In the 100 schools of thought, Lu Chongqing was solemn. He used the simplest of words to explain everything that had happened last night. A group of cultivators gathered before him. There were actually around 30 or 40 of them. There were quite a few unfamiliar faces that Li Qingshan had never seen before. They had all reached Foundation establishment, but they did not assume the position of school leader. Instead, they had carved out dwellings and cultivated in seclusion. They also belonged to the Academy, or in other words, the Empire. None of them could remain aloof from the war, so they had all been mobilized. Chapter 446. Bright sunlight shone into the hall through the window, and dust floated in the pillar of light. The cries of birds came from outside the window, and the Dragon Snake Lake was sparkling. This should have been an extremely peaceful morning, but the atmosphere in the hall was extremely depressing. If there were mortals here, they would definitely overturn the calm and composed image of cultivators in their hearts. Shock and contemplation were deeply engraved on everyone's faces. Although they were not on the same side as the Demon Slayer, and there were even many conflicts between them, but so many cultivators of the same status as them had died all at once. What they experienced was no longer just sympathy, but real threat and even fear. Li Qingshan frowned and pondered, as if he was lamenting the tragedy of the war. Ru Xian stared at his face, as if she found it very interesting. However, after Qian Rongji's reminder, Li Qingshan was determined to improve his self-cultivation as an actor. Especially in front of these people, he could not show the slightest flaw. Therefore, no matter how Ru Xian looked at him, he looked like a stone statue named the Thinker. Ru Xian soon felt bored and yawned lazily. She supported her cheek and looked at the sparkling dragon snake lake outside the window. Memories surged in her mind like a tide. The dancing sparkles turned into clusters of flames, burning the sky red. Fiery figures flew and danced in the flames like splashing sparks. Their fiery hair burned fiercely, and their roars were like volcanic eruptions. Raging flames spewed out of their mouths and scattered all over the sky like a meteor shower. The seawater overflowed the dam, destroyed the forest, and submerged the mountains. Thousands of merpeople with fishtails swam in it. They sang in unison. If one had never heard it, they would not be able to imagine that the feminine and tactful merpeople could sing such a soul-stirring war song. The song flew into the sky like invisible ropes, pulling the sparks into the sea and extinguishing them. However, they were also hit by the fiery meteors and turned into charcoal. Whenever this happened, the singing of the mermaids at the side would become more and more resounding and sorrowful. There would even be crystalline tears flowing out of their eyes, turning into crystalline pearls and sinking into the bottomless sea. After the cultivators recovered from their shock, they started a heated discussion. Is the Moon Devil really that powerful? What kind of monster is he? I don't think he's that powerful. Instead, the night roamers were just too despicable. So much for having people in their name. How could he help the wicked? We should have killed all of these mutants long ago and not left a single one alive. He's not powerful? I've heard that even Fu Qingjin of the Sword Collection Palace took action, but he was injured and left in defeat. It's just bullying with numbers. Bullying with numbers? I think you've been in secluded cultivation for too long, so you're out of touch. 3 years ago, he faced off against 3 of them alone, killing 2 of the 3 elders. It frightened the Green Vine elder so much that he dared not return to the mountain. In the end, he only dared to go back after obtaining a yin and yang dust formation, but he was still killed. Li Qingshan heard it. In the end, he even closed his eyes. He did not want to expose the smile in his eyes. However, he found it boring if he listened too much. He opened his eyes and broke free from the state of the thinker. He glanced around and saw Ru Xian's face. His heart skipped a beat. A layer of mist clouded Ru Xian's eyes as if she was looking at an extremely distant place. Sunlight fell on her smooth, delicate face. Before he knew it, all of her expressions had vanished. She was like a beauty carved from white jade, so beautiful that she was lifeless. For some reason, Li Qingshan's heart sank. He said to her secretly, Ru Xian, are you thinking about a man? Ru Xian returned to her senses and replied secretly, I'm not thinking about you. What's wrong with me? Am I not worth your consideration? I'd be better off thinking about the Moon Devil than you. I heard he's a handsome man. The teasing expression that Li Qingshan found familiar returned to Ru Xian's face. She glanced at Li Qingshan from the corner of her eyes as if to say, Go take a piss and look at yourself. Li Qingshan smiled. Then continue thinking about it. This slightly surprised Ru Xian. Han Tie saw the two of them flirting with each other. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Hua Sengzan said with a smile, These two are really relaxed. It's worth emulating them. Lu Zhongqing raised his hand and gestured. When the hall quietened down, he said, Many of the fellow Taoists here have been cultivating in seclusion and might not know much about this demon. Commander Wang, why don't you introduce him? Wang Puxi's serious face turned even colder. He got up and went to the stage. He hung up the painting that Chu Danqing had painted in the past. This is the Moon Devil. His original name is North Moon. As for his strength, according to the information I've received, he once defeated the Rock Demon and Blood Demon and was appointed as the commander of the Night Roamers by the Spider Queen. He's been in secluded cultivation for the past 3 years. In the battle last night, he demonstrated extremely great dominance. This is something that the Demon Slayer, or even us, can't match up to. With the two human organizations suddenly impeded each other, neither of them dared to unleash their full strength. A great battle against the demons would only harm them and benefit the other party. Wang Pushi continued, if you still don't have a clear understanding of his strength, then this morning, fellow Fu of the Sword Collection Palace went to Bronze Cauldron Mountain to provide reinforcements. He fell into an ambush and lost quite a lot of spiritual energy. After that, fellow Taoist Fu trapped the Moon Devil in the Green Ruins illusion. In order to wait for reinforcements, the Moon Devil did not attack immediately. When fellow Taoist Fu's spiritual energy was almost fully recovered, they fought and fellow Taoist Fu was defeated. The hall immediately fell silent. Over the past 3 years, the strength and terror of the Rock Demon and Blood Demon had been deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Among the humans, Fu Qingjin's reputation was the greatest. He even seemed to surpass a few veteran late Foundation establishment cultivators. The Moon Devil had actually defeated the 3 of them one after another. However, Li Qingshan could tell what he was implying. Originally, Old Wang was extremely displeased with Fu Qingjin, but now, he kept referring to him as fellow Fu. Wang Pushi exhaled heavily. From today onwards, we've gained another terrifying enemy. The situation is extremely grim. A few days ago, fellow Fu brought the culprit of the Vermilion Clothes sect who murdered Hawkwolf guards to the Clear River Prefecture. Looks like he's interested in forming an alliance. Originally, I thought this was between the two, so I didn't want to say anything more. Now, I'm forced to invite everyone to discuss it. Li Qingshan had never expected Fu Qingjin to have already begun taking action in secret. If he had not struck first, probably Fu Qingjin would have led the cultivators in a large-scale attack. But speaking of which, he was also the greatest impetus for the two organizations to work together. External pressure would always lead to internal peace. The hall fell silent before becoming noisy again. However, they mainly discussed how to form an alliance. There were very few voices of objection. Li Qingshan obviously would not stand out. Wang Pushi saw how he remained silent, so he called out, "Kid, tell us, what should we do?" Li Qingshan stood up. "Old Wang, I think we should form an alliance. As the ancients said, without the lips, the teeth will feel the cold. If the Demon Slayer dies, the pressure on us will definitely increase drastically. However, the war was instigated by the Demon Slayer. Now that their strength has plummeted, we should use this to seize even more power and become the leaders of this alliance. We can't be ordered around by outsiders." Chapter 447. Everyone immediately agreed with Li Qingshan's words. Since the alliance was already set in stone, the most important thing was how to obtain as many benefits as possible from the alliance. The best outcome would be for the Demon Slayer to perish together with the demons they wanted to slay, and everyone could continue cultivating in peace. However, they obviously could not say something like that out loud. Wang Pushi snorted. He was rather displeased by the 2 words, Old Wang. He knew this was a response to this kid. However, this bastard's words were very much to his liking, and he had some right now, so he did not mind addressing him like that. After another round of discussion, they finally decided to use Lu Chongqing as the leader. Together with the other school leaders, they planned on negotiating with Fu Qingjin. However, they had no idea whether the meeting that was originally scheduled to take place would still go ahead now that Fu Qingjin was injured and the Demon Slayer was heavily injured. Li Qingshan did not pay too much attention to the meeting. He only felt that Fu Qingjin had chosen a very good location. As a sect, their school should have belonged to the demon slayer, but they had taken root in the Clear River Prefecture and had always mingled with the academy. They happened to be situated in an ambiguous region between the two. Begonia could be regarded as someone who was smooth and slick with people, so she could deal with them. When the meeting dispersed, Li Qingshan and Ru Xian bickered secretly as they made their way out. In the crowd, Lu Chuanfeng glanced at Li Qingshan. He wanted to say something, but Li Qingshan sensed something and turned around. Lu Chuanfeng's heart shrank like a mouse that had seen a cat. He lowered his head and left, which left Li Qingshan rather confused. Chu Danqing suddenly blocked his way. He bowed towards Li Qingshan first before saying to Ru Xian, "Senior sister, can you please visit my master?" "Danqing, you've reached Foundation Establishment too. What's wrong with your master?" Li Qingshan saw that he had also cultivated to the Zhuji realm. His face was less immature, no longer as dull as when he first came out of the mountain. Instead, his face was full of anxiety, and it was clearly not because of the demonic race. "My master isn't feeling well." Chu Danqing forced a smile and looked at Ru Xian. Ru Xian asked curiously, "Isn't Grandmaster Chu's body being nurtured by my master?" Senior Huasi said, "You can't cure an undying disease. Buddha will help those who are fated. Fellow Taoist's life force is at its end, and there's no cure for it. Thus, he won't come again." Chu Danqing's face was full of worry. Li Qingshan shook his head. That dark-skinned old man's words were really cold and direct. At the very least, he should have said a few words to comfort him. He did not know if Ru Xian had become like this because of him. "Since my master said so, then I'm afraid." "All right. I'll go take a look." Ru Xian was about to refuse, but when she saw the pitiful look on Chu Danqing's face, she changed her mind and agreed. Chu Danqing thanked her profusely and hurriedly led the way. Li Qingshan knew that he was just doing his best. He was grateful for his filial piety and could not help but sigh a little. A thought flashed through Zhang Xian's mind, and he followed suit as well. Ru Xian said, "What are you doing here?" Li Qingshan said, "To visit, of course. Grandmaster Chu and I have some fate." He paused. "I have a few pieces of calligraphy that I would like Grandmaster Chu to appraise." He thought of the 3 scrolls of the cursive sword calligraphy in his hands. The alliance was imminent and war was about to break out. Improving his strength as a human was a top priority. If he could restore the 3 scrolls of the cursive sword calligraphy, he might be able to bring out a powerful magic artifact. In the past, he was afraid of getting into trouble because of his treasures, but now he had no such worries. Painting and calligraphy were inseparable, so he could not count on Lu Chuanfeng. This matter still depended on the school of painting. Chu Danqing's worried expression eased slightly. He said with a smile, "Thank you, senior apprentice brother. My master is also very fond of calligraphy. Perhaps he will feel better after appreciating a few masterpieces." After several years of construction, the school of painting was already quite impressive. There were carved beams and painted walls, small bridges, and flowing water. The scenery was pleasant, although they were always at war. But the school of painting's ability was mainly focused on painting. It was not practical combat. Therefore, they usually did not carry out dangerous missions. They were mostly responsible for painting on the island and handing them over to the 100 schools of thought to ensure the safety of the other disciples. Therefore, they did not lose many disciples and were very popular. They were all dressed in white, but it was different from the pure white of the school of medicine. They were painted with flowers, birds, fish, insects, mountains, and people. The murmuring of the stream and the swimming of fish were full of life. Under Chu Danqing's lead, Li Qingshan and Ru Xian arrived in front of a house covered by pine and cypress trees. The flowers in front of the door were not afraid of the cold and were in full bloom. Butterflies fluttered among the flowers. It was a beautiful sight. Grandmaster Chu's painting skills are indeed marvelous. Li Qingshan held a butterfly in his palm and carefully sensed it with his divine sense. He felt that these butterflies and flowers were not real. Chu Danqing scratched his head in embarrassment. These are all my paintings. Senior apprentice brother, you flatter me. They are not as good as the school of fiction's wonderful method of deriving all things. Senior apprentice brother, can you wait outside for a while? The school of fiction is good, but it has high requirements for the external environment. It is not like the school of painting, which can be done in isolation. All right, go ahead. Li Qingshan nodded with a smile. He had almost forgotten about his identity as the top disciple of the school of fiction. However, when he looked inside his body, he found that the divine talisman of great creation had unknowingly accumulated a lot of power of wish. He could not help but feel slightly delighted. This is the benefit of the school of fiction. Even if I cast it to the back of my mind, it is still accumulating power endlessly. Although Lu Chuanfeng was rather pessimistic, as the true leader of the Cloud Wisp Society, Sun Fubai had never stopped working hard. His persistence played a huge part in the accumulation of so much power of wish. If he used spiritual energy to refine the divine talisman of great creation again, he would be able to reach a whole new realm. He would not need to rely on the items in the books and could directly turn the false into the real, turning the illusory into the real. He would be a great help. Thinking of Lu Chuanfeng's appearance, it seemed that he should return to Cloud Wisp Island to take a look and plan his future plans. He had a vague premonition that this power would become extremely important at some point in the future. Since you're here, come in. Chu Shidao's old and weak voice came from within the abode. Even though Li Qingshan did not know medicine, he could tell that Chu Shidao's breathing was weak, as if he was about to die. Please. Chu Danqing could only offer his hand. Li Qingshan and Ru Xian stepped inside and saw that the abode was decorated very simply and elegantly. Chu Danqing followed closely behind, but his expression was slightly gloomy. This place was decorated exactly the same as the place where he learned painting in the mountains. That was the place where he had enjoyed the most warmth in his life. To a child beggar who lived on the streets in a precarious situation, it was like the legendary Pure Land of ultimate bliss. However, looking at it now, he felt even more dejected. Danqing, you're back. A mortal woman in a cotton dress came out from the back of the hall to welcome him. Chu Danqing greeted her respectfully. Mistress, this is Senior Sister Ru Xian and Senior Brother Li. Are you the Li Qingshan who won the Heavenly Maiden Scattering Blossoms painting? I've heard a lot about you. The woman bowed gracefully. She did not have any makeup on her face as she sized up Li Qingshan curiously. Li Qingshan was surprised. He had long heard that Chu Shidao took painting as his wife. Could it be this woman before him? However, she was not as breathtakingly beautiful as the rumors made her out to be. At best, she could only be considered a pretty daughter of a humble family. Even now, he could not sense a trace of falsehood from her. That lively life force and those eyes that were filled with emotion were no different from a real person. This was truly a miraculous skill. This way, please, said the woman. They arrived at the inner chamber together. Chu Shidao was lying on the couch. He propped himself up and cupped his hands. This old man is not feeling well. Please forgive me for not being able to come out to welcome you. His white hair was disheveled. Although he looked weak, he still retained his strength of character. The woman silently came to his back and combed his hair. She hummed an unknown tune softly with a relaxed expression. You're too kind, Senior. Please allow me to take your pulse. Ru Xian went forward, but Chu Shidao waved his hand. There's no need. Although I'm not a doctor, I can still calculate my own life and death. Danqing, you're doing something so useless again. Danqing is just being filial. You don't appreciate it. The woman patted Chu Shidao's head lightly. Chu Sherdao flew into a rage. I'm teaching my disciple a lesson. There's no need for you to meddle. Get out. The woman walked towards the wall without saying a word. There was a blank, yellowed painting hanging there. She walked straight into it and turned into a painting. She looked at Chu Sherdao with a calm expression. Li Qingshan thought, even someone with Chu Sherdao's temperament can't control his temper at a moment of life and death. But it's no wonder. Even at such a time, this mistress still showed no signs of grief. She was just a painting after all. No matter how much she looked like a person, she would not be able to understand human emotions. Chu Sherdao pointed at the painting and shouted, "Danqing, roll up the painting. Don't let me see her." Chu Danqing looked like he was in a difficult position, but he did not dare to disobey his master's order. He bowed towards the painting and said, "Mistress, master is not in a good mood. You." Before he could finish, the mistress turned around. Chu Danqing rolled up the painting and passed it to Chu Sherdao. Chu Sherdao let out a long breath. The anger on his face melted like snow. He smiled and said, "I've made a fool of myself." Li Qingshan said, "Senior's health is more important. Why are you angry over a painting? If you don't like it, you can just change it to something else." Chu Danqing frowned. She was not just a painting. She was a gentle lady who looked after him as he grew up. She was like his mother. Chu Sherdao smiled and said, "I don't have that much time. I won't be able to paint her again even if I have another 100 years." His gaze turned deep as he gently stroked the scroll. "When I painted her, I was still a little Qi practitioner who had just joined the sect. Not to mention the lack of charm in the painting, I couldn't even draw her face well. I wanted to paint a peerless beauty, but the result was a little out of shape. She barely left the painting scroll, but there was no life in her. She spoke like a parrot and she was dumb. When I asked her to grind the ink for me, she would always knock over the inkstone. Later on, I don't know why, but I became more and more. Actually, I'm the same as Danqing. Although I like painting, I really don't plan on marrying a painting. Life is unpredictable." Chu Sherdao sighed with a smile. He held the scroll as if he was holding a peerless treasure. He was filled with longing and reluctance. Li Qingshan and Ru Xian looked at each other, speechless. What he had poured into the painting was not pen and ink, but the feelings of his entire life. He had turned this clumsy painting of an apprentice into a living being that understood joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. No pop-up window. Chapter 448. Chu Sherdao then said to Ru Xian, "It's good that you're here. I heard from Brother Hua that you're good at concocting strange medicines. You've even concocted the water of recollection that can help people recall memories." Ru Xian nodded. "I still have a lot of water of memory." Chu Sherdao shook his head. "I have enough memories. Can you refine a medicine with the opposite effect?" "The opposite of the water of recollection, wasn't it the water of forgetfulness?" Li Qingshan said. "Isn't that the soup of Mengpe? Not bad." Chu Sherdao nodded with a smile as he stared at the scroll in his hand in a daze. Ru Xian suddenly understood. "Senior, you want to give her." Chu Sherdao's eyes were like water. "The road to the Yellow Springs is long, and she won't be able to follow me to the Bridge of Helplessness. I can't possibly drink Granny Meng's soup alone." "Master, how can this be?" Chu Danqing's expression changed drastically. "I have my own plans." Chu Sherdao raised his hand and said to Ru Xian, "I don't have much to give. Here's 3 taels of dusk cinnabar. You can use it as medicine. Consider it your reward." He took out a round metal paint box from his 100 treasures pouch and passed it to Ru Xian. Ru Xian opened the paint box, and a misty red overflowed from it. It was like the afterglow of the setting sun, with countless layers of color changes. Light red, blood red, and purple red dyed the whole house. It was as if the afterglow of the setting sun had been collected and sealed in this small box. Not only was it beautiful, but the spiritual energy it harnessed was also astonishing. Ru Xian returned it with both hands and said, "This is too precious, I can't accept it. I will do my best to fulfill Senior's request, but I might not be able to fulfill it. Sometimes, forgetting is harder than remembering." "That's right. Take it. Regardless of success or failure, it's yours." Chu Sherdao chuckled and said, "Qingshan, I've actually been wanting to meet you for a long time. I really missed it. Painting. The 2 guests I've invited today are very much to my liking. As long as Master is happy." Li Qingshan said, "Could it be that Senior still wants to take back the Heavenly Maiden's Scattering Blossoms painting? It's just a painting. It's not worth mentioning." Chu Sherdao took out a painting album. In his hand was the divine brush Maoyang that Li Qingshan had used to defeat Chu Danqing in the past. "This is your masterpiece." Chu Danqing did not understand. He had also seen this album before. The painting was clumsy and not worth mentioning, but Chu Sherdao flipped through it for a long time, as if he could not bear to put it down. "You flatter me, Senior." Li Qingshan was also somewhat baffled. "I had nothing to do on my sickbed, so I drew a few things according to this. They can't really be regarded as paintings. They're just for fun." As Chu Sherdao said that, he passed a piece of paper to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan took it and saw that it also had the words Magic Brush Maoyang written on it. Gradually, it melted into a blob of ink and turned into scenes of people running back and forth, speaking to each other. That was the plot of the story. The artist's painting skills. Drawing fish that could swim and birds that could chirp were all basic skills. Only by freeing the objects in the painting from the constraints of the paper could one be considered a beginner. To Chu Sherdao, this could only be considered a game doodle. However, the liveliness and charm it displayed stunned even Li Qingshan, who had experienced many movies and animations. What was this? A master animator? Children would be so happy to see it. No, even adults would love it so much that they could not bear to part with it. Painting and calligraphy are inseparable. Novelists and artists are considered to be at the bottom of the list. However, if we can work together, there will be great development. It's you who reminded me that painting can also be used in this way. Master, you're right. Li Qingshan's mind was already spinning. With the artist's skills, even movies would not be a problem, let alone animations. Moreover, all of them would be shocking scenes that were more powerful than any special effects in his previous life. What was a 3D effect? This could even fly out of the screen when one was excited. The effects would be shocking. Moreover, it would eliminate the barrier of words, so the accumulation of wish power would be even faster. Chu Danqing frowned and said, "Master, are you saying that I should also condense the divine talisman of great creation to gather wish power?" Chu Sherdao grabbed Chu Danqing and Li Qingshan's hands and said earnestly, "The two of you both have the word Qing in your names. It's also fate. If we can work together sincerely, there's no need to worry about not accomplishing great things." Li Qingshan thought, "Fu Qingjin and I both have the word Qing in our names." "Master, I will." Chu Danqing naturally obeyed and looked at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan patted Chu Danqing's shoulder and said, "Senior, don't worry. I also admire Danqing's character. We will definitely work together to achieve great things." He would write the script and Chu Danqing would draw it. After touring around, they would split the profits, not the box office but the wish power. Wouldn't that be great? Chu Sherdao revealed a satisfied smile. Ru Xian teased, "It's a pity that these two Qings are both men. Otherwise, they could cultivate both yin and yang." Li Qingshan glared at her, and Chu Danqing coughed a few times. Chu Sherdao smiled and said, "You're wrong, my dear nephew. Congeniality makes them lovers. Like-minded makes them Dao companions. Isn't the latter far better than the former?" Chu Danqing said, "You only dare to say that because Master's wife isn't here?" Chu Sherdao caressed the scroll and said, She's my confidant. The word confidant doesn't matter about gender. Alright, let's change the topic. Li Qingshan said, Oh right, I have 3 scrolls here. I'd like to invite Senior to appraise them. Chu Sherdao accepted the 3 scrolls of the cursive sword calligraphy from Li Qingshan and unfurled them one by one. His eyes suddenly shone with dazzling light as he stared at the 3 pieces of sword calligraphy, as if he wanted to engrave them into his heart. His expression was first shocked, then filled with endless regret. Li Qingshan hurriedly asked, Senior, can you tell the origin of these 3 scrolls? Chu Sherdao let out a long sigh and said, The origin of these 3 scrolls is not simple at all. They're from a very long time ago, even before the Great Xia dynasty. Have you heard of the 9 states' 5 absolutes? May I know which 5 seniors? Li Qingshan asked. How bold. There were so many extraordinary people in the world, who would dare to use the word absolutes? After understanding how big the 9 states were, he expressed heartfelt respect for those who dared to use the word absolutes. These 5 people must be powerful figures that have surpassed the ancients and the contemporaries. Chu Sherdao shook his head and said, The 9 states' 5 absolutes are not 5 people, but 1 person. 1 person? Who is it? Li Qingshan and the other 2 were astonished. I've only heard bits and pieces from my master. It's rumored that this person is also the reincarnation of a celestial. After awakening his innate wisdom, he possesses unbelievable wisdom and power. Because he's unparalleled in sword, zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, he's known as the 5 Absolutes Immortal, also known as the 9-5 Heavenly Lord. If I'm not wrong, these scrolls must be his handiwork. Li Qingshan was delighted. His cursive sword calligraphy's origin was indeed impressive. It was no wonder that he was praised by Brother Ox with a mere spirit artifact. If he could collect all of them, wouldn't he be able to kill gods and Buddhas if they stood in his way? Ru Xian said, Senior, there are always many experts in the world. There should be many cultivators who are proficient in the way of the sword and calligraphy, right? Chu Sherdao changed the topic and asked, Danqing, have you figured it out? Yes, master. Chu Danqing picked up another scroll and looked at it carefully. Other than the way of the sword and calligraphy, there seems to be painting as well. Chu Sherdao nodded in satisfaction. If you're not a painter, it'll be difficult to see this. Painting isn't widespread. I really can't think of a second person who is proficient in all 3 and can combine them. Chapter 449. This painting's artistic skill is truly astonishing. No matter how it's cut, the essence, qi, and spirit within are still intact. It may be small, but it's complete. It can even be used as a spirit artifact. It's truly incredible. If I could see it in its original form, I could die without regret. Chu Sherdao was both amazed and regretful. Li Qingshan asked, Is there a way to combine these 3 scrolls into one? If we can separate them, we can naturally combine them. I'm not talented, but I might be able to comprehend your divine skill and try to repair it. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. If you can help me, I definitely won't let you waste your efforts. No, master, your body is already like this. How can you waste your energy? Chu Danqing stuffed the cursive sword calligraphy back to Li Qingshan. Sorry, senior brother. I can't fulfill your wish. It's time for master to rest. Li Qingshan could not say anything else. He could only try another path. Do you want me to lie on the bed and meet the king of hell? Chu Sherdao slapped the side of the bed and roared at Chu Danqing, Give me the painting. Li Qingshan, don't you want an artifact? Chu Sherdao's temper flared, and no one could dissuade him. In the end, Li Qingshan left the 3 scrolls of cursive sword calligraphy behind and left. The white cloud soared into the sky, and the vast land sped backward. The wind whistled and clothes fluttered. Li Qingshan sighed. They basically seem like a family. They're so deeply in love. It's enviable. Ru Xian sat cross-legged on the cloud. It's not necessarily a good thing for people of our generation to be too affectionate. Only those who forget their emotions can become immortals. If that's really the case, then it's fine if they don't become immortals. A strange smile appeared on Ru Xian's face. It was as if she was looking at a stubborn child. Li Qingshan said, "What, have you been charmed by my charm?" "A little." "Then you're too late. Haven't you heard of the saying, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first?" Ru Xian leaned close to Li Qingshan, exhaling a fragrant breath, and talking with a smile. Her watery eyes seemed to flow with an indescribable affection. Li Qingshan had known her for a long time. How could he fall for it again? "Stop fooling around. Can you really refine this water of oblivion?" Ru Xian said, "Let's give it a try. Maybe I need it too." It had always been the hardest to forget emotions. It was the word forget. After parting ways in the Chain Mountains, Li Qingshan returned to his cave abode and saw Little and sitting in the middle. The flames on Xiao Chen's head blazed fiercely. The huge skulls formed by the skull prayer beads opened their mouths and spewed out flames, making them burn even more fiercely. One by one, the corpses flew into the fire and melted in the blink of an eye. They melted into a ball of white liquid at the center of the fire and scattered in all directions. Some of them scattered into the skull's mouth, while others dripped down. As the refinement of the skull prayer beads deepened, it was not just the number that increased. Its overall strength constantly increased as well, and the number of corpses consumed increased as well. After who knew how many corpses were consumed, the white liquid gradually solidified, turning into a round shape. It was another skull prayer bead. Little and stood up and smiled sweetly. "I'm about to reach the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty." The so-called foundation establishment realm was true foundation establishment to her. She had cultivated arduously for many years, and only now did she barely manage to build up her body and mind, establishing a sufficient foundation for the path of white bone and great beauty, a divine ability from beyond the heavens. Li Qingshan said, "Should I praise you for cultivating quickly or slowly? If you reach the first layer, how does it compare to that blood shadow?" Little N said, "He definitely won't be able to escape. Even if he fights you, he might not necessarily lose." "Little girl, I'll show you my power right now." Li Qingshan lunged over with a smile. Little N dodged far away, leaving behind a tinkling smile. Before darkness descended, many sects in the Clear River Prefecture carried out the same task. They removed their formations and stowed away their mechanisms and puppets before glancing back reluctantly. Afterwards, they took to the air together, abandoning the sects that they had managed for many years and beginning a great migration. Due to Qi practitioners, the migrating groups did not move quickly. However, when they encountered other sects, they would group up and advance towards the same destination. The sky was about to turn dark. The setting sun dyed the surrounding clouds red. Hua Sungzan stood on his sword and gazed down from above. All he saw were specks of light, like fireflies, of cultivators from various sects flying into the clouds. Then he gazed at the crescent moon in the distance and said to Han Tie beside him, "I never thought a single moon devil would be able to force Fu Qingjin and the entire demon slayer into such dire straits." Han Tie said, "I'd like to see him clash with me." Hua Sungzan said, "I hope you won't get the chance to do that." Before he had even finished speaking, a scarlet figure shot through the air and arrived above the rose cloud sect. His wings of wind were like a god's, and his scarlet hair drifted about. His ruby-like eyes locked onto Hua and Tai. Hua Sungzan was alarmed. He smiled bitterly. "You sure are a jinx." Han Tie was stern, ready to strike. Li Qingshan left his main body in the mountains to take medicine and cultivate. He sent his doppelganger out to check on the demon slayer's movement. He was prepared to engage in a few more harassment battles. If there was a chance, he would eliminate a few more sections. This way, he would have more bargaining chips for the upcoming alliance. He would be able to suppress the Fu Qingjin demon slayer in all aspects. Then, he encountered this great migration. He traced it all the way to this place. However, he encountered Hua and Tai, who had come to investigate. Seeing that they were on high alert, Li Qingshan smiled in his heart. He lowered his head and looked at the rose cloud sect. Hua Sengzan relaxed. He pulled Han Tie, who was eager to fight, and quietly retreated. Since the other party had no intention of attacking, then it couldn't be any better. Not to mention that their chances of winning were slim. Even if they were lucky enough to win, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Below them was the Demon Slayer's base camp. It wasn't their turn to attack. The Demon Slayer cultivators also sensed Li Qingshan's presence. Panic spread. The Qi practitioners sped up and flew towards the clouds. The Foundation establishment cultivators appeared one after another. They raised their heads to look at the figure that forced them here. Their hearts were filled with hatred and fear. No one took the initiative to challenge him. They just stared at each other in silence. Hua Sengzan was slightly moved. He alone was able to make thousands of cultivators not dare to challenge him. What kind of power was this? This was the Moon Devil. However, when he saw him with his own eyes, he realized that he wasn't as vicious and violent as he had imagined. His calm and composed appearance had an indescribable sense of peace and tranquility. Before Fu Qingjin entered secluded cultivation to tend to his wounds, he had ordered them to avoid battle and avoid being provoked by demons, just in case they fell for the enemy's schemes. He had to deal with the situation by remaining unchanged. The current Rose Cloud sect had been established by Fu Qingjin as the Demon Slayer's base camp in the Clear River Prefecture. Who knew how many powerful formations and who knew how many cannons had been set up there? If Li Qingshan was bold enough to go down there, he would be walking into a trap. Looks like Fu Qingjin isn't here. Li Qingshan muttered to himself. He shoved his hands into his pockets and set foot on an invisible path of heaven that blanketed the stars, making his way off into the distance. Everyone could not help but ease up a little. Hua Sengzan and Han Tie exchanged glances and became sterner. An opponent like that was truly terrifying. The matter of forming an alliance was truly pressing. On the next day, the Demon Slayer sent a message. Fu Qingjin used the excuse of recovering from secluded cultivation to postpone the matter of forming an alliance indefinitely. Originally, this was expected. Fu Qingjin would never negotiate with the academy in his weakened state. But very soon, everyone realized the viciousness of Fu Qingjin's move. He was not targeting demons, but the academy. In the Hawkwolf Guard of the prefectural city, Wang Pushi and Hua Sengzan were currently conversing. Thump, thump, thump. 3 knocks came from the door. Come in. Greetings, commanders. Another garrison has been breached by demons today. 17 Hawkwolf guards have fallen in battle. Hua Chenglu was dressed in scarlet clothes. After 3 years of cultivation, she had finally reached the 7th layer and been promoted to a Scarlet Wolf Guard. The clean Scarlet Wolf uniform should have made her seem valiant, but it outlined her slender figure, making her seem even more graceful. Wang Pushi slammed the table and shivered. The sects could ignore everything, but the various academies of the 100 schools of thought had the responsibility of protecting the people on behalf of the emperor. They had to constantly send people everywhere to kill the demons that caused trouble. Having lost the restraints of the sects, it wasn't just the Hawkwolf Guard. Even the disciples of the academy had suffered heavy losses recently. Hua Sengzan said, I didn't think we'd be outmaneuvered instead. He's trying to make us realize that we're interdependent. He's trying to put us in a disadvantageous position when we negotiate with the Alliance. Wang Pushi said, they've caused trouble and turned the entire prefecture into hell, but they've retreated as soon as the situation has taken a turn for the worse. Instead, they've used the people as hostages to threaten us. How despicable! Fu Qingjin, Sword Collection Palace. Hua Sungzan raised his head and exhaled. The Rock Demon and Blood Demon are massacring everywhere. Even if we send more people, it'll be difficult to stop them. The only fortunate thing is that the Moon Devil hasn't taken action. Even the night roamers seem to have restrained themselves, or the situation would be even more difficult to deal with, which would only make us more worried. We need to go ahead with the alliance. Wang Pushi frowned. At a time like this, whoever could not help but contact the other party first would be at a disadvantage. Hua Sungzan said, "Chenglu, has Zijian been well recently?" Hua Chenglu said rather helplessly, "I've tried to persuade her to cultivate more, but she's in a very bad mood. She doesn't want to remain in the 100 schools of thought. She wants to contribute to the outside world. I've already asked her father to persuade her." Over the past 3 years, Hua Sungzan had protected Yu Zijian even more than Hua Chenglu. After all, this involved the successor of the Violet Cloud sword. If she died in battle, the Sword Collection Palace would definitely fly into a thunderous rage. The situation might be even worse than losing the war. He had even made arrangements for Yu Shuquang and the others. If it were anyone else, they would be overjoyed, but Yu Zijian was rather different. Hua Sungzan pondered for a while. "I agree with her going out to train. Let's give her some safe missions first." However, once she left the protection of the formations, were there any missions that were absolutely safe? This was a conflict of interest between two organizations, yet he had to use this kind-hearted girl as a bargaining chip. He did not feel good about it either, but at a time like this there was no other suitable method. As a member of the 100 schools of thought, he had to plan for the interests of the 100 schools of thought as a whole. It was just like how humans had to fight demons. Hua Chenglu hesitated. "Alright, but I want to carry out the missions with her." After Hua Chenglu left, Wang Pushi asked in confusion, "What does Yu Zijian have to do with this?" Hua Sungzan thought about it and decided to tell him the truth. Wang Pushi listened to him. "I see. I've always felt that you're a little overly concerned about Yu Zijian. I thought you'd finally fallen in love with someone else. This is a good move. However, we need to send a Foundation establishment cultivator to protect them secretly. They have to be trustworthy, and they can't be too weak. They also have to be able to hide themselves." Hua Sungzan smiled. "I have a suitable candidate in mind. P.S. I'm currently in Zhengzhou, preparing to attend a gathering on Qidian. Although I've brought my computer, the updates might be a little unstable, so please forgive me. To be continued." Chapter 450. Li Qingshan received the message and hurried over to the Hawkwolf Guard of the Clear River Prefecture. He pushed open the door and entered. "What's the matter?" "Kid, I have a mission for you." Wang Pushi looked at the nimble Li Qingshan and nodded in satisfaction inside. No matter how unruly he was still a trustworthy person. What mission? Li Qingshan thought to himself. Sure enough, he knew a little about the current predicament the 100 schools of thought faced. Fu Qingjin's actions instead erased his sense of guilt. He did not even care about the person who had started this, so what was there to feel guilty about when he was the one who faced the enemy head-on? Hua Sungzan paced around in deep thought, arriving beside Li Qingshan. "You know my younger sister and Yu Zijian, right?" Li Qingshan said, "Of course. What do you think of them? They're both good girls. What, you want to propose marriage for me and marry your younger sister to me?" Li Qingshan smiled. Hua Sungzan smiled as well. "You have the right. If you can get Qiongji and Chenglu to nod, I won't interfere. Your mission is to protect them secretly." The reason for this mission was inexplicable. It was rather strange. How could regular Foundation establishment cultivators have the patience to protect two Qi practitioners? That sliver of goodwill clearly became extremely important. I remember that. It's been 3 years since we last met. Chenglu has become even more beautiful. Let's stop joking around. Where am I supposed to protect them? Wang Pushi said, nowhere. It's just a few simple missions. Li Qingshan was perplexed. You want a foundation establishment cultivator to protect 2 qi practitioners? You sure are thoughtful. Since there's danger, just get them to stay put. Can't you just get me to complete the mission? Hua Sengzan said apologetically. This is extremely important, so I can't explain it to you. And not only can you not let them know about this, but you can't let anyone else know either. I know it doesn't make sense. Apart from you, I don't trust anyone else. If you trust me, why aren't you telling me the truth? Alright, I won't trouble you. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can touch a single hair on them. No, if it's not life-threatening, don't do anything. Just watch and that's enough. Just treat it as training for them. Interesting, you've really piqued my curiosity. He left the Hawkwolf Guard. Li Qingshan turned in the direction of the Cloudwisp Association. He did not cast any spells. He walked slowly like a chariot. He blended into the crowd. Right now, it was the end of the year. The entire Clear River Prefecture was bustling with activity and joy, as if it had not been affected by the war at all. On the contrary, due to the chaos of war, the prefectural city became the only peaceful place. Countless people moved their families there, which created a strange kind of prosperity. Most cultivators didn't have the concept of celebrating a new year. Li Qingshan had not seen such a scene in a long time. He felt a sense of familiarity as he followed the flow of people. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Cloudwisp Association. The 3 words Cloudwisp Association were written on the fiery red archway. It was decorated with lanterns and banners everywhere, giving off a joyous atmosphere. Performances were currently taking place inside. Operas, storytelling, and singing were all available, but the price was extremely cheap. It only cost a few copper coins, and you could spend an entire afternoon sitting in a theater in the dead of winter, drinking hot tea and eating snacks. You could forget about the troubles of the mortal world amidst one story after another. It had already become a trend in the Clear River Prefecture. Li Qingshan walked past the archway and tossed a few taels of silver before entering the newly built theater. A gust of hot air greeted him. The theater was packed, numbering around 1,000 people. In the center was an old man who was telling a story loudly. He was telling the story of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. The inscriptions on the ground amplified his voice several times over, reaching every corner clearly. In a room behind the Cloudwisp Association, Sun Fubai and Lu Chuanfeng sat opposite one another. Sun Fubai grumbled, "Junior brother, since you've seen Qingshan, why don't you get him to come over and discuss the next step of the plan?" Lu Chuanfeng said, "What's there to discuss? It's so chaotic outside. None of the plans can be carried out. It's just within the Clear River Prefecture. Just having us is enough. Speaking of these difficulties, we'll be scolded again." "Scolded by who?" "Long time no see, Uncle Fu. Your cultivation has improved again." Li Qingshan walked in with a smile. All he saw was Sun Fubai sitting on a round-backed chair. He wore thin, gray robes, and his hair and beard were all white. However, he was in better spirits instead. His true qi surged through his various meridians. He was close to the peak of the 10th layer. Sun Fubai leapt to his feet and said in surprise, "Qingshan, you've finally come." He studied him and was greatly gratified. "I heard you've reached foundation establishment." Sure enough, sure enough. Very good, very good." Li Qingshan sat down and listened to Sun Fubai explain the development of the Cloudwisp Association. Just like what Lu Chuanfeng had said, they had developed very well in the prefectural city. They had already opened up many branches, but their situation was extremely horrible in other places. Bandits were everywhere and demons ran amok. Their lives were in constant danger, so who would be in the mood to listen to their stories? Lu Chuanfeng said, especially now that some moon devil has appeared, forcing the demon slayer to cower in fear. Perhaps before long, the Clear River Prefecture will become the world of demons. Sun Fubai frowned. Junior brother, why are you saying something so depressing again? The situation will improve. The war won't last forever. We need to make preparations right now to win the hearts of the people. I visited the school of painting a while ago. Li Qingshan told him about Chu Shidao's idea. Sun Fubai's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Qingshan, if you don't have time, why don't you go visit the school of painting? Li Qingshan said, it's best if you don't go visit him for now. Master Chu's health isn't particularly good. Sun Fubai nodded, expressing his understanding. He smiled. Qingshan, with your return, our school of novels seems to have gained a pillar of support. Right now, the schools are replacing the old with the new. Junior brother, you can give up your position. Lu Chuanfeng became nervous. He was afraid of seeing Li Qingshan, and he was also afraid of mentioning this. He had just gotten a taste of being a schoolmaster, and he had a few disciples now, so he was very reluctant to give up his position. Fortunately, Li Qingshan declined immediately, which allowed Lu Chuanfeng to ease up. He poured him a cup of tea in a hurry. Sun Fubai suddenly asked, Qingshan, do you practice the arts of the boundless ocean? That's right. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. However, this wasn't a secret in the 100 schools of thought, so it wasn't strange that Sun Fubai knew about it. Sun Fubai recalled. Back then, there was this cultivation method in my bookstore, but it was only the first half. Later, I gave it to a black, burly man. Lu Chuanfeng said, it's still a cultivation method. Why did you give it to him? Sun Fubai said in annoyance, isn't it because of your book that made me lose face? Plus, that big man has a forthright personality. He even said that if he was lucky enough to find all the cultivation methods in the future, he would send this cultivation method to me. I didn't expect that you would be practicing this cultivation method. What a coincidence. Who knows where that burly man is now, and whether he's dead or alive. Why don't I let you take a look at this cultivation method? At least I've fulfilled one of my wishes. Li Qingshan smiled. He took out the jade scroll and gave it to Sun Fubai. The promise of the past had been fulfilled in this way. Life was truly unpredictable. P.S. The flight arrived in the afternoon, but he only arrived at the hotel after 11. He was so tired that he went to sleep. Chapter 451. How can I do that? Sun Fubai declined in a hurry. Just take a look. Li Qingshan shoved the jade slip into his hand without giving him any chance to explain. Sun Fubai thought, this boldness is rather similar to that person from the past. Regular people would treat a special cultivation method like a treasure when they obtained it. Why would they show it to others so easily? Sun Fubai roughly skimmed through the jade slip and then handed it over. This cultivation method is indeed shockingly powerful. What's even rarer is that it suits your temperament very well. It will definitely be able to bring glory to you. I believe that the school of novels will flourish in your hands too, Uncle Fu. Li Qingshan placed a true spirit pill in Sun Fubai's hand. This is far too valuable. I really can't accept it. It's all thanks to Uncle Fu's efforts in the past few years that I've been able to obtain so much power of belief. If the School of Novels can gain another foundation establishment cultivator, what's there to worry about when the three of us work together? After chatting a little more, Li Qingshan left Clear River City and arrived at the shore of the Lake of Dragons and Snake. Gazing at the rolling reeds, he thought about the time he spent here with Han Qiongji in the past. He thought, I wonder how Qiongji is doing. Has she reached foundation establishment yet? He sat down in the mist that was as thin as silk and took out the illusory water sword of invisibility. He stroked the sword gently, and ripples of light rippled out. Both he and the sword vanished without a trace. He withdrew his thoughts and sank them into his sea of chi. The water's spiritual energy surged like the sea. In the sea, a divine talisman of great creation shone slightly dimly. Ever since he reached foundation establishment, he had been tied up with various matters. He mainly practiced the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. Now, he could finally settle down and reach the realm of the divine talisman of great creation. He also took a step forward. Waves surged in his sea of chi. Waves flew out of the surface of the sea, spiraling towards the divine talisman of great creation. They formed a ball of water, like a huge cocoon, gradually burrowing into the divine talisman of great creation. The sun was high in the sky. The mist gradually dispersed. The ball of water that had condensed in Li Qingshan's body shattered. The divine talisman of great creation shone brightly. The mural twisted and turned, becoming even more mysterious and complex. Amidst the surging brilliance, one could vaguely see the birth of all living things, flowers and trees. Birds and beasts were everywhere, and nothing was tolerated. Li Qingshan's figure appeared out of thin air. He twisted and turned for a moment before turning invisible again. A jackdaw appeared out of thin air, hovering in midair. Li Qingshan stared at the jackdaw on his wrist. This was what he had created with the help of the divine talisman of great creation. Sure enough, it was vivid and lifelike. Zhang Xian infused a sliver of his spiritual perception into it before raising his hand. The jackdaws spread their wings and soared high into the sky. With the sound of flapping wings, countless jackdaws scattered into the sky, turning into black dots. Li Qingshan seemed to have the compound eyes of an insect. Countless scenes appeared in his mind. It was as if countless cameras had been set up around the entire lake of dragons and snakes, giving it an astonishing view. The amount of power of faith required to conjure these crows was not large. The divine talisman of great creation only consumed a little bit of its light before it was quickly replenished by the newly obtained power of faith. However, it greatly increased the range of his divine telekinesis. Although he could not examine it closely, he could see and hear it. In the 100 schools of thought, a group of young disciples made their way through the formation of dragons and snakes bit by bit, crossing the lake of dragons and snakes and arriving on the shore. A jackdaw descended from the sky, landing on a withered branch. Its pitch-black eyes reflected their figures. Li Qingshan saw Hua Qinglu with a single glance through the eyes. She had become even more beautiful. In her scarlet clothes, she was like a fully bloomed rose, giving off an alluring fragrance that attracted butterflies, bees, and bees. The gazes of the male disciples in the surroundings were basically unable to shift away for even a moment. They fawned over her. She smiled at them in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. She vaguely possessed the bearing of an elder brother. She no longer possessed any childishness. Time slipped away unknowingly. The young girl who pretended to be mature in the past had become the person she wanted to be. Zijian, let's go, Hua Qinglu said gently. Only then did some true gentleness appear in her eyes. Yeah, Yu Zijian said gently. How did she become like this? Li Qingshan frowned slightly. Yu Zijian wore Taoist robes with her hair in a bun. She carried a sword on her back, which made her seem tall and slender, like a willow branch in the wind. However, she did not seem like her at all. She had lost her sunny appearance in his memories, becoming silent and quiet. There seemed to be an undispersible melancholy between her brows. She lowered her head like she was standing in the shadows. She was also a woman in her prime, but due to the lack of sunlight, she was like a wilting orchid nourished by rain and dew. Junior sister Yu, this must be your first time out on a mission, right? It's unavoidable for you to be a little nervous. Don't worry, it's just a few demonic beasts. There won't be any danger. Sun Yi patted his chest. He was also a disciple of the school of Taoism. His cultivation was at the 8th layer, which was the highest among the group. Although he did not show it, he did look down on Yu Zijian slightly inside. All this time, even a genius like Chu Tian had to take risks and carry out missions like the other disciples. Who knew how many dangers he had taken on and how many of his seniors and juniors had died. However, Yu Zijian was completely protected. All she had to do was cultivate on Wuwei Island, but in the end, she failed to achieve anything after 3 years, only reaching the 7th layer. She had failed to live up to her title as a genius. The second time, Yu Zijian's voice was very soft, such that Sun Yi did not hear it clearly. What? The second mission. Yu Zijian raised her voice slightly. You're talking about that time? Sun Yi and the other cultivators could not help but mock her. Sun Yi even felt rather disgusted and resentful. He never thought she would actually be shameless enough to mention the mission that had humiliated the entire school of Taoism. On Wuwei Island, the slovenly Taoist priest gazed into the distance and frowned. His Taoist robes were just like before, but his cultivation had become more and more profound. He had already been recognized as the person most likely to undergo the second heavenly tribulation in his mother's prefecture. He gazed in the direction that Yu Zijian had left in and patted the stone railing gently. Zijian, oh Zijian! 3 years ago, he had personally arranged for the experiential mission. Hua Sengzan had objected, but he had scolded him back. The edge of a treasured sword was forged through sharpening. Experiential training like this was very important to cultivators. It could motivate them to work hard on cultivation, and it was only a simple investigation mission. However, the outcome was not what he had expected. Ever since she returned from the mission, she had become completely dejected. There were rumors in the 100 schools of thought that the genius of the school of Taoism had been frightened out of her wits, making a huge fool of herself. It was as if it had proven once again that no matter how great her talent was, it was pointless if she lacked a strong mind. As a result, he no longer forced her to carry out any more missions. She remained on Wuwei Island the entire time to cultivate, but her cultivation had stagnated until now. Hua Chenglu held Yu Zijian's hand. It was cold to the touch. I'm the leader of the mission this time, so you have to listen to my orders. The outside world isn't as safe as the 100 schools of thought. If you're afraid, it's best if you leave right now. Sun Yi studied Yu Zijian again inadvertently. The group flew off on their own artifact. Soon after they had left, a jackdaw cried out and took off into the air. Li Qingshan leapt up and chased after it. The mist around her became even thicker. Just what had she gone through? This doubt even turned into anger. He had extremely special feelings for her. Hua Chenglu glanced back at Yu Zijian and felt even more guilty. She thought back to 3 years ago. A great plague had erupted in a small city 400 kilometers to the west of the Clear River Prefecture. Because there were traces of demon qi, they were suspected to be demonic beasts, which was why they had been sent to investigate. This was not a dangerous mission. Powerful demons would not act so sneakily, and Hua Chenglu had plenty of life-saving pills and talismans. As long as they did not run into demon generals at crucial moments, there would not be too many problems. Sirs, the patients are all here. Under the lead of a gray-robed old man, Yu Zijian stepped into the gloomy clinic with the afternoon sun on her back. With her sword on her back, she seemed valiant and invulnerable to evil. The clinic was deathly silent. There were no moans at all. Countless men and women lay on the ground haphazardly. Even when Yu Zijian walked past them, they did not react at all. It was as if they had already accepted their fates and were waiting for death, giving off an aura beforehand. Hua Chenglu hated this smell. She stood in the sunlight in the courtyard. The old man offered up some tea. Please have some tea, ma'am. Hua Chenglu accepted the tea. Just when she was about to drink it, she glanced at the old man. He was currently staring at the teacup in her hand. When he saw Hua Qinglu look over, he forced out a smile, wanting to express his kindness, but it only made him seem even more sinister. Hua Qinglu recalled Hua Sengzan's instructions. She took out a jade needle and placed it in the tea, but the needle did not react at all. She found her own carefulness to be rather funny. With so many sick people, it would be strange if she had a pleasant expression on her face. She then felt slightly proud of her own carefulness. She said to the old man, "Don't worry. We'll find the source of the plague." She drank the tea in a single gulp before glancing at the clinic again. All she saw was Yu Zijin frowning as she carefully examined every single patient. She admired her seriousness slightly. Yu Zijin then examined a sick man. She raised her head and said with certainty, "They give off a very faint demon qi." The moment she raised her head, a black speck swam past the whites of the eyes of the man on the ground. "Then there's no need to examine them so closely. I have a demon searching compass, so all I need to do is find the demon and kill him." Hua Qinglu took out a spiritual artifact that resembled a compass from her 100 treasures pouch. Demons could hide their demon qi, but they would always leave behind faint traces. However, the demon searching compass could sniff out these traces. Like a hunting dog, it could find where the demon was. It was extremely agile. The needle on the compass spun rapidly, which made Hua Qinglu frown. The surroundings were filled with demon qi, which interfered with the operation of the compass slightly. However, as the needle began to move, it finally stabilized and pointed towards the entrance of the clinic. Hua Qinglu turned around and said to the old man, "Move aside." The old man retreated to one side with his head lowered. Hua Qinglu said, "Thank you. Zijin, let's go." She carried the teacup and made her way out of the courtyard, but the moment she brushed past the old man, the needle spun with her, pointing towards the old man firmly. Hua Qinglu's expression changed. She tossed aside the teacup and reached towards the blade on her waist. She called out, "Zijin, be careful. The demon is right here." The teacup shattered on the ground, and the tea spilled all over the ground. There were black specks even smaller than the tip of a needle on the tea leaf. In the clinic, the old man's face gradually twisted, turning into a vicious smile that did not belong to humans. His teeth protruded from his lips, giving off a demon qi. All the patients in the clinic crawled to their feet like zombies. Chapter 452. Just when Hua Qinglu was about to strike, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. The true qi she had just mobilized immediately dispersed. Her eyes widened. "There's poison in the tea." The old man shrouded in demon qi lunged over with unbelievable speed. In that moment, the danger of death enveloped Hua Qinglu. No matter how many powerful talismans she possessed, it seemed like she could not use them in time. A streak of white light illuminated the entire clinic. Yu Zijin's eyes narrowed. She flew up, and the 9-yang sword pierced through several patients, blocking her way like a streak of white light, piercing the old man. Black smoke sprayed out from the wound, rushing towards Hua Qinglu. The jade pendant on Hua Qinglu's waist shone with a ring of green light. The black smoke collided with the green light, but it was unable to pass through. It turned around and flew towards the wall. Although the protective spiritual jade had saved her life, Hua Qinglu still collapsed. Yu Zijin caught her in her arms. At this moment, miserable cries and groans suddenly rang out from behind. Yu Zijin looked back. Wherever the 9-yang sword passed by, blood sprayed everywhere. It was a dazzling, bright red color. The patients who had been pierced seemed to awaken from a nightmare, wailing on the ground. Strands of black smoke sprayed out from their gaping mouths, merging with the black smoke on the wall. They were not zombies or puppets, but living people. Yu Zijin was stunned. "I killed them with my own hands. Zijin, it hurts so much. There's poison in the tea." Before Yu Zijin could accept this reality, Hua Qinglu was already in utter pain. Her body temperature fluctuated, scorching hot in one moment and cold like a corpse in the next. Chenglu, use your cultivation to purge the poison. It's not poison. It's my children. The black smoke buzzed strangely. Yu Zijian gathered her true qi in her eyes and saw a startling sight. The black smoke was not real smoke, but countless tiny, black insects that had died. She lowered her head and looked at Hua Chenglu again. She was already covered in cold sweat. She shoved a recovery pill into her mouth in a hurry. It's useless. Before long, she'll die from crippling all her organs. It's your turn now. The black smoke buzzed. The eyes of the people controlled by the black insects widened as they pushed their way out of the clinic. It let out an inhuman roar. Yu Zijian no longer dared to use her sword so easily. She picked up Hua Chenglu and flew towards the top of the wall. Her sword whistled out and stabbed towards the black smoke. The black smoke churned and dispersed before condensing in the distance. Yu Zijian saw the wall, and her expression changed drastically. When she first arrived, the whole city was dead silent, and there were not many people on the street. At this moment, countless men and women filled the streets and alleys as if they were attending some grand ceremony. They all raised their heads blankly and looked at her with their white eyes. They were like puppets made of clay or wood. I've already let my children swim into every well. I originally wanted to slowly enjoy this city full of blood and flesh, but you actually dared to disturb me. Die. The sea of people suddenly came to life and roared in unison. The terrifying sound waves rushed to the horizon. It contained the buzzing of the black insect. The crowd surged like a great tide, lunging towards Yu Zijian. With a rumble, dust was kicked into the air. The walls directly collapsed from the pressure. Yu Zijian leapt up with Hua Chenglu in her arms. She looked down at the black mass of people below. She had no idea whether it was several thousand or several tens of thousands. Her body and heart sank together. As she stared at the countless pairs of hollow eyes, she became rather dazed. Hua Chenglu whispered into her ear with difficulty, "Zijian, go." Yu Zijian immediately returned to her senses. Before she had even landed on the ground, the 9-yang sword thrummed out and hovered over 3 meters in the air, flying over the sea of people and out of the city. Countless hands extended out, like a scene from a Vici. A middle-aged woman suddenly leapt up. Even though she was under the control of a demon, this had completely exceeded her mobility. With a crack, her legs snapped, but her hands managed to touch Yu Zijian's clothes. The other humans under the control leapt up as well, lunging over. Yu Zijian pursed her lips and stared ahead. She pushed the sword manipulation technique she had learnt in the school of Taoism to the limit. The 9-yang sword turned into a twisted, white streak of light, sweeping through the sea of people. Demon Qi directly rushed over from behind. Looking back, the black smoke composed of countless tiny insects surged in pursuit. However, the 9-yang sword truly was a supreme-grade spiritual artifact personally bestowed to her by the leader of the school of Taoism. Although Yu Zijian was unable to unleash its full power, she was still startlingly fast. She gradually shook off the black smoke and shot over the city walls. The black smoke circled around the city walls a few times, producing a reluctant hiss, but it was afraid to pursue. However, it understood its own strength very well. It was not suited for open battles. The humans had some powerful techniques, so it would be terrible if it was heavily injured. It was better off using the several tens of thousands of food to nurture itself a little stronger first. If 2 came, it would just kill 1. That would be enough. The demon Qi gradually grew further away. Yu Zijian came to a halt, and the 9-yang sword beneath her suddenly shifted over a dozen feet before coming to a forceful halt. When she looked back and saw that the demon did not pursue her, a deep sense of lingering fear immediately filled her heart. Her back became covered in a layer of cold sweat. Demons like that were extremely rare. They were actually an amalgamation of countless black insects, yet they possessed such great intelligence. If this continued, the entire city would be massacred. Yu Zijian had always been a kind-hearted person. When she saw the horrific situation, she immediately became filled with sorrow. She even forgot about her fear. She was tempted to kill the demon right there and then. However, she gritted her teeth and lowered her head. Chenglu, we've escaped. We're going back right now. Hold on. Hua Chenglu forced a smile. Just when she opened her mouth to say something, she vomited a mouthful of blood. Her face was completely pale as she said feebly, Zijian, I can't hold on much longer. Her cultivation as a qi practitioner was already impressive, but the organs were the weakest parts of a person. Countless black insects wreaked havoc in there. If her control over true qi was as meticulous as Li Qingshan's, she could still kill the black insects. However, that was impossible for her right now. When she said that, Yu Zijian's heart ached as much as it could be. Tears streamed down her face. Chenglu, don't talk nonsense. You wouldn't. I never thought I'd die on my first mission. How embarrassing. Tell my elder brother don't say it. I won't listen. Yu Zijian covered her ears. The black mist let out a sharp hum and sneered. Children, eat her heart and liver. Hua Chenglu said, It hurts. It hurts. Yu Zijian was filled with despair. She raised her head instinctively, wanting to find someone to help her. No matter who it was, a tall, sturdy figure would appear in her mind instinctively. However, there was only desolation around her. Only her best friend moaned painfully in her arms, on the brink of death. Under such circumstances there would be people who would wail, and there would be people who would be at a loss for what to do. However, her gaze gradually became firm and determined under the unendurable pressure. Chenglu, hold on. I won't let you die. I will definitely kill the demon and save you, save everyone. Yu Zijian placed Hua Chenglu on the ground and removed her 100 treasures pouch. She leapt onto the 9-yang sword and flew towards the city resolutely. Hua Chenglu extended her hand, but she was unable to say anything. All she could do was watch the violet figure vanish from her vision before completely fainting from the pain. After who knew how long, rain began to fall from the gloomy sky. Droplets of rain fell from the clouds high above, forming thin strands that landed on Hua Chenglu's face. Her expression that had been twisted from pain had settled down before she knew it. Hua Chenglu felt the hint of coldness on her face and slowly opened her eyes. The pain in her body had already vanished. The black insects had calmed down for some reason. They no longer tore at her madly. Instead, they lurked silently like regular insects. Even their demon qi had become extremely faint, almost vanishing. Did Zijian succeed? Yu Zijian was filled with joy from surviving a disaster. She immediately circulated her true qi and purged the insects that had lost their intelligence and only acted on instinct from her body. She looked in the direction of the city gates and frowned again. She propped herself up and made her way towards the city. The rain became even heavier, forming a curtain of rain in front of the city gates. Hua Chenglu lifted the curtain and entered. She passed through the pitch-black gate and entered the city that had almost claimed her life once again. The sight in the city surprised her. A large swathe of structures before her had been flattened as if they had been scorched by fire. This was the power of the supreme grade talisman that Hua Sengzan had given her for protection. She could vaguely make out countless grayish-black figures on the ground before being diluted by the rain. As she walked forward, corpses after corpses appeared in front of her. They had either been turned into charred wood by the lightning-guiding talismans or frozen into ice shards by the cold ice talismans. However, most of them had been pierced through, cut in half, or killed by sword. Zijian, Zijian. Hua Chenglu panicked inside. She called out her name loudly. Her voice imbued with true qi echoed through the quiet city, but there was no response at all. The sky grew darker and darker. It was probably dusk already. Finally, Hua Chenglu found her in front of an old ancestral hall that had not been destroyed. She hugged the 9-yang sword and sat on the bluestone steps with her head lowered. The rainwater caused her messy hair to stick to her cheeks, and then slid down her smooth cheeks, suddenly turning blood red. Her entire body was bathed in blood, and under the washing of the rainwater, blood began to spread. Only the 9-yang sword shone like snow. She stared at the stone steps before her. Suddenly, a pair of feet appeared on the stone steps, and a gentle call rang out from above, Zijian, are you fine? Chenglu, I've won. But I've only saved you. Yu Zijian seemed to wake up. She raised her head slowly and smiled with difficulty. Her face was moist, perhaps from the rain or her tears. Hua Chenglu looked at her smiling face and felt a stabbing pain in her heart. It was even more painful than having black insects gnawing at her inside. She was unable to say anything. Several streaks of light shot through the sky. One of them was Hua Sengzan's flash. Afterwards, Hua Chenglu heard from the knowledgeable Hua Sengzan that the demons they had encountered were extremely rare. They were called miasma demons. Among carapace demons, there were some that were far too simple and tiny, lacking even the slightest bit of intelligence. They were not even as great as ants. It was basically impossible for them to become demons. However, if they gathered in spiritual veins and spiritual lands, over time, there was an extremely small chance that they would develop intelligence, turning into something similar to miasma. Destroying them was very easy. All she had to do was kill most of them. If she had been a little later, she would have died. Fortunately, Yu Zijian had found a way in time, which saved her. However, there were certain times when Hua Chenglu would rather not be saved, such as right now. P.S. I'm finally back. I'll start updating tomorrow. __ to be continued. Chapter 453. Li Qingshan controlled the illusory water sword of invisibility and flew through the air, tailing them from afar. The group of Qi practitioners was far too slow in his eyes. He was tempted to go down and take them with him. If it were not for him, other Foundation establishment cultivators would never be in the mood to carry out a mission like this. Towards the end, he just laid down on the sword and closed his eyes, beginning to practice the arts of the boundless ocean. After reaching the 4th layer of the spirit turtle, he could connect with the water spiritual qi in the surroundings as easily as eating or drinking. The endless spiritual qi gathered in his dantian, stirring up waves in his sea of qi. 4 hours later, Li Qingshan opened his eyes. The true energy in his sea of qi had become even more abundant, constantly surging like an ocean. The effects of cultivation were startling. Just like the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, his cultivation of the arts of the boundless ocean just happened to be at the 4th layer, which was equivalent to early Foundation establishment. As long as he continued cultivating like this, breaking through to the 5th layer would only be a matter of time. This was obviously not just because of the spirit turtle's demon core. Humans had always cultivated much faster than demons. 1,000 years of arduous cultivation for demons might not even be able to match a talented human who could cultivate for a century or two. It was not just an exaggeration to say that all creatures were intelligent. However, any random lesser demon could live for several centuries. Even human Foundation establishment cultivators paled in comparison. This was an advantage that they could only envy. Li Qingshan practiced both at the same time, so he could sense the difference even more clearly. He no longer dared to underestimate the cultivation of humans at all. If it were not for the large quantities of pills he ingested, his cultivation as a human would probably have completely surpassed demons already. And in the future, it would definitely become more and more difficult to obtain pills. Even if Li Qingshan became very powerful by then, allowing him to go on a killing spree for spoils of battle, the pills he ingested would definitely become rarer and rarer. Perhaps by then, demons would be the ones who would have to rely on humans. At this moment, Yu Zijian and the others on the ground finally arrived at the small city where they were carrying out their mission. Li Qingshan immediately sensed a tiny demonic beast hiding there. To regular people, it was an extremely vicious monster. To them, it posed no threat at all. People moved about in the city, so it could be regarded as bustling. Clearly, a single demonic beast was not enough to completely disrupt their lives. Demons wanted to eat people, but they still had to live their lives. Such a lively scene. To Yu Zijian, this was something she had not experienced in a very long time. However, she subconsciously tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword as she stared at the emptiness before her. Li Qingshan stood there and for a moment, he thought that she had discovered something. However, he quickly realized that she was just in a daze. As he stared at her obviously thin face, he could not help but feel a sense of pity for her. Zijian, oh Zijian, what's wrong with you exactly? Hua Chenglu took out the demon searching disc and determined the location of the demonic beast very soon. However, the demonic beast was crafty as well. It had already dug a tunnel for escape. As soon as it smelled their scent, it immediately burrowed underground. However, the few of them seemed to be prepared for this situation. Most of the monsters came from the underground. Which one of them didn't have the ability to dig holes? What demon slaying? Hua Chenglu patted her 100 treasures pouch, and a few mechanical snakes flew out. They shook their heads and wagged their tails as they flickered with a metallic luster. They arched their bodies before bouncing off violently like springs, chasing after the demons. The school of Moism's ideology had always been love with impartiality, not aggression, but in war they pushed the art of engineering to the limit, creating powerful mechanical puppets that could deal with various situations. Because they did not have high requirements for the user, and they could adapt to various cultivations, they were extremely popular throughout the entire Clear River Prefecture. When war machines were created in the workshops of the school of Moism, all ideologies became worthless. Only survival and victory were meaningful. Before long, the mechanical snakes wrapped around the demonic beast that had been strangled to death and returned to the surface. They had lost 2 of them, and the mission was complete. Fate was unpredictable. Sometimes they thought they were facing imminent disaster, only to have a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel, turning misfortune into fortune. Sometimes it felt like everything was going smoothly, only to have a treacherous situation that would capsize the boat. Everyone let out a sigh of relief and began discussing how to split up the demonic beast's skin, flesh, and bones. None of these items were cheap. The bones could be ground into powder for alchemy, while the fur could be used to forge artifacts. Even the flesh of demonic beasts could bring countless benefits to the body if consumed regularly. The cheers of the people in the city rang out in the surroundings, viewing them as heroes. Only Yu Zijian continued to hold her sword, lowering her head and frowning. However, all she heard were countless wails. The people she had killed with her sword chi rolled around and died. At this moment, a crisp cry jerked her back to her senses. A blue bird landed on her shoulder, chirping happily as if it was completely fearless of people. It was lively and filled with intelligence. As soon as Yu Zijian extended her hand, the blue bird pecked the tip of her finger gently with its vermilion beak. She could not help but smile. It doesn't fly when it sees people. Don't tell me it's a demon. Sun Yi said cautiously. How can it be? It doesn't have any demon chi. I was worried about whose pet it was, so it ran out. It seems like it likes you very much, Zijian. It was rare for Hua Chenglu to see her smile, so she rejoiced inside. Li Qingshan stood nearby, smiling faintly. They did not run into any more accidents. After contacting the 100 schools of thought, a new mission arrived very soon. It was already late now, so they decided to rest for the night. They carried out the necessary daily cultivation before setting off the next day. In the dead of night, Hua Chenglu sat with her legs crossed. After completing her cultivation, she saw Yu Zijian sitting in front of the window, holding her cheek and playing with the bluebird. Hua Chenglu was interested. Zijian, why aren't you cultivating? There's no hurry. Let's talk about it later. It seems to really like me. Yu Zijian stroked the bluebird's feathers. The moonlight shone on the window sill as she smiled faintly. Hua Chenglu faltered. In the end, she made up her mind and said, Zijian, let's go back. Why? Yu Zijian asked in confusion. Do you know why my brother suddenly allowed you to carry out missions? It's all because he wants to use you to force the sword collection palace. If this continues, you'll be in danger. Hua Chenglu finally could not hold back her guilt anymore. She cast down a formation in the room and told her the truth. However, the blue bird continued to flap its wings, perching on Yu Zijian's hand. After Hua Chenglu's close inspection, she confirmed that it was just a regular bird. There was nothing special about it. Li Qingshan sat on the eaves as he thought of something. Why was Zijian still connected to that bastard Fu Qingjin? How was she supposed to force him? Using me? Yu Zijian had almost forgotten about the man who fished with a sword. In a daze, she remembered that he had once wanted her to go to the Sword Collection Palace. The Sword Collection Palace seems to believe that you're the successor of the Violet Cloud's Sword of the 10 Renowned Swords, while the Violet Cloud's sword and the Green Ruin's sword are the twin swords of Yin and Yang. Once they appear together, forming a deep bond. Even if hundreds of thousands of people die, Fu Qingjin might not care, but as long as you're in danger, you can force him to take action and end this stalemate, allowing the 100 schools of thought to benefit even more from their conflict with the Demon Slayer, Hua Chenglu said in a single breath. On the eaves, Li Qingshan was already filled with shock. He never thought Yu Zijian would actually have such a deep bond with the Sword Collection Palace. If that was the case, his mission could be explained. Oh right, and what bullshit twin swords of Yin and Yang? With that, Li Qingshan suddenly felt displeased. Was that bastard Fu Qingjin worthy of her? What deep bond? Watch as I break this bond apart. However, upon further thought, he found it rather strange. Fu Qingjin had come to the Clear River Prefecture a long time ago, so why did he not take her to the Sword Collection Palace sooner? Why did he waste his time here? Even an idiot would know that cultivating in the Sword Collection Palace was much better. Yu Zijian smiled. I see. Chenglu, thank you for telling me. Thank you for coming with me. Hua Chenglu said, You're not allowed to thank me. You've even saved my life before. Why don't we leave right now? I'll go talk to my brother. If that doesn't work, you might as well go find Fu Qingjin. Stop thinking about that Niu Juxia or whatever. Didn't your father say he's fine? You can't just wait here for him forever. Li Qingshan suddenly understood. As it turned out, she had actually stayed behind because of him. His heart surged as warmth filled him. He was tempted to jump down right now and tell her his identity so that she no longer had to worry. However, after some thought, he held back. It was not just for the mission, nor was it for hiding his identity. If she really settled down, wouldn't she have to return to the Sword Collection Palace with Fu Qingjin? Yu Zijian smiled with some of her past radiance. Chenglu, aren't you afraid of your brother Qingzan the most? Since when have I ever been afraid of him? If I tell him to go east, he won't go west. It's all his fault this time, coming up with such a bad idea. I'll get him to apologize to you when we get back. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go. Hua Chenglu reddened as she said in disdain. Yu Zijian shook her head firmly and turned her down. Chenglu, you should go back. You shouldn't have come with me. I don't blame your brother. Instead, I feel a little grateful to him. If I had a use like that, why wouldn't I be useful? Hua Chenglu grabbed Yu Zijian's hand. What nonsense are you saying? Because of me, you've already. If you're injured again, I really don't know what I'll do. Yu Zijian said sternly, Niu Juxia told me to make a proper choice. I can't be as hesitant as my mother, or I'll regret it. I've never regretted saving you. Even if I had to choose again, it would be the same. Right now, this is my choice as well. Li Qingshan sighed slightly. She really had grown up, and she even treated his words so seriously. He smiled in a self-deprecating manner and looked at the moon. The choice was easy, but just how many people could bear the burden of their own choices? Hua Chenglu felt rather relieved inside. She returned to the bed and sat down. All right, I can't win against you. You actually believe that big, dark-skinned man. However, don't make me leave either. This is also my choice. If we really run into danger, we'll just die on the same day of the same month. Then she grumbled, What, Fu Qingjin? In my opinion, it's better if we work together. That's more suitable. Yu Zijin smiled. Then why don't we become sisters? Hua Chenglu's eyes lit up. All right, but you have to let me be the elder sister. I've had enough of being the younger sister already. On the windowsill, the blue bird let out a crisp cry and flapped its wings into the night sky. Chapter 454. Please remember the domain name of this website. Or here. Li Qingshan leaned against the roof and took out a gourd of alcohol with a smile. He tilted his head back and took a sip, watching the moonlight flow like water as the blue bird flew off into the horizon. Zijin, be careful! Hua Chenglu cried out. All she saw was a wild boar demon as tall as several people rushing towards Yu Zijin with two long, snow-white tusks protruding from its mouth. It was like a mad elephant. They faced a true demon during the mission this time. It was far more dangerous than the previous ones. Sun Yi and the others unleashed techniques that shone with light, but when they landed on the wild boar demon, they only managed to leave behind some shallow marks. Wherever the wild boar demon passed by, the buildings collapsed loudly and collapsed, opening up a path. The aura made everyone's expressions change drastically. Yu Zijin, who bore the brunt of the attack, remained extremely composed. The nine-yang sword in her hand turned into a streak of white light and flew towards the wild boar demon. The streak of light stabbed into the wild boar demon's blood-red right eye. The wild boar demon let out a wild howl and shook its huge head violently. Its tusks stabbed towards Yu Zijin's ribs. It was even willing to die with her. Even at a time like this, Yu Zijin showed no fear at all. Instead, there was a sense of calmness and relief. She had already experienced something even more terrifying than this. This was her choice. No matter what the outcome of her choice was, all she could do was accept it. The wild boar demon's swinging tail suddenly straightened, but no one noticed this detail due to its colossal body. All they saw was the wild boar demon suddenly come to a halt. The nine-yang sword pierced through its eye and head, reducing the wild boar demon's head to mush. Yu Zijin used this opportunity to leap up and leap over the wild boar demon. The colossal corpse fell to the ground loudly. Due to the great inertia, it flew another several dozen meters away, knocking down a small building before coming to a stop. Zijin, are you fine? That strike earlier was far too risky. Hua Chenglu rushed over as soon as Yu Zijin landed on the ground. She was both concerned and grumbling. If we still don't subdue it, who knows how many buildings will be destroyed and how many people will die. It's worth taking a little risk, Yu Zijin said. She felt rather confused. Just now was a moment of life and death. No one could sense the wild boar demon's pause more clearly than her. That feeling. It didn't look like the wild boar spirit had lost its balance after being heavily injured. Instead, it looked like it was affected by an external force. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and stood not far away with a smile. Just now, he had only casually pulled the wild boar's tail. Zijin, well done. Sun Yi and the others gathered over as well. After working together for a few missions, their opinion of Yu Zijin had changed drastically. He felt that she was not as timid as the rumors made her out to be. Instead, she had a kind of extraordinary courage. In many cases, even they had to admit their inferiority. But don't take this kind of risk again in the future. It's not something mortals can compare to. Sun Yi frowned. As usual, after killing the monsters, the people were like frightened mice and rabbits. They came out of their hiding places and looked at the scene from afar with timid expressions. I don't see any difference between them and us. It's not that I'm looking down on them. I was born a mortal too. It's just that only by staying alive can we kill even more demons and save even more people. Son, he said righteously. Senior brother is right. Zijin understands. Yu Zijin lowered her head. She did not argue with him, but she did not show any signs of regret either. It was just like saying, it's not that I'm looking down on you. Oftentimes, she really was looking down on them. To cultivators, treating mortals like ants seemed to be a form of talent. Even the weakest Qi practitioners could achieve that easily. However, she could not. This was far too difficult for her. She would feel sad when she saw others cry. This was her weakness as well as her choice. At this moment, a familiar cry rang out from the sky. A blue bird circled around as it descended, landing on the mountainous corpse of the wild boar demon. Yu Zijin smiled. You've come again. The blue bird seemed to be able to bring her luck. Looking at the sky, she felt like a guardian god was silently watching over her. The people in the city calmed down from their fear and gathered over. Their gazes towards her seemed like that of a god. The 100 schools of thought sent a message for them to return and rest. They all eased up inside. After being out for so long, they could finally set off on their return journey. Li Qingshan wondered, has Fu Qingjin already responded? During this period of cultivation, he had pushed forward the arts of the boundless ocean by quite a lot. After reaching foundation establishment, the effects of the body gradually diminished. The effects of meridians and acupoints had become almost non-existent. What was even more important was the connection and comprehension of the spiritual qi of the world, as well as a person's temperament. Yu Zijin waved her hand at the cheering people. She sat on the 9-yang sword and sped off in the direction of the 100 schools of thought. She said to the blue bird on her shoulder seriously, "Don't poop." She recovered some of her radiance and cheerfulness. Although a person's heart was weak, it would become stronger through constant tempering. After returning to the 100 schools of thought, they all returned to their own homes. Yu Zijin and Sun Yi returned to Wuwei Island. Halfway along the mountain path, they saw the slovenly Taoist priest standing in a pavilion on the mountainside. Yu Zijin said in surprise, "Master, why are you here?" Sun Yi clasped his hands. "Greetings, Master." The slovenly Taoist priest waved his hand and dismissed Sun Yi. He chuckled at Yu Zijin. "I'm obviously waiting for you. How's it going? Are you in a good mood? You don't look too bad." He studied Yu Zijin and smiled in satisfaction. Sun Yi felt indescribable admiration or even jealousy. As the person most likely to break through to Golden Core, the slovenly Taoist priest, Zhou Tong, was one of the most powerful figures in the entire Clear River Prefecture right now. Normally, he only cultivated in seclusion for the sake of breaking through. Even the leaders of the various schools could not see him whenever they wanted. Now, he had specially waited for her on the mountainside. What an honor! It's just a pure Yang constitution. This world sure is unfair. Sun Yi's heart ached. If he knew that a foundation establishment cultivator had been protecting her the entire time, and it had nothing to do with her talent or cultivation, his feelings would probably become even more mixed. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint Master this time. Yu Zijin pursed her lips. You've never disappointed me, even during that mission. Others think you're weak, but that's exactly where you're strong. You don't hold on to anything, and you're like a fly for personal gain, so you obviously won't understand. What I'm afraid of the most is that the matter will ruin your temperament. The slovenly Taoist priest shook his head gently as he looked at the lake of dragons and snake. Divine swords can only be forged after repeated tempering. Something like fate isn't a good blacksmith. Sometimes, a single strike from the hammer can turn a treasured sword into a piece of scrap metal. I don't have to worry now that I've seen you like this. Girl, work hard. You're not an ordinary piece of metal. Once I undergo another heavenly tribulation, I'll formally accept you as my disciple. There were countless disciples in the school of Taoism, but aside from Juchenzi, only she had received such a promise from him. Li Qingshan returned to the Chain Mountains. The skeleton demons were like monkeys, running around and playing around in the large cavern. These skeleton demons were extremely interesting. They were like clones of Little, and that he could control at any time, but they also possessed their own intelligence and even intelligence. After being taught a few lessons by Little Anne, they no longer dared to provoke Li Qingshan when they saw him again. They moved to one side obediently. Little Anne waved her hand, and the skeleton demons all turned into prayer beads, returning to her slender, white wrist. There were exactly 17 of them. She only needed one more, and she would be able to assemble the 18 skull prayer beads into a formation. Meanwhile, the bones beneath her flesh and blood became even more translucent. They shone with a hidden Buddhist nature. She had also reached the juncture of the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty. Li Qingshan smiled. Looks like this game of chess is about to come to an end. Even though no one had realized this. Once the time was right, the two of them would work together to defeat Strong Stone, kill Blood Shadow, destroy the Demon Slayer, and kill Fu Qingjin, putting an end to this war. Afterwards, he could reunite with Han Qiongji and spend more time with Little Anne. He could write some novels and accumulate some power of will. Right, he had to learn how to forge artifacts as well. It was rare for him to obtain such an arcane artifact, the Copper Cauldron. There was no need for him to be so busy. Just as he was picturing the beautiful future, Little Anne interrupted his beautiful dream. Yesterday afternoon, Chu Danqing came to find you. He said that what you wanted was done. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. He picked up Little Anne and kissed her. He smiled. My good stuff is here. In the 100 schools of thought, in the school of painting, Chu Sherdao could no longer get off his bed. Not only was his face haggard, but even his eyes were starting to turn turbid. He stared at the liquid in the small bottle. As his arms were trembling, the golden liquid was also trembling. Feeling a little excited, he asked Ru Xian. This is, Ru Xian said. That's right. It's the water of oblivion that you wanted, Senior. I've tried it, and it's quite effective. That's great. Miss Ru Xian, you're indeed a master of medicine refinement. No wonder that old man Huasi is full of praises for you. Cough, cough, cough. Before Chu Sherdao could finish, he started coughing, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Master! Chu Danqing looked worried. He sat by the bed and caressed Chu Sherdao's back. He injected spiritual qi into Chu Sherdao to calm his breathing. Foolish child, don't waste your cultivation needlessly. Chu Sherdao's withered hand grabbed Chu Danqing's arm. At this moment, he became very determined. Right now, he was like a bottomless bucket. No matter how much water was poured into it, it would be futile. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Junior Li Qingshan is here to pay his respects. Just nice, he's here too. Chu Sherdao grinned. One could vaguely see that almost all of his teeth had fallen out. When Li Qingshan entered the abode and saw Chu Sherdao's appearance, he was shocked. His joy dissipated quite a bit. With a serious expression, he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for the trouble, master." Chu Sherdao did not take out his 100 treasures pouch, but from under his pillow, he took out a scroll painting and handed it to Li Qingshan. What do you think? Just like the cursive sword calligraphy that Li Qingshan had obtained in the Black Wind Mountain stronghold, this scroll painting looked ordinary and did not have any spiritual qi or spirit light. However, when he slowly unfolded the scroll painting, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart and his hair stood on end. It was a situation that would only happen when he encountered danger. When the scroll painting was completely unfolded, he did not have time to look at it in detail. A sharp sword intent attacked the center of his brows. P.S. I'm a man of my word. I'll listen to the voices of the readers. There won't be any more 2,000 character updates in the future. I still have to work hard in this world. It's almost the new year, and it's almost the end of the month. Please support me with your monthly votes and accompany me to take another step forward. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to give me a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. For the latest and fastest chapters, please log in. Reading is a pleasure. I suggest you keep it. Chapter 455. In a daze, he saw a person brandishing a sword and stabbing at him. A gleam of light flashed through Li Qingshan's eyes, and the spirit turtle suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness, suppressing the sword intent. Meanwhile, the sword-wielding figure turned into ink and dispersed. Only then was he able to see clearly that the brush strokes on the scroll were jagged. Each sword stroke was a stroke, and each stroke was a sword stroke. In an instant, 100 swords flew out at the same time, brandishing a set of world-shaking and peerless swordplay. However, there were still flaws, and he was unable to see everything clearly. However, with just these few strokes, it was as if one could see the true power of the Qilin dragon's claws. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. This was a real magic tool. Although it's only an inferior arcane artifact, its power is likely not inferior to that of an ordinary low-grade arcane artifact. The more I repair it, the more I understand the 5 Absolutes Immortals' unparalleled talent. Qingshan, your strength will definitely increase greatly once you obtain it. Chu Shidao sighed emotionally. Thank you, Senior. Li Qingshan put away the cursive sword calligraphy and bowed deeply. Chu Shidao waved his hand with a smile. There's no need to thank me. I'm a little tired. You two can leave first. After Li Qingshan and Ru Xian had left, Chu Shidao said, Danqing, from what I can see, this child Qingshan is chivalrous, bold and unconstrained. He places great importance on gratitude and grudges. His future is limitless. With this karma, you can ask him for help if you encounter any difficulties. He won't refuse. Master. Chu Danqing's heart warmed. He was speechless. So all of this was for him. Those senior brothers and sisters of yours are not kind people. You have to deal with them calmly. Don't be in a hurry to search for the painting tomb. These words, which seemed to be his last words, immediately made Chu Danqing's eyes red. Chu Shidao smiled. Silly child, don't be sad. Life and death are all fated. Go out, I want to talk to your mistress. After leaving the school of painting, Li Qingshan said to Ru Xian, I didn't think I would really refine it for you. Why have you been ignoring me? Ru Xian looked back and asked curiously, Who are you? Li Qingshan was stunned. He stepped forward and pulled her sleeve. What do you mean? I don't even know you. Please don't pester me. Ru Xian unhappily shook off his hand. He flew away on his flying artifact. Li Qingshan's figure flashed and he chased after her, keeping pace with her. He pointed at his own nose and said, I am Li Qingshan, don't tell me you don't recognize me. Seeing Ru Xian's unfamiliar face, he said in surprise, Don't tell me you drank the water of oblivion. Perhaps. I forgot. However, since I've forgotten, there's nothing to remember. No matter what disputes we had in the past, let's write it off. Goodbye, fellow Taoist Qingshan. Ru Xian cupped her hands after she finished speaking. Then, she decisively sped up and flew away. Li Qingshan stared blankly at her receding figure for a while. Suddenly, he came back to his senses and cursed, Write it off my ass. Bastard woman. How many spirit herbs did you take from me? Spit them all out. The faraway Ru Xian's lips curled into a smile. This guy was getting smarter and smarter. It really wasn't easy to fool him even once. Li Qingshan spent a Herculean effort and almost attacked Ru Xian's mountain gate. Only then did he complete his journey to demand payment. However, Ru Xian kept saying, "I don't know who you are. But since you insist on saying that these things are yours, I'll give them to you." In the end, Li Qingshan even wondered if she really drank the water of oblivion. She had forgotten about him. After obtaining these medicinal pills, Li Qingshan went into seclusion in his cave for 3 to 5 days to convert them into cultivation. Since he had nothing to do, he studied the sword intent in the cursive sword calligraphy with little Anne. Yu Zijian's group set off once again. As a babysitter, Li Qingshan could only set off again. The missions this time were clearly much more difficult than the last. The group encountered danger again and again. If it were not for Li Qingshan's secret protection, there probably would have been casualties already. Li Qingshan knew that Hua Sengzan was forcing Fu Qingjin to back down. He had probably even factored in Hua Qinglu's confession and Yu Zijian's reaction into it, forcing Fu Qingjin to back down and admit defeat. Winter had already passed, and spring had arrived. The ground warmed up. Yu Zijian flew above the clear river. The two banks were verdant. "Junior sister Yu, Jiaping City is up ahead," Sunny said. "Yep." Yu Zijian nodded. After the trials of life-threatening danger again and again, she had become more and more composed. Her cultivation that had remained stagnant for so long had finally broken through once more. Now, she had reached the 8th layer. With her supreme-grade spiritual artifact, the 9-yang sword, she seemed to be the leader of the group. No one dared to treat her carelessly anymore. Gazing at the city vaguely in the distance, Li Qingshan felt something. "I never thought I'd have the opportunity to return here." The river flowed and suddenly curved. The scenery on the two banks turned into small bridges, flowing water and people. After 3 years of war, Jiaping City was no longer as prosperous as before. However, the city was still standing, and its scale remained. The iron hawk on the mountain continued to glare angrily at them, ready to soar. However, the other structures on the mountain were heavily damaged. The Hawkwolf Guard here had already been disbanded. Without the protection of powerful formations and powerful cultivators stationed here, even dealing with regular demons would be rather difficult. They would just be sitting ducks if they stayed behind. Li Qingshan landed on a building and gazed at the entire city. He thought of some matters of the past and sighed inside. However, this only lasted for a moment. He dismissed his thoughts and expanded his senses, but he did not sense the existence of demon qi in the city. As it seemed, the demons that had caused trouble had already left. There was no need for him to keep such a close watch on them this time. However, he could sense the existence of qi practitioners in the city. He leapt off the building and glided to a garden. The surrounding scenery was rather familiar. With a thought, he realized this was the government office. Li Qingshan arrived in the garden silently and saw a person sitting beside a pond, cultivating. As a result, he revealed himself and smiled. "Sir Zhou, long time no see." Zhou Wenbin looked back in surprise and saw a tall man standing nearby. They were so close, yet he had actually failed to sense him at all. Even now, he did not give off any of his aura at all, and his face was extremely familiar. Only when he heard him speak did he suddenly remember. "You're Li Qingshan." The teenager of the past had already completely become a grown man. His face was bronze, and his nose bridge was high. His gaze was solemn, and his bearing was solemn. Every single movement he made possessed an indescribable bearing, enough to win people's hearts. "I heard you've already established a foundation. Is that true?" Zhou Wenbin was well informed. He had heard many rumors about Li Qingshan the entire time, but when he heard that Li Qingshan had established a foundation, he still found it rather difficult to believe even now. When he first met him, He was only an insignificant first-layer Qi practitioner. How long had it been? It's only been a while. Hasn't Sir's cultivation progressed as well? The young really are to be feared. Compared to you, I'm basically wasting my time. Zhou Wenbin stood up in a hurry and invited Li Qingshan to take a seat. The two of them sat across from each other and chatted about what had happened after they parted. Zhou Wenbin was obviously somewhat reserved when facing Li Qingshan. The difference in status between Qi practitioners and Foundation establishment cultivators was like heaven and earth. Unless there was an extremely deep relationship, there was no such thing as equality. No matter how many years of cultivation or how old one was, Qi practitioners had to call Foundation establishment cultivators senior when they saw them. Even though Li Qingshan was not arrogant, it still filled Zhou Wenbin with discomfort. As he gazed at his junior of the past, in just a few years, Li Qingshan had leapt up in a single bound, reaching a height that he could never reach. It would be impossible for him not to feel a hint of jealousy or injustice. Li Qingshan had originally come to visit an old place to reminisce about the old days with an old friend. However, after a conversation, he couldn't help but feel that things were still the same, but people had changed. There was already a chasm between them, and they could no longer converse with each other. Thus, they stopped talking and prepared to stand up and leave. At this moment, Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. As long as he stood on the ground, he would develop a close connection with the earth. At this moment, he sensed that something had emerged from underground. Hua Chenglu wielded the demon-seeking disc and led Yu Zijian and the others through the streets and alleys, searching for traces of demons. The needle on the disc would move around from time to time, sensing the lingering demon Qi left behind by demons before returning to normal. They searched until they arrived in a bustling market. Originally, it was bustling with people, but with their arrival, it immediately quietened down. The passers-by all stopped and stared at them without blinking. The owners and employees of the shops on the side of the road all gave up on their business and came out to take a look. The existence of cultivators was not exactly a secret, but beauties like them were rare. Hua Chenglu had already grown accustomed to gazes like this. She remained composed and only stared at the disc in her hand. Only when she saw how the needle did not move did she raise her head. "Looks like we've missed this time." "Fair enough. We can rest for a while." Yu Zijin raised her head and searched for the blue bird. However, everyone's gazes towards them changed silently. Cultivators are all unreachable existences. With my identity, all I can do is look at beauties like them. Who knows which man will take advantage of them in the future? I hate this. Since I can't obtain them, they're better off dead. The waiter at the entrance of a restaurant suddenly became furious. They really are two beauties. Why are they so beautiful? I heard that cultivators can maintain their youth forever. That's far too unfair. I really want to scratch their faces and see if they can still smile. A middle-aged woman in a brothel ground her teeth in jealousy. Vicious thoughts sprang up one by one. Old Li next door borrowed money from me, and he still hasn't returned it. That's far too despicable. Bastards like him are better off dead. An old man carrying a birdcage suddenly thought. Don't hit me. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. A child who had been pressed against the bench by his mother and spanked viciously suddenly let out a furious roar. He began to struggle desperately as his eyes became bloodshot. With a flash of thought, killing intent sprang up. At that moment, everyone's gazes were filled with malice and killing intent. Hua Chenglu only looked at the disc in her hand. It spun rapidly like it was spasming, becoming faster and faster. Her face changed. Be careful, everyone. There's demon Qi approaching. It's tremendous and very dangerous. Rumble. The ground shook gently. Wild laughter rang out from underground. Ha 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 ha, kill. Kill. Kill to your heart's content. Chapter 456. The ground cracked open, and a huge boulder burst out. An invisible, terrifying power swept through the entire city in a single instant. In everyone's eyes, the sky turned blood-red. What was dyed red was not the sky, but their eyes. Whether they were men or women, young or old, their eyes all shone with red light from their bloodshot eyes. In the bustling city, everyone went berserk, roaring as they lunged at the people around them. Their eyes bulged as they gritted their teeth, as if they were facing a great enemy that they could not reconcile with. "Oh no, it's the rock demons." Sun Yi's expression changed drastically. He swung his sword and killed a few people who lunged at him. It was rumored that wherever the rock demons went, people would go on a rampage. The rock demons did not even need to do anything to slaughter an entire city. "Let's go." Hua Chenglu also felt restless. She swallowed a pill that set her mind at ease and said anxiously. Before she had even finished speaking, a voice rang out from below, "Where are we going?" The ground rippled like water, and Strong Stone emerged. He stared at them with a vicious smile, as if he was looking at a group of dolls. He showed no intentions of fighting at all. Killing them was very easy, but Strong Stone wanted to incite their killing intent and baleful aura before killing them and turning them into food. Sun Yi was filled with fear, but under Strong Stone's gaze, his fear turned into hysterical hatred and killing intent very quickly. He charged at Strong Stone. Strong Stone swung his fist gently, and with a bang, Sun Yi's head shattered like a watermelon. Red and white dyed Strong Stone's body. He laughed aloud. The remaining two Qi practitioners could not endure it any longer and charged over as well. They were ripped apart by Strong Stone like a doll. Their slippery organs scattered across the ground. Strong Stone licked the blood on his hand and admired the slaughter that could be seen everywhere. They were admiring the slaughter that could be seen everywhere. In just an instant, tens of thousands of people had killed each other. Immediately, Jiaping City turned into a bloody hell. Baleful aura surged into the sky. Strong Stone sucked in a deep breath and absorbed the baleful aura into his body, merging it with his demon qi. The rock of slaughter became even more powerful. Strong Stone suddenly sensed something. He looked in the direction of the government office. There were other Qi practitioners. His arm rapidly enlarged and stabbed into the ground. A crack extended into the distance. How could Li Qingshan not recognize this familiar demonic Qi? He said to Zhou Wenbin, "Quickly run." His body flashed as he flew in the direction of the demonic Qi. Just as he flew for a short distance, a crack appeared from afar. Deep in the county office, there was a huge hand made of earth and stone that was several feet long. It suddenly emerged from the ground. He grabbed hold of Zhou Wenbin, who was about to escape. Between his fingers, he called out to Li Qingshan, "Save." But before he could finish speaking, the giant hand closed and squeezed lightly, crushing Zhou Wenbin into dust. The attack was a success, and the giant earthen hand collapsed and shattered, leaving behind only a pile of blood and flesh. Li Qingshan felt that this was a thorny problem. It wasn't that they were afraid of Strong Stone's power. Protecting two Qi practitioners was easier said than done. Even if he revealed his demon form, it would not be easy, especially under such circumstances. However, he could not think too much about it. The buildings on the street receded rapidly, and they arrived in the busy city in the blink of an eye. The busy city was no longer noisy. Instead, it was deathly silent. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses were strewn across the ground. It was a ghastly sight. Only when he saw that Yu Zijian and Hua Chenglu were still alive did Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief. He hid his presence even more carefully and approached them slowly. Hua Chenglu used the power of the Pill of Tranquility to endure arduously, fending off the invasion of the killing intent. However, she knew that she was probably done for this time. Who knew how many times she had heard about the infamy of the rock demon? Even Foundation establishment cultivators might not necessarily be able to survive if they ran into him. Zijian, looks like we're really going to die on the same day, month, and year. When he looked at Yu Zijin again, she seemed to be scared silly by the sight before her. She stood there like a statue. Strong Stone let out a gentle interjection of surprise and looked at Yu Zijin's face. She had not been infected by the power of the Rock of Slaughter, turning into a murderous madwoman. She did not give off any murderousness or malice at all. Why? Yu Zijin's voice was hoarse. Her memories from 3 years ago flooded over. The sight before her seemed to be a replica of that moment. Countless living people had died horrible deaths right before her. Indescribable pain filled her chest, drowning out her hatred and fury. When she said that, her face was already covered in tears. It was like she was talking to Strong Stone, but it also seemed like she was questioning herself. There's no reason. Do you hate me? If you hate me, then come and kill me. Strong Stone was rather confused. She was a mere Qi practitioner, yet she was completely unaffected by the Rock of Slaughter. He extended his hand and aimed it at Yu Zijin. He withdrew all of his power and released it at Yu Zijin. Her heart beat violently, urging her master to go on a killing spree. Yu Zijin moved, but she did not charge over madly like Sun Yi and the others. Instead, she stood up, wiped away her tears, and drew the 9-yang sword. The midday sunlight flowed over the blade like water. The tip of the sword was aimed at an enemy she could not defeat. Her gaze was pained and determined, without the slightest hint of madness or fear. Very interesting. It'll be even more interesting when I kill you. Strong Stone laughed aloud. There was a flash of white light, and the 9-yang sword slashed toward Strong Stone's indestructible body. Hua Chenglu widened her eyes. She could already foresee the fate of her sword breaking and her death. Strong Boulder just opened his arms. He paid no attention to the attack at all. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he raised his arm as if he wanted to block it, but it was already too late. The 9-yang sword landed on him. His huge body spun like a spinning top as he flew out, crashing into dozens of houses in a row with a rumble. Even Yu Zijin was taken aback by how powerful her attack was. However, Hua Chenglu clearly saw a tall, large figure flash by. Before they could even return to their senses, they felt their waists tighten, and the scenery around them rapidly receded. Li Qingshan no longer cared about concealing himself. He wrapped his arm around their waists and fled into the distance as quickly as he could. Just now, he had taken advantage of Strong Stone's carelessness and dealt him a blow. However, he had not injured him to the core. His priority right now was to take them to a safe place as soon as possible. All Hua Chenglu saw was shimmering water, which revealed Li Qingshan's figure. She said in surprise, "You've been following us the entire time?" Normally, it was impossible for reinforcements to arrive so quickly. The only explanation was that he had been following them the entire time. That way, it made sense for him to avert danger a few times. After 3 years, Yu Zijin saw Li Qingshan again. However, she immediately thought of something else. "He's Niu Juxia?" Li Qingshan said. "Now's not the time to talk about that. He's coming again." Hua Chenglu looked over. With a great rumble, Strong Stone shot through the rubble and roof tiles like a cannonball, shooting towards the horizon. The rings of earth had yet to disperse. He was like a meteor again, descending from the sky and tearing through the air. Strong Stone stared at Li Qingshan. He was extremely furious. In a moment of carelessness, he had actually fallen into a trap by a human. He surged with murderousness like a star of death had fallen from the sky. If it were some other time, Li Qingshan would be very willing to fight Strong Stone to the death, but now was not quite the time. However, it would be very difficult for him to escape Strong Stone's pursuit with his human cultivation alone. Suddenly, he saw the ripples in front of him. He had arrived on the clear river again. With an idea, Li Qingshan dove headfirst into the clear river. The river suddenly began to surge, rushing against the current and turning into a huge dragon. It opened its mouth and roared towards Strong Stone. Strong Boulder did not care at all. The water dragon's bite landed on his body, but it did not even leave behind a mark. He released his demon chi and directly pierced the water dragon, smashing it into the clear river loudly. Not only did the shockwave empty the water, but it also destroyed all the structures on the two banks. The bottom of the river was empty, but there was no trace of Li Qingshan, Hua Qinglu, or Hua Qinglu. The water dragon that had been destroyed fell down as rain before suddenly turning into a great mist, enveloping them. The mist was so thick that it was like cotton. It was impossible to see anything. Not only did it obstruct their vision, but it also affected their senses and auras. Child's play. Strong Stone snorted coldly. Malice surged out from his body, and the mist immediately began to disperse. He could vaguely make out three figures fleeing into the distance. They were Li Qingshan, Yu Zijian, and Hua Qinglu. Strong Stone leapt up and landed heavily on Li Qingshan's back. However, the moment he touched Li Qingshan, the three of them dispersed like mist. Just a moment ago, Strong Stone could clearly sense the auras of living people from them. With a boom, Strong Boulder smashed open a huge pit in the ground, which made him even more annoyed. He had seen and killed many Foundation establishment cultivators before, but he had never been fooled twice like this. He had not even seen them in person before. With this delay, they had probably fled far away already. The sunlight shone directly, casting a figure on Strong Stone's face. Strong Stone suddenly raised his head, only to see Li Qingshan appear. He just stood on the edge of the pit with his sword in hand, looking at him. "Are you the rock demon?" However, Li Qingshan had used the waterfall, water dragon, and mist blockade technique. Then, he had used the divine talisman of great creation to materialize illusions and flee in the opposite direction, attracting Strong Stone's attention. Then, he used the invisibility technique to hide Yu Zijian and Hua Qinglu, suppressing their auras as well. In a single moment, they had already fled several thousand meters away. Listening to the tremors in the distance, Hua Qinglu eased up. The rock demon was terrifying, but this man was extraordinarily powerful. But at this moment, Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly stopped and summoned a cloud with a wave of his hand. He placed them on it before turning around. Hua Qinglu asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to kill the rock demon, of course," Li Qingshan said like it was a matter of course. A chance encounter was not as good as an invitation. Who cared if the time was right or not? Meeting him was fate. "Just you?" Hua Qinglu said. The horror of the rock demon was deeply rooted in her heart. Even the mid-Foundation establishment One Thought Master had fallen to its hands in the past, yet Li Qingshan was only at early Foundation establishment. Going there this time was basically suicide. Of course not. Li Qingshan pointed out, and a streak of green light streaked across the horizon. Fu Qingjin finally could not help but take action. Li Qingshan could smell something called opportunity from this, so he returned to the side of the pit. Strong Stone leapt out of the pit and directly lunged at Li Qingshan. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. A streak of green light stabbed towards the back of his head. "Fu Qingjin!" Strong Stone bellowed out furiously. He was extremely familiar with the sword chi. Even without using his eyes, he knew who it was. He dared not treat the Green Ruin's sword like a regular weapon. Suddenly, an armor of earth and stone appeared on the surface of his body. The sword chi penetrated 3 inches before dispersing. Strong Stone's murderous, beady eyes only stared at Li Qingshan. He had decided to kill this person who had launched a sneak attack against him regardless of the consequences. P.S. I'm really not feeling well today. Perhaps it's because I've returned to the north so suddenly, so I'm not too used to it. I feel like I've caught a cold. Chapter 457. In the Chain Mountains, Qing Zhao's dwelling. Search reading nest. The final prayer bead was forged. The 18 prayer beads revolved above little Anne's head, forming a wondrous formation. Suddenly, they all turned into skulls at the same time, spitting flames at little Anne. The flames peeled off the flesh on Xiao An's body bit by bit, revealing the sparkling white bones inside. Under the burning of the flames, the bones became more and more transparent, as if they were carved out of white jade, but they had more Buddhist light and spirituality than jade. Little Anne brought her palms together like a Buddhist disciple receiving a precept. However, she did not kneel. Instead, she gazed at the sky. The roaring flames in her eye sockets seemed to be able to pierce through the thick rock, gazing at the halls of the Buddhas in the Western paradise. Regular skeletons would give off a terrifying feeling, but when she stood there, she seemed dignified and righteous. Little Anne lowered her head slowly. The flames draped over her, making her seem like a colorful kasaya. She murmured inside. She thought to herself, right now, I swear that I have not come here to destroy the Buddhas, nor to slaughter all life. I only wish to help him ascend to the 9 heavens and accompany him. With this vow, the flames vanished. The 18 skulls turned back into 18 skull prayer beads, returning to her slender, white wrist. The first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty, success. The entrance to Qing Zhao's dwelling swung open loudly. With a flash, little Anne took off into the air, flying towards Li Qingshan's location. Faced with strong stone's frenzied attacks, Li Qingshan did not dodge at all. The moment the fist landed, he turned into water and scattered. Strong Stone's vicious smile froze slightly. Only then did he realize he had been tricked again. This was a water element technique. Although the effects of this clone were incomparable to his innate ability, mirror image. However, it was no problem for him to attract some firepower. Li Qingshan used the illusory water sword of invisibility again and concealed himself, retreating to a safe distance. Fu Qingjin glanced in his direction. The Green Ruins sword thundered and produced a Green Ruins illusion, enveloping Strong Stone. Strong Stone roared, Fu Qingjin, don't you have any other tricks? Just this move alone won't be able to injure this elder. Baleful energy surged crazily, as if it had substance. The Green Ruins illusion immediately began to distort. At this time, Li Qingshan suddenly received a message from little Anne. He knew that she had refined 18 prayer bead. Having reached the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty, he was overjoyed, and his eyes immediately filled with confidence. The time has come. His strongest helper has finally arrived. Li Qingshan sent a message to little Anne to hide first and wait for an opportunity. Little Anne nodded slightly. He turned around and threw himself to the ground. The white bone sword danced like a sword wheel and pierced through the ground. Then he looked at the Green Ruins illusion. Fu Qingjin and Strong Stone's intense battle seemed like neither of them could do anything to the other. Strong Stone was clad in stone armor, so the sword chi of the Green Ruins sword could no longer do anything to him. Even if it could pierce through the stone armor, it could not harm him. The only thing he feared was the Green Ruins sword itself. However, if it landed on his body, it would only leave behind a mark. As long as it was not a fatal wound, he would immediately recover with a surge of demon chi. Even with Fu Qingjin's supreme swordsmanship, he was rather helpless against him. Meanwhile, Fu Qingjin was in the Green Ruins illusion. He was basically undefeatable. No matter how many times his body was struck, it would only disperse as green light before reassembling once more. He was indifferent. Clearly, even the power of the Rock of Slaughter was unable to affect the will of the Green Ruins sword. By isolating Strong Stone from absorbing the spiritual chi of the world, he might have been able to emerge victorious if he just kept dragging things out. However, under the assault of Strong Stone's murderous aura, the Green Ruins illusion gradually began to distort and shatter. Holes would appear from time to time. If strong stone wanted to flee, probably no one would be able to stop him. Fu Qingjin used his fingers like a sword and stroked the Green Ruins sword. He chanted, "Myriad sword technique." Thousands of Green Ruins swords shot through the air. The blades thrummed as sword chi surged. Strong stone's beady eyes shone brightly. He was unable to absorb the spiritual chi of the world here, so he probably would be at a disadvantage if he continued fighting. He laughed madly. "I'll play with you next time." Black murderous aura condensed on his fist, and he threw it to the right. The palace twisted like a backdrop, creating a huge hole, revealing the scenery outside the Green Ruins illusion. However, the first person Strong Stone saw was not anyone else, but Li Qingshan. "You think you can stop me?" Strong Stone leapt out and threw a punch at Li Qingshan. With just his cultivation at early foundation establishment, Li Qingshan did not have the right to stop Strong Stone. Whether it was the illusory water sword of invisibility or the arts of the boundless ocean, it was very difficult for him to harm Strong Stone, let alone kill him. Li Qingshan shook his hand, and the cursive sword calligraphy unfurled in the wind. Thousands of ink strokes intertwined together, and a sword as black as ink burst out of the paper. The stone fist and the ink sword collided. There was no sound at all, and the ink sword dispersed silently. Strong Stone's all-annihilating aura had been forcefully severed by the sword intent. At the same time, he felt an extremely sharp sword chi pierce through his tough stone skin, directly entering his body. It pierced through the layers of demon chi and directly shot towards his demon core. He was alarmed. Li Qingshan slowly raised his hand. The rising tide form, the sea of chi in his dantian was like a great tide, surging endlessly. The cloud parting form, the tide turned into a tsunami, connecting the sky and earth. It soared into the sky and parted the clouds. It was unstoppable. He slammed his palm against Strong Stone's chest, and blue light rippled out like waves. It was a dazzling array of colors. Strong Stone was forcefully slammed back into the Green Ruins illusion. Fu Qingjin glanced at Li Qingshan in admiration. He did not waste this opportunity. The hole that Strong Stone had created immediately closed up. Strong Stone was furious. He opened his mouth and spat out some rock fragments, forcefully forcing out the sword chi, but he also suffered some internal injuries. When he turned around again, he could no longer find any trace of Li Qingshan. All he could see were countless Green Ruins swords arranged around Strong Stone, surrounding him from all directions. "Pardon!" Fu Qingjin ordered, and the swords fell like rain. The swords spun around like serrated blades, tearing apart Strong Stone's stone armor layer by layer. After slamming Strong Stone back with a palm strike, Li Qingshan immediately swallowed a chi recovery pill and sat down to recover his spiritual chi. The palm strike was powerful, but it was extremely taxing on his spiritual chi. Coupled with the arcane artifact, the cursive sword calligraphy, he had directly used up 30% of his spiritual chi. If they actually fought, he was not Strong Stone's opponent at all. It was impossible for him to defeat Strong Stone as an early foundation establishment cultivator. However, it was not difficult for him to do some odd jobs and support him from the side. If he wanted to reap the benefits, he needed to keep Strong Stone here and keep dragging it out with Fu Qingjin. However, after this experiment, he was very satisfied with the power of the cursive sword calligraphy. Even with Strong Stone's defenses, he was still injured. If a regular foundation establishment cultivator had received this attack, they would be dead already. Strong Stone's vicious smile vanished. His armor had been cut to pieces, and he was covered in even more sword wounds. Without the replenishment of the spiritual chi of the world, his demon chi was nowhere near as powerful as before, so the rate at which his wounds healed was obviously much slower. Strong Boulder let out a furious roar, and his arms extended to 10 times their original size, like 2 huge stone pillars. They began to dance about madly, shattering the surrounding green ruins' swords and sending them flying. He circulated his baleful aura and threw a punch downwards. As long as he made contact with the ground, he would be able to escape. The reason why he could massacre countless cities, earn the name of the Rock Demon, and survive countless battles without anyone being able to stop him was because of this innate ability. When their strength was similar, it was very difficult to stop his opponent from escaping. Fu Qingjin was powerless as well. The green ruins illusion burst open once again, but what Strong Boulder saw was not the ground that he was looking for. Instead, it was surging water. The place where Fu Qingjin had cast the green ruins illusion was close to the clear river. In order to prevent Strong Stone from escaping, Li Qingshan had just dug a huge hole in the ground beneath the green ruins illusion before drawing in the water. Li Qingshan floated in the water, holding the unfurled cursive sword calligraphy in his hand. The ink sword shot out. Strong Stone was unwilling to take it head-on, but the ink sword was as fast as lightning, and Li Qingshan had been caught off guard. At such a close distance, in such a narrow space, how was he supposed to dodge it? Strong Boulder was infuriated. He completely ignored the ink sword that shot towards his chest. His body swelled up, crushing down on Li Qingshan like a mountain. His two stone arms reached for Li Qingshan's shoulders. As long as he could kill him or force him back underground, he could obviously force out the sword chi with ease and recover from his injuries. Vortex form. Li Qingshan pushed out with his hands. The water surged and spun rapidly, turning into two huge vortexes that wrapped around Strong Stone's arms. He used softness to overcome toughness, nullifying Strong Stone's terrifying strength layer by layer. Strong Stone's arms swelled up once again, and the terrifying strength directly tore apart the vortexes. Before absolute strength, all techniques were powerless. Just when he was a hair's breadth away from Li Qingshan's shoulders, Strong Stone sneered. When the time comes, all he has to do is rip. Of course, with his demon form, Li Qingshan obviously would not die on the spot, but Fu Qingjin would notice something. At this moment, the divine talisman of great creation suddenly lit up. A third hand extended from Li Qingshan's chest, rapidly growing and extending like a vine. At first glance, this hand seemed a little similar to Chu Tian's palm of the 5 elements, but it was much smaller. It was even slightly smaller than Li Qingshan's own arm, and it did not just have 5 colors either. Instead, it was a riot of colors. However, it was exactly this tiny hand that pressed against Strong Stone's chest. Strong Boulder's indestructible, gray, stone skin actually caved in slightly. Afterwards, Strong Stone was slapped back into the green ruins illusion once more, filled with reluctance. The door to escape closed once more. This is the power of belief. Fu Qingjin was taken aback before returning to his senses. Only then did he remember Li Qingshan's identity as a disciple of the school of novels. He smiled. I see. With his assistance, perhaps I really do have a chance to kill Strong Stone here. This was the most primitive way to use the power of belief. It did not need to conjure anything. It could be directly used to attack or defend. He could only use it after refining the divine talisman of great creation again. Its effects were even better than Li Qingshan had anticipated. However, it consumed quite a lot of power of belief as well, which made him feel rather pained. There was nothing he could do about it. This was how it felt to use a one-time use power like this. Li Qingshan said, "Fellow Fu, that's all I can help you with. The rest will be up to you. Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 458. Fu Qingjin nodded slightly. This was indeed an unprecedented opportunity to kill Strong Stone. A mere early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator was actually able to forcefully block Strong Stone twice. This was truly astonishing. That arcane artifact seemed to be no ordinary item. Without waiting for strong stone to force out the sword chi, Fu Qingjin became one with his sword and charged forward, clashing with strong stone. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. He closed the cursive sword calligraphy and sat down to meditate to recover his chi. Although the cursive sword calligraphy was powerful, it also consumed a shocking amount of spiritual chi. If it wasn't for the fact that the arts of the boundless ocean provided a large amount of spiritual chi and an extremely fast recovery rate, a normal cultivation technique might not be able to support it. Even now, he couldn't use it consecutively. He had to recover his chi every time he used it. However, he still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. Within his body, a sword as black as ink floated above his sea of chi. After Li Qingshan had obtained the cursive sword calligraphy from Chu Sherdao, he had refined it again. Now, he could also store the sword chi within the cursive sword calligraphy into his sea of chi, ready for use. However, it was no longer a messy 100 strands of sword chi. Instead, it had fused into a single black sword. Li Qingshan had yet to test its might, but he believed that it would be able to give any enemy a pleasant surprise when paired with the illusory water sword of invisibility. At this moment, strong stone suddenly let out a wild roar, piercing through the green ruins illusion and reaching the horizon. A moment later, the earth began to shake. Looking down from the sky, one could see huge bumps bulging out of Jiaping City. Earth and stone cracked, buildings were destroyed, and waves of demonic chi spread out. The place where Li Qingshan was meditating was also pushed up. With a rumble, the earth split open, and a blood-red tongue stretched out towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Strong stone finally couldn't help but summon his subordinate. These 7 or 8 waves of demonic chi were all powerful demon generals. He used the wave-treading form to avoid the long tongue. Using the illusory water sword of invisibility, he turned invisible and retracted his aura. Each of them was a giant creature that was more than 100 feet tall. All of them drilled out of the ground in their true bodies, some resembling toads. Some of them resembled wolves, while others had strange forms. It was impossible to tell what kind of wild beasts they had originally been. All of them opened their bloody mouths wide and roared at strong stone in the green ruins illusion. As if responding to these roars, strong stone's body also began to grow. In the blink of an eye, he grew to more than 10 feet tall, turning into a huge stone giant. His small eyes shone brightly as he looked down at Fu Qingjin. Fu Qingjin remained unmoved. As strong stone grew larger, the green ruins illusory realm grew larger as well. However, under the onslaught of the demonic chi and malevolent chi, it grew weaker as well. Fu Qingjin, I didn't come here to kill you. Since you don't know the difference between life and death, then leave your life behind. Strong Stone's voice was extremely gloomy. It was as if a huge rock was rolling in his stomach. As he spoke, he slammed his palm down at Fu Qingjin. Strong Boulder ordered, "Little ones, don't worry. Kill the human next to him." Li Qingshan exhaled. Plans really couldn't keep up with the changes. It wouldn't be so easy to continue watching from the sidelines. Demons had extremely strong senses, let alone a demon that had undergone the first heavenly tribulation. If it wasn't intentional, he might be able to avoid their senses. But if it was intentional, it would definitely be difficult to avoid their detection. A wave of demonic chi swept over and quickly locked onto Li Qingshan's position. The huge earthy yellow wolf pounced at the empty space, biting down viciously. Li Qingshan dodged the bite and arrived at the side of the wave. His figure materialized as he slashed at the wolf's neck with the illusory water sword of invisibility. The blade was still transparent, but it spat out a bright blue sword ray that resembled a waterfall. Tearing apart the wolf's fur, it was also completely exhausted. The dagger was revealed. A thick, ink-black sword chi directly pierced through the wolf's tough flesh. This was the trump card that Li Qingshan had been holding back all this time, the black sword qi stored in his Dantian's sea of qi. The sword aura and sword intent that he had comprehended from the cursive sword calligraphy had also completely fused into this attack. It was fine when he didn't attack, but when he did, he used his full strength. The wolf let out a miserable howl. The black sword qi spread out with its neck as the center, forming a circle that resembled an ink mark. Immediately after, the huge wave fell down from its neck. It had actually been decapitated in one blow. Although demons had strong recovery abilities, they still died on the spot after suffering such a fatal injury. Their blood flowed like a river. Li Qingshan cleanly put the wolf's corpse and demon core into his 100 treasures pouch. Looking around, demons surrounded him, eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. In that instant, sharp claws, fangs, and mystical abilities all came at him. Li Qingshan swiftly moved on his sword. The surging demon qi kept pinpointing his location. He could only continuously use the wave-treading form to weave in and out of the demon's attack. He had just escaped a wave of poisonous mist that came at him when the toad mirror's tongue came at him again. Waves surged under his feet and he suddenly turned. Just now, he had avoided the disaster. Every time he used the wave-treading form, his figure would flash for an instant and then disappear again. At first glance, it seemed like he had teleported. The illusory water sword of invisibility was not useless. Although it could not achieve complete invisibility, it only needed to slightly confuse the enemy's vision, even if it was just for a moment, and that was enough for him. Therefore, although it looked like danger after danger, there was actually not much danger. In just a few moves, Li Qingshan had escaped from the demon's encirclement and arrived high in the sky. Obtaining a demon core was not bad at all. Strong Stone watched as the encirclement he had set up was torn apart so easily. Li Qingshan ground his teeth in hatred. He knew that if he continued fighting like this, there would definitely be no benefit, so he suddenly shrank. Little Anne, Strong Stone is about to run. Get ready. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Little Anne had already arrived below Jiaping City. Fu Qingjin was not easy to deal with. He understood this the best. Strong Stone's demon qi had been mostly depleted, and he was covered in slashes. Without a doubt, this was the perfect opportunity to kill him. However, Fu Qingjin was not much better off either. His clothes were severely damaged, and the green ruin's sword seemed much dimmer. Li Qingshan secretly calculated. What were his chances of killing him if he worked with little and now? You will definitely die here today. The exhaustion on Fu Qingjin's face suddenly vanished. Cold light flashed through his eyes, and his words were filled with sternness. With a wave of his hand, a scarlet talisman appeared between his fingers. He bellowed, "Wind!" Before he had even finished speaking, a tornado appeared beneath Strong Stone's feet, sweeping up Strong Stone into the sky. It connected the sky and the earth like a black dragon. Li Qingshan curled his lip. Didn't he say he wouldn't use talismans? The wind of the tornado was thousands of times sharper than blades. It was like a huge meat grinder, scraping against Strong Stone and stripping him of stone. Fu Qingjin sheathed his sword, and the green ruin's illusion dispersed as well. He stared at Strong Stone, who had been swept into the sky. All of his attention was focused on a single point. In that moment, he drew his sword, but he vanished. A straight, green streak of light pierced through the sky, crossing with the tornado. The tornado seemed to have been cut in half. It twisted a few times reluctantly before dispersing into a gust of wind. Strong Stone fell out of the sky. His eyes were wide open as if he struggled to believe that he would actually die here. A thin hole had been pierced through his chest, and he landed heavily on the ground. Fu Qingjin separated from the green ruin's sword. He looked back and frowned slightly. He murmured, "Did I still fail?" Strong Stone leapt up. Although he was heavily injured, he still roared at the sky, Fu Qingjin, I'll never die. If you kill me once, I'll slaughter thousands of cities again. Fu Qingjin sank into his thoughts. If there were no demons around him, he could still give chase, but in a situation like this, he was not bold enough to risk his life. Killing someone of the same level was far too difficult. All he could do was watch the demons sink into the ground. However, he failed to notice that Li Qingshan was already looking at strong stone like he was looking at a corpse. Little An and the 18 skeleton demons were already waiting there. Li Qingshan looked away and slowly flew towards Fu Qingjin. The depths of his eyes hid a cold light. A few scarlet talismans had already been held between his fingers in his sleeve. Although their quality might not be as good as Fu Qingjin's talismans, they would definitely give him a pleasant surprise once he used them. The accumulated power of belief could also be mobilized in an instant, turning into great destructive power. Most importantly, his demon form possessed a few innate abilities. His chances of success were 70%. He had 70% confidence that he could kill Fu Qingjin here and deal with a huge problem for him. However, there was a 30% chance that Fu Qingjin would escape, and he would never be able to use Li Qingshan's identity to roam the human world again. Victory and defeat ran through his mind before he made up his mind. He would take the gamble. If he did not have 70% confidence, what kind of man would he be? Fu Qingjin said, "You're called Li Qingshan, right? Your swordsmanship is very good. It's very special. You're called Fu Qingjin, right? Your swordsmanship is very impressive as well." Li Qingshan exhaled gently and replied indifferently. He stowed the talismans away silently and looked back. A few streaks of light shot over from the southwest, while a few streaks of light also shot over from the northwest. The reinforcements from the Demon Slayer and the Sword Collection Palace had arrived. "Don't tell me I really have to fight him again like we agreed on?" Li Qingshan felt some pity, but upon further thought, it was fine if he did not take the gamble. As his cultivation deepened, his chances at victory would only increase, not decrease. If he killed Fu Qingjin here, he would be the checkmate, and the game of chess with the Clear River Prefecture would come to a complete end. There were two possibilities. One was that both sides recognized the cruelty of war and decided to continue abiding by the Treaty of Kings and maintain peace. However, the possibility of this was almost non-existent. The greater possibility was that war would engulf the entire Green Province. They had already had their appetizers anyway. The powerful figures could roll up their sleeves and prepare for a feast. A small fry like him probably could not even be considered a dish, so he was better off waiting. Fu Qingjin was not angered by Li Qingshan's arrogance. Instead, he said sincerely, "Thank you for your assistance, fellow." He admired Li Qingshan's performance in the battle very much. Not only was his swordsmanship extraordinary, but his thoughts were clear in battle as well, allowing him to avoid danger. The rarest part of it all was that he had broken through to foundation establishment at such a young age. Even in the Sword Collection Palace, he could be regarded as a prodigy. Due to a strange combination of circumstances, Li Qingshan failed to attack Fu Qingjin. Instead, he gained quite a good impression from him. Chapter 459. Li Qingshan said coldly, "Even without me, fellow Fu, you wouldn't have died in a place like this. There are plenty of talismans in the Sword Collection Palace anyway." "I still have to thank you." Fu Qingjin smiled, basically admitting that he was not in any danger. Actually, what he truly thanked was Li Qingshan for saving Yu Zijin. He just did not want to point it out. Li Qingshan could vaguely guess this, but he did not say it out loud. Fu Qingjin sighed gently. "If it weren't for the fact that I had no other choice, I wouldn't have been willing to use this. This isn't the way of the sword of my Sword Collection Palace. However, the rock demons are extremely dangerous. They've killed millions and massacred countless cities. In order to kill them, I couldn't care less." As if he had heard the greatest joke in the world, Li Qingshan laughed aloud. "Why are you laughing, fellow? If you hadn't broken the Treaty of Kings first, how would these demons have been able to wreak havoc on the surface? Since it's called the Treaty of Kings, how could I have broken it? I was just going with the flow." Fu Qingjin was born with the bearing of a monarch. His courteous words even gave off the feeling of being courteous to the wise, which made him feel overwhelmed by the favor. "Don't try to shirk your responsibility. You'll always have a part to play." However, Li Qingshan did not buy it. Instead, he became even more displeased. He had always wanted to end his karma, yet the other party had so easily shirked it off. Fu Qingjin smiled and really did not try to shirk his responsibility. He changed the topic and asked, "Fellow, can you let me see the arcane artifact you're just now? The Sword Collection Palace is a large organization. How could they lack a tiny arcane artifact of mine?" As he said that, a few streaks of light arrived before him. They were from the 100 schools of thought. They were led by Wang Puxi and Hua Sengzan. "Qingshan, are you fine?" When Hua Sengzan learnt that his sister and Yu Zijian had been massacred by the rock demons, he really had leapt in fright and hurried over. His 7 orifices were exquisite, he calculated everything, but he was afraid of encountering this kind of uncontrollable variable. If it really was the stone demon, not to mention the 2 puny Qi practitioners, even Li Qingshan would be in danger. Li Qingshan said, "I'm fine. I even killed a goblin general. Lao Wang, don't forget to record my achievements when you go back. In any case, I'm a foundation establishment cultivator. I should have been promoted to be on equal footing with you a long time ago." Wang Puxi had already prepared himself for the worst, so he heaved a sigh of relief. Hearing his words, they only scolded him jokingly, "You stinking brat, what's yours won't go unrewarded. Tell us what's going on." Li Qingshan then gave a brief account of what had happened. Hua Sengzan clapped his hands and praised, "Qingshan, you really are a genius." The other cultivators could not help but raise their opinion of Li Qingshan as well. They never thought that the school of novels would produce such a figure after so long of seclusion. Not only did he save the 2 Qi practitioners from the stone demon, but he even dared to go back and assist Fu Qingjin in killing the stone demon. In the end, he even managed to kill one of the goblin generals when surrounded by them. Not only did such methods require intelligence, they also required tremendous courage. If it were them, they would have to think twice about just going back to save the 2 Qi practitioners. They had to walk step by step. It was like walking on a tightrope. One wrong step and they would lose their lives on the spot. Actually, Li Qingshan did not think that much at all. If he let Strong Stone use a single hand, Strong Stone would not be able to kill him. A person who was not afraid of falling off a tightrope would naturally be daring enough to dance on it in a carefree manner. Instead, it would lead to waves of exclamations from those who did not know what was going on. Fu Qingjin finished speaking to the demon slayer cultivators. He then stared deeply at Hua Sengzan, implying a hint of warning. He then clasped his hands towards Li Qingshan with a smile. If the people of the 100 schools can be like fellow Qingshan, both wise and courageous, letting bygones be bygones, there would be no need to worry about not being able to accomplish great things and not wiping out the demons. The demon slayer cultivators looked at each other in surprise. It was very rare for Fu Qingjin to be so polite to someone. Deep underground, the stone demon shook off his goblin general's subordinates and used the earth movement technique to burrow into a rock cave extremely deep underground. After confirming that no one was pursuing him, he relaxed. His face was filled with misfortune as he gnashed his teeth together. "Fu Qingjin, and that brat, I'll definitely make you die a horrible death." He had been heavily injured this time. Fu Qingjin had become one with his sword and pierced through his chest to his back. This was not just a piercing wound. The powerful sword chi and sword intent contained in that strike was enough to destroy his internal organs. If it was an ordinary goblin general, he would definitely have died on the spot. Only a stone demon like him, who had no so-called vital points on his body, could tenaciously survive. Just as he was about to force this sword chi out and return to his territory to heal his injuries. Thump, thump, thump in the darkness, a sparkling and translucent snow-white pearl bounced over. The bouncing sound was extremely loud in the silent underground. Strong Stone felt that the situation was a bit strange. His pair of small eyes followed the pearl up and down until it was right in front of him. He grabbed the pearl and thought to himself, "What is this? It seems to be a bone." He could not feel any aura from it. When he casually squeezed it, the pearl actually did not move at all. He was even more surprised. There were not many things in this world that could withstand his squeeze and not break. With a crackle, over a dozen beads bounced over like pearls landing on a jade plate. They arrived beside Strong Boulder's feet and leapt about like living creatures. "Who is playing tricks over there? Get the hell out here!" Strong Stone shouted loudly. His perception was extremely sharp, but no matter how he probed, he could not feel any aura from the darkness. He felt a little uneasy, but he had a fearless nature. He was confident that no matter how bad the situation was, he would be able to escape with the earth escape. Those beads were jumping around, making him anxious. He jumped up and kicked them. The beads that he kicked actually stuck to his foot. He looked down and found that the pearl on his hand was also stuck to his hand. Looking at it carefully, it turned into a small skeleton that tightly hugged his finger. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the size of a baby and hugged Strong Stone's entire wrist. His teeth chattered as he let out a strange cackle. The 18 prayer beads turned into 18 skeletons. Like 18 monkeys, they hugged Strong Stone's hands, feet, back, neck, and entire body. "I thought it was something special. It's just SOSO. Strong Stone laughed viciously, but his smile suddenly froze. Those slender skeletal arms exerted astonishing strength and tightened around his entire body, immobilizing him. When Little and refined the skull prayer beads from 14 to 18, the strength of all the skeleton demons increased as well. Every single one of them could deal with a normal demon general. When the 18 of them worked together, even Strong Stone was helpless against them, not to mention that he had just gone through a great battle and was still in a weakened state. Petty tricks. Strong Stone abruptly enlarged his body. The 18 skeleton demons above his head grew as well. Their bodies became abnormally thick, and their strength increased as well. They pressed down on Strong Stone as if he was carrying a small mountain on his back. Strong Stone knelt on the ground loudly. When he opened his eyes, a dignified little skeleton was standing in front of him at some point in time. Strong Stone's stone of slaughter could influence the minds of all living beings and stimulate their killing intent. However, at this moment the other party had influenced his mind. His killing intent had been cleansed, turning into an intent of death. Beauty and white bones had become emptiness. This tiny skeleton was like a soul-reaping emissary from the underworld. It had come to tell him the inevitable truth of the transition between life and death. No one could escape it, no one could change it. All struggles were futile. "What are you?" Strong Stone violently broke free from this thought. With a wild roar, he unleashed what little demon chi he had left, filling the entire cavern. The cavern suddenly began to squirm, like the stomach of a monster. Stalagmites bit down at Little and like long, sharp fangs. They also seemed like the fangs of a monster. Strong Stone was filled with confidence. No matter what it was, only death awaited it if it dared to provoke him underground. It would definitely be crushed to death by this ability of his. Little and took a step forward and swung the white bone sword, plunging it into the hole in Strong Stone's chest. Due to Strong Stone's growth, The hole left behind by the green ruin's sword had become extremely large as well. It was basically enough for a person to pass through. As a result, little Anne's white bone sword only stabbed into empty space, while strong stone smiled viciously. Little Anne possessed the ability to turn flesh, blood, and bones into flames, but strong stone was transformed from a strange rock. He had no flesh, blood, or bones. Whether it was the blood flames of corpse incineration or the pale flames of bone smelting, they were all useless against strong stone. She could restrain blood shadow, but strong stone seemed to restrain her instead. The flickering flames in little Anne's eye sockets suddenly turned icy blue. Ice blue flames suddenly surged out of the white bone sword, filling up the hole in strong stone's chest. The 18 skeleton demons opened their ghastly mouths together and sprayed out icy blue flames, enveloping strong stone. Strong stone laughed madly. He possessed a natural resistance to various techniques. The one he feared the least was fire. Even scorching magma could not melt him. His laughter suddenly came to a halt. He felt a deep chill. This feeling did not come from his body, but from the depths of his soul. For the first time in his life, he shivered. So cold. Ice flames of soul smelting. Little enchanted inside. After reaching the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty, she had finally completely grasped these 3 flames: corpse incineration, bone smelting, and soul smelting. When the 3 were combined, they would be completely obliterated. "I'm going to take you down with me." Strong stone felt colder and colder. He knew that if this continued, only death would await him. He wanted to blow up his demon core in a frenzy. However, he discovered that the demon core that was closely related to him was no longer under his control. Before he knew it, the cavern had already stopped shaking. Strong stone's demon chi had dispersed. And it was not just his demon core. He could not even move a finger. He had been frozen by the bone-chilling coldness. Not only had his thoughts been severed, but even his fear had become intermittent, as if he had become the senseless rock of the past once more. "Don't know," Little Anne reached out with her bone claw and extracted the frozen soul from Strong Stone's body. Strong Stone collapsed loudly, landing before Little Anne as a strange rock. It flickered with light senselessly, giving off a powerful aura of malice. The ice flames of soul smelting returned to Little Anne's body like a receding tide, merging with the other 2 flames and turning into an almost transparent, faint white flame that flickered in her eye sockets. This was the foundation of the path of white bone and great beauty, the Samadhi flames of white bone. All living beings with souls and flesh in the world would be incinerated and frozen as soon as they came into contact with this fire. They would go from life to death, doomed beyond redemption. P.S. I've finally made up for the time it took to update. May I ask for a monthly vote? _welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 460. Little Anne took out the shiny Guardian King's Pearl and stared at it for a while before suddenly clenching it hard. Resplendent golden light seeped out from the tip of her finger and was released in rings. There was a faint roar of a Guardian King and Buddhist chanting. With a crack, it turned into golden powder and dispersed. She waved her hand, and the 18 prayer beads returned to her slender, white wrist. Her seaweed-like hair draped down, covering her similarly slender, white body. At this moment, she thought of something and spread her arms and raised her head. Like a willow tree sprouting in spring, her body gradually unfurled. Li Qingshan's group returned to the 100 schools of thought. Hua Sungzan specially held a banquet in the Hua estate to welcome him. After washing up and dressing up, Hua Chenglu emerged from the back hall and specially toasted him, thanking him for saving her life. Li Qingshan drank it all in a single gulp and smiled. "I never thought the little girl from back then would become such a beauty now. If your big sister Han hadn't beaten me to it, I probably wouldn't be able to help myself and ask you to devote yourself to me." Hua Sungzan reddened, but she refused to back down. "I never thought that the damned brat from back then would become such a heroic figure now. If Sister Han hadn't taken the initiative, I probably would have asked you to marry me too." Li Qingshan was taken aback. He asked seriously, "Han Tie isn't here, right?" There was a roar of laughter. Hua Chenglu stomped her foot. "What are you trying to do?" Hua Sungzan even laughed. "Qingshan doesn't even fear the rock demon, so why would he fear Han Ruho?" Li Qingshan said, "If he were here, I'd drink 300 cups with him." "Brother, why didn't you tell me beforehand?" Hua Chenglu grumbled again. Who knew how many private conversations he had heard along the way? Hua Sungzan immediately raised his cup and apologized to his sister. Li Qingshan smiled. "It's not just you. Even I'm confused. I don't get it." Before Hua Chenglu returned to her seat, she blinked her eyes. "Big brother Li, don't forget that you still owe me something." Li Qingshan smiled and said, "As long as you don't have to marry me, I will do my best." "Zijian, it's your turn." Hua Chenglu understood the value of this promise, so she returned to her seat in satisfaction. He nudged Yu Zijian beside him. Yu Zijian served up the alcohol, but she stared straight at Li Qingshan. His smile faded slightly. "What's wrong? Is there something dirty on my face?" "No, thank you for saving me." The more Yu Zijian looked at him, the more she found him to be similar. Although his figure and appearance were completely different, the way he spoke and the expression on his face were basically exactly the same. However, she wondered whether it was because of her first impression of him. Zijian's performance during the mission this time was very impressive. "I admire him very much," Li Qingshan praised. Hua Chenglu said, "As long as it's a beauty. You appreciate them all." "Haha, more or less." Both the host and guest were delighted. Li Qingshan bid farewell and left. Hua Sungzan accompanied Li Qingshan to the entrance and said softly, "I just received the news. We'll be meeting in 3 days in the same building." Li Qingshan's expression changed. "That works too. At least your efforts haven't gone to waste." "You know about it already." "I know a little. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. You should pay a visit to the Han family too." "I understand." Li Qingshan patted Hua Sungzan's shoulder. He leapt up and arrived in the air. He took a step and flew into the clouds. With a few flashes, he vanished into the horizon. Hua Sungzan gazed at him for quite a while before sighing gently. "What a good eye!" Who knew whether he was talking about Gu Yenying or Han Qiongji? When Li Qingshan returned to Qing Zhao's Immortal's Cave, little Anne was already waiting there. She took out the strange stone left behind by Strong Stone. The stone of slaughter flickered with a blood-red light, alternating between bright and dark, as if it was a beating heart. This was her gift to him. Li Qingshan stroked the uneven surface of the stone of slaughter. The scenes of countless warriors and horses, as well as the hot-blooded massacre, rushed into his mind. He wished he could dance with them and start a massacre. He suppressed this thought and sighed softly. "I've finally settled a karmic grudge." "Qingshan, look at me," Little Anne whispered in an extremely soft voice. "What's wrong? You seem a little different today." Li Qingshan turned around and finally noticed Little Anne's abnormality. He circled around Little Anne. Her seaweed-like hair seemed to have grown longer, and she had grown slightly taller as well, almost exceeding her waist. Her delicate features were clearer as well, giving her a soul-stirring beauty. Li Qingshan clapped his hands together. "Haven't you grown up a little? If I don't grow up, others will suspect me." Little Anne lowered her head and explained. Although one could slow down aging and even regain one's youthfulness once they cultivated it to a certain extent. However, Little Anne's cultivation on the surface was undoubtedly not that profound. Since she had always been cultivating the path of white bone and great beauty, she was unable to change the size of her bones. Fortunately, she had not appeared in front of others for the past few years, so she did not attract much attention. However, as time went on, she would definitely attract suspicion. Is that so? Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and cupped little Anne's cheeks with both hands. He rubbed her cheeks with a chuckle. Very good, very beautiful. However, don't grow too big all of a sudden. Ah. Little Anne appeared disappointed. After receiving his encouragement, she had wanted to work harder. Don't tell me you really want to grow bigger all of a sudden. Li Qingshan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Sure. Don't. You'll scare people. Don't worry, I can wait. Li Qingshan picked her up with a smile, but then became troubled again. If you grow any bigger, I won't be able to put you on my shoulders. That's good. Little Anne wrapped her arms around his neck and murmured. Let me show you something else. Little Anne broke free from his embrace and opened her mouth towards her palm. She spat out something that was as blue as water or smoke. This is strong stone. Li Qingshan took a closer look. This thing looked exactly like strong stone. He suddenly understood that this was strong stone's soul. Little Anne released the ice soul refining flame. Strong stone seemed to have woken up from being frozen. He regained his senses and immediately flew out. Pale white flames surged from all directions like a cage, shrouding him in Little Anne's palm. As soon as strong stone touched the flame, he felt a bone-chilling cold and had no choice but to retreat. Li Qingshan moved closer and exclaimed in surprise. Who are you? Strong stone was shocked, scared, and angry. Suddenly, he recognized Li Qingshan's face. It's you! Then who am I? Li Qingshan smiled wickedly, and his eyes gradually became scarlet red. North Moon, it's you. You're a human. No, you're a half-demon? That's none of your business. Li Qingshan smiled. No wonder in all kinds of stories, whether it was the protagonist or the antagonist, after defeating the opponent, they would always say a bunch of nonsense. Because this kind of feeling was really fucking awesome. Little Anne, he can't escape, Li Qingshan confirmed. He liked the beginning of this story, but he didn't want the ending to be reversed. Absolutely, I can refine him. After cultivating the samadhi flame of white bone, Little Anne could not only refine flesh and bones to nourish them, but also refine the soul to strengthen himself. That's good. I have a lot of nonsense to say to him. Li Qingshan relaxed and ignored Strong Stone's curses. He cleared his throat and put on an act. Strong Stone, oh Strong Stone, do you know why you failed? He spoke until his mouth was parched. After satisfying himself, Li Qingshan waved his hand. Shaoan, torture this bastard properly for me. Ask him if he has any useful information while you're at it. Then, he returned to the stone of slaughter and patted it. This might be a good material for refining artifacts. Deep underground in Cobweb City, Helicoverpa Rosa snapped open her eyes afterwards and summoned Dragon's Nail. She said coldly, Strong Stone's aura has vanished. Go investigate who did it. From today onwards, you'll be in command of Strong Stone's demon generals. In the Clear River Prefecture, there definitely were not a lot of humans or demons who could kill Strong Stone silently. Apart from the Demon Slayer and a few powerful figures from the 100 schools of thought, North Moon's appearance also appeared in her head. If it really were a clansman killing someone from the same clan, Dragon's Nail would not have done it. Blood Shadow was currently recovering, so the only one capable of this was the North Moon of unknown origins. Yes. Dragon's Nail was slightly surprised. Even with Strong Stone's strength, he had still died in battle. She felt like she was losing control over something. She tracked him down and asked a group of demon generals who had massacred cities with Strong Stone before finally arriving in the cavern where Strong Stone had been killed. The cavern still surged with a powerful Buddhist glow. Dragon's Nail frowned. Was it a Buddhist disciple? Apart from the school of Buddhism from the 100 schools of thought, there did not seem to be a lot of powerful figures of Buddhism within the Clear River Prefecture. At the very least, there was no one who could kill Strong Stone silently. He remembered that Strong Stone had once killed a monk, and he seemed to be closely connected to the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Before he died, he had used the chant of Devanaga to heavily injure Strong Stone. If the Chan monastery of Devanaga sent people to avenge their disciple, it would be beyond his control, let alone avenge Strong Stone. Dragon's Nail returned to Cobweb City and reported to Helicoverpa Rosa. Only after hearing Dragonsnail's deduction did Helicoverpa Rosa dismiss her doubts about the North Moon. She sank into her thoughts for a very long time. The Sword Collection Palace, the Umbral Een sect, and the Chan monastery of Devanaga were the three great sects of the Green Province. Any single one of them was a colossal existence that required demon kings to contend with. However, if a disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga had taken action, they should not have been so sneaky. Did they want to avenge their disciple while maintaining the current situation? Perhaps they were also warning them that they could not continue massacring cities. Lolth licked her blood-red lips. Order North Moon and Blood Shadow that Strong Stone is already dead. Slaughter 100 cities for me and take revenge on the humans. Little Anne's actions had diverted Spider Queen's suspicions. As for Dragonsnail's return trip, 3 days had already passed. Today, the tower seemed rather deserted. Regular people had all been turned away. Only cultivators could enter. Whether they were truly well-mannered or feigning aloofness, everyone spoke softly. Only the disciples of the sect who moved between them seemed to be bustling with activity from the past. School leader Lu, it's been quite some time since you've come. Are you looking down on us now that you've reached Foundation establishment? A few seductive women wrapped themselves around Lu Chuanfeng, which filled him with awkwardness. He scolded powerlessly, "Go away, go away! Release him. If you have anything to say, come at me." Li Qingshan walked over from behind Lu Chuanfeng and barked. Chapter 461. The eyes of the seductive women all lit up when they saw Li Qingshan. There were not a lot of Foundation establishment cultivators as young as him. They often represented genius and future prospects. They immediately gave up on Lu Chuanfeng and crowded around him. This little brother looks so familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. How is he so strong? Some of them rubbed against Li Qingshan gently, while others caressed his chest. None of them were great beauties, but they were still extraordinarily beautiful. They all had ample breasts and buttocks. They were dressed in revealing attire, which was extremely alluring. Even Li Qingshan, who had not tasted meat for quite some time, was rather tempted. "You're all dismissed." Begonia walked over. The women immediately retreated to one side and bowed. "Sect Master." Begonia smiled and bowed gracefully. "I've waited for you for quite some time. Please come with me." Seeing Li Qingshan again, she saw him in a different light. He was not as handsome as Hua Sengzan, but he had a stocky build, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. He gave off a sense of vigor as he stood there. Once upon a time, that youth who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth had already grown to such an extent. Begonia smiled and said secretly, "Qingshan, if you're interested, I can make arrangements for you. Of course, Qiongji won't find out." Li Qingshan had been in secluded cultivation for 3 years. He had reached Foundation establishment in a single stroke in his early 20s, and he had killed 2 demon generals in a row. He was now one of the most influential figures in the cultivation community of the Clear River Prefecture, surpassing all the young cultivators of his generation. He had even surpassed Hua Sengzan and so on. He had already vaguely gained the title of the greatest prodigy. Begonia no longer dared to treat him lightly either. Thinking about how he had some unpleasant experiences with the sect in the past, she had to deal with this properly. If she made him bear a grudge, it would be quite the problem for her and the entire sect. However, Li Qingshan had helped her kill Wei Zhongyuan in the past, so it was not a bad thing for them to be entangled in their grievances. Begonia believed she could make him forget about the past with her method. Coupled with a little intimacy, there was no problem. Unless it's Begonia herself, it's not worth the risk. Li Qingshan looked at Begonia. She was dressed splendidly, like a blooming begonia. Her appearance had not changed in the slightest from 3 years ago. The worry on his face also faded away, as if he had completely put down his worries and felt that his contribution was not small. Begonia looked at Li Qingshan with some surprise. She felt that his words were suddenly a little too intimate. She felt a little strange. She felt that the Li Qingshan in front of her was somewhat different from the Li Qingshan in her impression. In Li Qingshan's memory, he already had a deep understanding of Begonia, so he set off fireworks with her. He had also seen her most vulnerable side and listened to her speak her mind. Their relationship had even surpassed that of ordinary friends. This closeness was naturally revealed. Just kidding. Just kidding. Li Qingshan knew that he did not have enough self-cultivation as an actor. He would reveal himself as soon as he let his guard down, so he quickly restrained himself. Qingshan is a young prodigy with a heroic spirit. I don't think I'm a good match for you. Begonia used his words to get closer to him. However, she also maintained a distance. She felt that Li Qingshan's behavior probably stemmed from the arrogance of a young man. He possessed such a high cultivation at such a young age. It was understandable that he would develop some improper thoughts that he had never had in the past. However, she did not have any special feelings for Li Qingshan. When she thought of that, another figure appeared in her heart. Although they had only met twice, the impression he had left on her was so deep and unforgettable. Of course, at this very moment, he had already become the terrifying existence known as the Moon Devil. Humans and demons walked different paths. There was no possibility of any interaction between them. However, if they could meet again, he definitely would not try to kill her. She was confident about that. The mechanism of the building had already been activated. It was divided into 2 floors. The lower floor was for Qi practitioners to socialize with, while the upper floor was obviously a meeting place that only Foundation establishment cultivators had the right to enter. It made Li Qingshan think about the banquet at the Hua family 3 years ago. Now, he saw many familiar faces from the past. When he stepped onto the cloud ladder and followed Begonia upstairs, he looked up at everyone. They all raised their heads to look at him as they grew smaller and smaller. Among them was the first senior brother of Horned Rhinoceros Mountain. He had no idea what his name was, but his eyes were filled with resentment. Although the 10th layer of Qi practitioner was only a step away from Foundation establishment, it was not a step that could be crossed so easily. 3 years was often not enough. Arriving on the upper floor, it immediately became much more empty and quiet. Many Foundation establishment cultivators had already arrived, currently socializing with each other. They did not try to avoid others when they talked. They all talked about the major events that had happened in Clear River Prefecture recently. 3 days ago, the battle between Fu Qingjin and Strong Stone was obviously the most discussed topic. As one of the main characters of this topic, Li Qingshan immediately attracted a lot of attention as soon as he arrived on the upper floor. Fu Qingjin nodded at Li Qingshan in greeting. Li Qingshan did not want to seem too rude, so he clasped his hands. He saw Wei Yangsheng and the others, so he went over to greet them. They all congratulated him for achieving another victory. Before long, basically everyone had arrived. Everyone retreated to the surroundings. The leader of the school of Moism tossed out a wooden box. The wooden box rapidly swelled as it landed on the empty space, producing a series of clanging sounds. Before long, it had expanded into a circular, stair-like platform. Everyone took their seat. The 100 schools of thought and the demon slayer each took up a large circle. Those who needed to speak directly with each other sat at the bottom, while those who did not need to speak sat at the top. It was convenient for them to speak at any time as well. It did avoid the trouble of seniority. The meeting finally began. The representatives of both sides, Lu Chongqing and Fu Qingjin, arrived at the center of the platform to give speeches. Then, a battle of words ensued. Li Qingshan sat in a high corner. After listening for a while, he felt bored. He simply lowered his eyelids and began to cultivate. This meeting was destined to last for a while. Although he was already a foundation-building cultivator, his qualifications were still somewhat shallow. Moreover, he was not good at debating with others. It was better for him to calm down and improve his cultivation. A burst of medicinal fragrance came from beside him. Li Qingshan knew it was Ru Xian, so he ignored her. "Wake up!" A thunderous voice boomed in his ears. Li Qingshan's whole body shook. He glared at Ru Xian beside him. "Don't bother me!" Li Qingshan suddenly frowned and closed his eyes again. "Oh, your temper is getting worse." Li Qingshan's temper was not getting worse. It was just that Helicoverpa Rosa's order to massacre the city had arrived in the underground cave. "Master, what should we do?" Li Qingshan's original body moved about outside, while his mirror clone stood guard underground so that he could deal with any unexpected situations. He opened his eyes. Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo were to his left and right, awaiting his orders. Li Qingshan asked in thought, "What do you think?" Yi Liubo suggested, "If we move separately, we'll probably suffer losses. Should we gather the matriarchs again? Night roamers aren't skilled in large-scale killing, but it's not difficult if we work together. Among the techniques of night roamers, there's a move called Darkness of the Night. It can envelop a very large area. It's not very powerful, but it's enough to deal with regular humans." Little did she know that Li Qingshan had no intention of carrying out this order at all. Even if he did not consider virtue and righteousness and only considered benefits, what benefit would there be in slaughtering regular people? Instead, it would be very detrimental. The war might have been limited to the Clear River Prefecture right now, but he could come and go as he pleased with his cultivation as a demon general. However, this game of chess had to come to an end one day. Stronger cultivators would break free from his restraint. The cultivators of the 100 schools of thought hated this the most. Let alone others, even Gu Yenying would not turn a blind eye to a demon general who massacred cities within her jurisdiction. The Sword Collection Palace was only a powerful organization among the many sects of the Green Province, but slaughtering regular people was not tolerated by the entire Great Xia Empire. They would definitely face targeted retaliation in the future. The combined force of the 100 schools was far more terrifying than a single sword collection palace. He could hide himself, but he definitely would not be able to protect the foundation he had built up so painstakingly underground. He was not afraid of battle, but he did not want to engage in a meaningless battle like this either, not to mention that there were still so many acquaintances in the 100 schools of thought whom he could not kill. Taking a step back, if he killed everyone, who was going to read his novels? Who was going to help him accumulate the power of belief? Only an idiot would want to do something like this that brought no benefits and only harm. Yi Liusu said, "Now is without a doubt the best time to carry out this order." "Why?" "The Demon Slayer and the 100 schools of thought are currently holding an alliance meeting in the Clear River Prefecture. Most of the Foundation establishment cultivators will be participating." "How do you know?" "I bought the information from the humans. This is truly a heaven-sent opportunity. Master, let's go make a big fuss." Yi Liubo's eyes shone. Li Qingshan noticed Yi Liusu's thoughtful and worried expression. "Liusu, you don't seem too willing." Master doesn't seem to have the ability to obtain power through slaughter like strong stone and blood shadow. Yes. Yi Liusu suggested. Then this matter will only bring more harm than good, and it'll probably deal a devastating blow to us night roamers. Please proceed with caution, Master. Tell me about it. Yi Liusu gave a similar analysis to Li Qingshan. Her objective was for the night roamers to return to living under the sun, moon, and stars. It was pointless to fall out with the humans for the sake of the war between humans and demons. Li Qingshan secretly praised her. She did not have as many channels to obtain information as he did, yet she could see so far ahead. Her insight was truly impressive. Sister, it's just killing a group of mortals. Is it that serious? Yi Liubo felt like her sister had overshadowed her once again after coming up with a good idea. Big boobs and no brains. Li Qingshan patted Yi Liubo's cheek. Yi Liubo directly grabbed his hand and placed it on her surging breast. Li Qingshan did not pull his hand back, allowing her to savor the softness of her ample bosom. He asked, Liusu, it looks like you've learnt a lot about the human world during this time. I don't like wasting time on something like this either, but how should we deal with this? He definitely could not carry out this order, but the Queen of Helicoverpa Rosa was not easy to get along with either. He could not completely ignore her orders either. This was the helplessness of not having enough strength. Living under someone else's roof meant being under their control, unable to do as he wished. Welcome, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 462. Li Qingshan sank into his thoughts. Since he could not confront her face to face, all he could do was do something else instead and placate the Spider Queen. Liusu, are there any other places in the Clear River Prefecture apart from the Rose Cloud sect where the Demon Slayer currently resides and the 100 Schools of Thought's Clear River Prefecture? It has to be a strategic location. Only then can I explain it to the Spider Queen. Seeing how he agreed with her suggestion, Yi Liusu smiled. She also came up with a corresponding plan. There are spiritual stone mines. As the currency of the cultivation community, spiritual stones were also an important item. They were all mined from spiritual stone mines before being refined by artifact smiths into regular spiritual stones. To cultivators, they could be described as the most important resource. Without spiritual stones, the mechanisms and puppets of Moism would be inanimate objects. Although Fu Qingjin could gather all the sects, he could not move the spiritual stone mines away. Yi Liusu took out a mental map and gestured around. There are over a dozen relatively large spiritual stone mines in the Clear River Prefecture right now. Gather the men. Li Qingshan waved his hand. He had to launch an attack as soon as possible. He had to draw away the attention of the Clear River Prefecture before the demons massacred the city en masse. In the building, Li Qingshan opened his eyes and glanced at Fu Qingjin from afar. You might be an enemy, but I hope you can receive my warning. He turned around and said to Ru Xian, just now who are you? What are you sitting beside me for? Ru Xian glanced at him and turned around. Li Qingshan shrugged and smiled. The order to gather underground was carried out in a hurry. The meeting also proceeded in an orderly manner. The two worlds in Li Qingshan's eyes, one bright and one dark, were both the cores of the human path and the demon path. Even though the Clear River Prefecture was just a chessboard, he believed he was a chariot that could move about. He could influence the development of the entire chessboard. With the Spider Queen's order, the middle section of the chessboard finally arrived. In the venue, both sides were arguing endlessly for every bit of benefit, neither side giving way. Fu Qingjin sat with his arms crossed, remaining silent. Suddenly, he frowned. He pressed his fingertips to his ears, as if he was listening to something. After a while, he stood up and walked to the center of the hall. The argument stopped and all eyes fell on him. Fu Qingjin said, "I just received news that the golem is dead." The meeting place was quiet for a moment, but then it boiled over again. What? When? Was it because he received that sword strike from fellow Taoist Fu? That's great. My disciple's vengeance has finally been avenged. All sorts of sounds reached mind enlightened's ears. However, there was only a buzzing sound. The words "the stone mill is dead" echoed repeatedly in his mind. In the end it turned into a mumble from his mouth, "The stone demon is dead." He called out softly, "Master!" His cheeks were already streaming with tears. Li Qingshan glanced at mind enlightenment from afar and said quietly, "The grudge has been settled. I don't owe him anything." For Fu Qingjin to receive this news so quickly, it made Li Qingshan feel rather surprised. The news of the golem's death had been spread along with the Spider Queen's order to massacre the entire city. However, the scope of the news was not very wide. Where did he get this news from? The hall was filled with a joyous atmosphere. The stone demon had killed countless people and caused great harm. The mortals who died at his hands were all mortals. The number of mortals who had died at his hands had long since surpassed 1,000,000. The number of cultivators he had killed was also innumerable. It was like a massive shadow looming over everyone's heads. Now that they had finally received their retribution, how could they not be overjoyed? Even though everyone present was a highly cultivated cultivator, they still couldn't help but be overjoyed. Some even danced with joy. Fu Qingjin's next words immediately diluted the joyous atmosphere, making Li Qingshan even more suspicious. The Demon Queen has already issued an order to massacre the entire city. She wants to massacre 100 cities to avenge the golem. Just as everyone was alarmed, Li Qingshan pondered a question. Just where did the news come from? Fu Qingjin should have been using some kind of high-level communication spiritual artifact right now. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to transmit his voice over such a great distance, and he even had to avoid the interference of the underground magnetic field. Demon generals could refine spiritual artifacts and use them, but spiritual artifacts like that would often come in pairs. If they wanted to refine them, they would have to refine them together. Fu Qingjin would never carry around an object radiating with demon qi, so it had to be a night roamer. Who was this night roamer? There sure were a lot of spies in the world. However, Fu Qingjin did not mention attacking the spiritual stone mines, which made Li Qingshan relax slightly. As it seemed, it was not necessarily his personal guard. Ken was also a member of the clan. Otherwise, he would have used his mirror clone to carry out a great cleanup right now and find the damned spy. It was not necessarily a bad thing for Fu Qingjin to receive the news earlier. At the very least, he could save countless cities, reduce the destruction of the war, and speed up the progress of the war. Fellow Fu, is that true? Lu Chongqing could not help but stand up. His face was solemn. As the prefect of Clear River, he had the responsibility of protecting the people in place of the emperor, and it also concerned the accumulation of merit for all disciples of the school of Confucianism. That's right. The demons are invading en masse, yet we're still arguing endlessly over some petty profit. What do you think, Sir Lu? Wang Pushi furrowed his brows tightly, while Hua Sungzan sighed gently. With the situation, the academy had instead been forced to the edge of a cliff. The advantageous position they had established in the beginning had been swept away. It was impossible for the academy to turn a blind eye to the lives of several million people. If the Demon Suppression Alliance did not take action, they would definitely suffer heavy losses if they single-handedly resisted the large-scale attack of the demons. After a moment of thought, Lu Chongqing said, "Please come up with a plan, fellow Fu. As long as it's not too overboard, we're willing to accept it." However, to everyone's surprise, Fu Qingjin did not take advantage of the situation to demand an exorbitant price. Instead, he said, Sir Lu, you're underestimating me by saying that. The Demon Slayer's purpose is to purge demons and protect the common people. Why would I threaten you with this? Our alliance lies in our unity. If we continue to argue endlessly over profit, what difference will it be from the past? Let's go with the general plan as we discussed earlier. As for the details, let's put them aside for now and discuss them in the future. What do you think, sir? Fellow Fu is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. Chongqing is filled with admiration. Lu Chongqing clasped his hands deeply. His words were extremely beautiful. Even the people of the academy, who were very dissatisfied with the Demon Slayer and Fu Qingjin in the past, all felt that he was a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace after all. He possessed a great spirit that ordinary people struggled to match up to. I, Fu Qingjin, have boldly made this decision for you all. We're all fellow cultivators here, so we should work together and help one another. I don't think I need to explain the principle of where the hair will attach itself to the skin. Over the past 3 years, none of our disciples have died at the hands of demons. Compared to fighting over profit, purging demons and avenging them is much more important. In this regard, fellow Taoist Li from the School of Novels has already set an example. As Fu Qingjin spoke passionately, he suddenly waved his hand at Li Qingshan. A few days ago, it was exactly fellow Li Qingshan of the academy who braved great danger to stop Strong Stone from fleeing, which was why he was heavily injured and died. Everyone's gazes landed on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan had no idea how to react inside. Through a series of coincidences, he had instead become an icebreaker, and he received extremely great praise for the death of the rock demon. If it were not for his other identity, his impression of Fu Qingjin should have skyrocketed by now. Li Qingshan stood up and clasped his hands. You're far too kind, fellow Fu. As a Hawkwolf guard, I've always had responsibilities. The one thought master of the 100 schools of thought died at the hands of the rock demon, and I personally witnessed his viciousness in massacring cities. I can't just do nothing and let him come and go as he pleases. Enlightenment's chest warmed up. He felt like he had gone too far with what he had done to little Anne. He felt rather ashamed. Fu Qingjin said, Well said. He said to Li Qingshan secretly, I hope my performance today hasn't disappointed you. Under the great pressure from the outside world, the meeting came to an end very quickly. They immediately began to discuss how to deal with the order to massacre cities. At this moment, Fu Qingjin changed the topic. If I may be so bold as to waste a little more of your time, there's something of utmost importance that I'd like the assistance of the 100 schools of thought. Lu Chongqing said, What's the matter? Feel free to tell me. As long as we can help, we definitely won't turn it down. Fu Qingjin said, Some of you probably already know a thing or two. I've already looked into it, so all that's left is to tie up the loose ends. A few of you refuse to cooperate. However, this matter has to do with our Sword Collection Palace. The Soaring Dragon Elder's death really can't be careless. Everyone recalled how Fu Qingjin had gone around asking people a while ago. Where were you that day? What did you do? Li Qingshan shivered inside. He felt like something was off. Fu Qingjin had said so much, but it seemed like he was revealing his true intentions. When the Soaring Dragon Elder's death was mentioned, even Lu Chongqing dared not be careless. Please tell us what happened, fellow Fu. Recently, the Soaring Dragon sword appeared, and the Sword Collection Palace confirmed its location. That's right, it was that day. I'd like to ask those fellows again, where were they that day? Fu Qingjin's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he scanned through the surroundings. His gaze swept past Li Qingshan's face. Li Qingshan's expression did not change. He let out a sigh of relief. Do you think I'll tell you just because you ask? However, he felt uneasy for some reason. How can you be certain that the people you've asked aren't suspicious? Wang Pushi immediately voiced his doubts. Fu Qingjin exhaled. Have you heard of the Xieji, Commander Wang? It's said to be a divine beast that can distinguish between right and wrong. That's right. This is the secret treasure of our sword collection palace, the Xieji's horn. It also has the ability to detect lies. As a result, I hope the two fellows who didn't tell the truth that day can give me an answer as well. Fu Qingjin raised his hand. The Xieji's horn was there, radiating with a strange aura. The situation had already been set, so there was no need for him to hide anything anymore. If that person really was in there, he would definitely be able to force him out. With so many cultivators present, he would not be able to escape no matter how capable he was. As he took out the Xieji's horn, Fu Qingjin took in everyone's reactions, especially the few main suspects. Li Qingshan's heart shivered. Suddenly, he remembered that when he faced off against Fu Qingjin on Bronze Cauldron Mountain, he had asked many questions for no reason. So that's why. He could not help but feel some lingering fear. If he had spoken carelessly, Fu Qingjin would have gotten hold of him. Even if he did not reveal his true identity, Fu Qingjin would probably be able to deduce many things. The most crucial question was, if the Xieji's horn really was as strange as Fu Qingjin described it to be, how was he supposed to get through this? To be continued. Chapter 463. Lu Chongqing thought about how Fu Qingjin had already made such a huge concession. If he still did not cooperate, it would be far too unreasonable. He turned around and said to the people of the academy, "Do you have any objections?" They all fell silent. They looked at one another. If anyone raised any doubts at a time like this, they would probably really be under suspicion. This was related to the death of an elder of the Sword Collection Palace. Who would be bold enough to be implicated? Fellow Fu, please go ahead and ask. I believe that there's no one in the academy who has anything to do with this. If there really is, I don't think we'll protect him. We'll definitely get him to give the Sword Collection Palace an explanation. Sir, you're very fair. I'm impressed. Fu Qingjin clasped his hands and made his way over to the semicircle where the people of the academy sat. He glanced around, and anyone he saw would feel their hearts tighten. In the end, Fu Qingjin's gaze landed on Li Qingshan's face, and he smiled. Li Qingshan became nervous. This bastard was full of nice things, but he never thought the first person he asked would be him. If he really did ask, he would give himself away regardless of whether he answered or not. What should he do next? Admit that he had picked up the summer ring? However, that would be a lie. The Xieji's horn would be able to tell, and Fu Qingjin would definitely get to the bottom of it. Or he could just charge out. That would be even worse. If Fu Qingjin wanted to force him to stay, he would cast the Green Ruins illusion. If he did not transform into his true form as a demon, he would not be able to charge out at all. If he did, these Foundation establishment cultivators would not just sit around and do nothing. Fu Qingjin had silently cast down an inescapable net. Once it was drawn in, Li Qingshan would be in dire straits. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Fortunately, Li Qingshan was already quite well trained as an actor. He frowned slightly. "Are you suspecting me, fellow Fu?" "No." Before Fu Qingjin had even finished, a roar of laughter rang out, as the Xieji's horn in his hand had actually lit up. The Xieji's horn really does live up to its name, Li Qingshan smiled. The Xieji divine beast was impartial. They only knew right and wrong, not distinguishing between friend and foe. With a bitter smile, Fu Qingjin rubbed his nose and said in a clear voice, "I admire your courage and quick-wittedness, so I really don't want that person to be you. I want to ask you one last time." The Xieji's horn remained motionless. This proved that his words were not false. "Up to you," Li Qingshan said indifferently. He felt relieved in his heart. His feelings were a little complicated. When his identity was exposed, what would Fu Qingjin say? I didn't expect it to be you. How should he answer? Sorry, I'm a police officer. Stop joking. Although he had temporarily escaped this crisis, the crisis was far from over. It was only temporarily postponed. Li Qingshan thought intensely about what he could do. How could he deceive the Xieji's horn? The ox demon, tiger demon, and spirit turtle? None of them seemed to work. Fu Qingjin took a few more steps and arrived in front of the slovenly Taoist, Zhou Tong. He bowed deeply and said, Senior, please answer me. Fu Qingjin had asked Zhou Tong before, but Zhou Tong was the person closest to Golden Core in the Clear River Prefecture. He was also someone who did whatever he wanted without any qualms, so why would he pay any attention to Fu Qingjin? But with the current situation, Zhou Tong could not help but answer. He said seriously, You're a fucking likable kid. The Xieji's horn shone brightly, and laughter rang out again. Zhou Tong said, So it really is effective. Fu Qingjin said, Please continue, Senior. I'm happy from the bottom of my heart when I see you. The Xieji's horn lit up again. Fu Qingjin is wise and benevolent. Demon Slayer is just and honorable. Long live the Sword Collection Palace. The Xieji's horn flickered constantly, so Zhou Tong just cursed in irony. The people of the academy laughed a few times, but seeing how the expressions of the people from the sects became uglier and uglier, the laughter gradually subsided. Only Fu Qingjin's smile remained the same. Senior, if you want to satisfy your cravings, I can make some time and listen to you talk for 3 days and 3 nights. However, don't forget that the army of demons has already begun to gather underground. Before long, all the cities will be reduced to a bloody hell. Zhou Tong's cursing came to a halt. No matter how much he did whatever he wanted, he was still a human in the end. Under the constraints of the greater good, he could not act willfully and recklessly. He glanced at Fu Qingjin deeply. I've never seen some soaring dragon elder, let alone some soaring dragon sword. The light from the Xieji's horn finally dimmed. Fu Qingjin clasped his hands again. Thank you, Senior. Afterwards, he made his way towards the next suspect. Li Qingshan also smiled faintly, but he was extremely nervous inside. I have to ruin this meeting before I can be questioned. They're holding an alliance meeting? I'll go take a look. Deep underground, Li Qingshan's mirror clone told Yi Liusu what to do before unfurling his wings of wind and flying out of the ground. He rushed into the air and accelerated, breaking through a few white waves of air and flying towards the Clear River Prefecture. However, Fu Qingjin's subsequent questioning suddenly became much smoother. Even someone like Zhou Tong had to cooperate obediently, so there was even less of a reason for them to provoke the Sword Collection Palace. Even if they were reluctant to tell him where and what they did that day, all they had to do was say they had never seen the soaring dragon sword, and they would basically pass. The ability of the Xieji's horn to detect lies made the questioning as easy as it could be. The mirror clone had only flown halfway, and he had already questioned most of the suspects. There were only 3 suspects left. All it took was a few words. Li Qingshan clenched his fist. Suddenly, a slender hand grabbed his fist. It was smooth and warm. It was Ru Xian's hand. Due to the cover of the table, his subconscious action was hidden from the eyes of others, but he could not hide it from Ru Xian beside him. Li Qingshan shivered inside and looked over. Ru Xian behaved like nothing had happened, paying attention to the outcome of Fu Qingjin's questioning just like everyone else. However, she cast a sliver of concern at him from the corner of her eye. A series of buildings appeared on the horizon. The Clear River Prefecture was in sight. Li Qingshan's mirror clone stared at the city and instead slowed down. He concealed his aura and approached silently. It was already too late. Fu Qingjin had questioned the second-to-last suspect, so only Li Qingshan remained. The suspicion on Li Qingshan increased greatly. 100 scorching gazes gathered on him. Hua Sengzan was slightly nervous, Han Tie frowned, and Lu Chuanfeng was even more dumbfounded. Over the years, the people Li Qingshan made friends with and got to know in the 100 schools of thought all cast him worried and concerned gazes, as well as doubts that could not be dispelled. Disrupting the meeting at a time like this was no different from giving himself away. Li Qingshan had already prepared for the worst. The mirror clone was for support, just to create a chance for him to kill his way out. I hope my judgment is wrong. Fu Qingjin stared at Li Qingshan. His slightly greenish eyes were as clear as water. The Xieji's horn lit up with a weak light. Li Qingshan smiled. That's not entirely true. What do you want to ask? Ask away. He behaved calmly, but this was not a trial he could pass through with acting. The battle began. Fu Qingjin clenched his left hand. The extended and curved Xieji's horn stood between the two of them. In a daze, the single-horned Xieji divine beast crouched between the two of them like a dignified judge, ready to make the final decision. Friend or foe, success or failure, even life or death, all lay in a single word. Fu Qingjin's right hand pressed down on the green ruin's sword without any disguise at all. Li Qingshan seemed extremely relaxed. He did not even stand up. He raised his hand and made a gesture of please. Finally, Fu Qingjin asked the question he had asked countless times. That day, that moment, where were you? What did you do? Li Qingshan smiled. His lips parted, but the moment he spoke, his mind suddenly became a mess. I forgot. Fu Qingjin was taken aback. The cultivators were in disbelief. Without a doubt, no one was satisfied with this answer. Although every cultivator did not possess photographic memory after reaching Foundation establishment and splitting open their sea of consciousness, their thoughts and memories were much clearer than ordinary people. They could still recall whatever they wanted to recall. Moreover, even mortals would not be unable to recall something in such a short amount of time. They would at least have some impression of it, yet he actually said he had forgotten it so calmly. If it were any other news, it would basically be enough to confirm that Li Qingshan was a suspect. However, when Fu Qingjin looked at the Xieji's horn in his hand, it remained silent. It did not give off any warnings. This meant that Li Qingshan was not making up an excuse when he said he had forgotten. He had truly forgotten. Li Qingshan laid out his hands. It was a few months ago. Who would still remember? He was probably cultivating. How could Fu Qingjin just let the matter go like this? His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared into Li Qingshan's eyes. He asked, "Then what about the soaring dragon sword? Have you seen the soaring dragon sword? Don't be vague. Just answer me with yes or no." He had seen it. Li Qingshan was instinctively sure. Not only had he seen the soaring dragon sword, but he also clearly knew its shape and size. Then, when he recalled his memories, a trace of confusion suddenly flashed through his eyes. That shining golden soaring dragon sword turned into a ball of light mist and dissipated. What his memories told him was the opposite answer. Not only had he never seen the soaring dragon sword, but it was also the first time he had heard of the three words, soaring dragon sword. Fu Qingjin had clearly asked other cultivators many times just now. Li Qingshan could only answer as such, "I've never seen it." The Xieji's horn did not light up. That Xieji divine beast seemed to have already judged Li Qingshan's innocence, proving that he had nothing to do with the soaring dragon elder. The expression on Fu Qingjin's face was indescribably one of disappointment or relief. Don't tell me I'm wrong? The person who obtained the Sumeru ring isn't a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Clear River Prefecture. Instead, it comes from somewhere else, or perhaps it's a night roamer. But why would a night roamer purposefully come to the surface to activate the Sumeru ring? However, everything in the world had always been possible. The trail was cut short. Even Fu Qingjin could not help but admit that before the ever-changing world, The intelligence of humans was puny and powerless. Only when he possessed the arts of divination, like the divining elder, could he grasp a sliver of the trajectory of fate. Lu Chongqing let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Fellow Fu, are you satisfied? Fu Qingjin sighed gently and nodded at Li Qingshan. Looks like I was wrong. Chapter 464. Everyone is a saint, and everyone makes mistakes. He frowned and pressed his hand against his forehead, afraid to think about anything else. What was going on? He clearly knew the answer, but he was afraid to think about it in detail. A while ago, Ru Xian held Li Qingshan's hand. After a moment of thought, she shoved a small bottle into his hand. The small bottle rippled with golden liquid. It was the water of oblivion that Ru Xian had only recently refined. Li Qingshan's eyes widened slightly. He glanced at Ru Xian before glancing at Fu Qingjin below. He was about to be asked about himself. He no longer had the time to think about the effects of the water of oblivion or its side effect. He grabbed Ru Xian's soft hand and squeezed it gently as a form of gratitude. It was warm, smooth, and delicate. He did not have the time to examine it in detail. He changed his posture very naturally, leaning his elbow on the table and covering his mouth with his hand. The water of oblivion flowed down his throat with scorching heat. Because Li Qingshan sat towards the back, everyone's attention was gathered on Fu Qingjin and the cultivator he was questioning. Li Qingshan's small action did not attract anyone's attention. When the water of oblivion entered his stomach, Li Qingshan did not find anything strange at all. He raised his head, and the glorious light from the ceiling was rather dazzling. When he lowered his head again, Fu Qingjin had already returned to the central platform. He stood beside Lu Chongqing. The danger had already passed. The large-scale invasion of demons this time is a great danger for the Clear River Prefecture and even us. The oath of the demon slayer and the responsibility of the 100 schools of thought are all entrusted to this battle. Let's work together and defeat the demons. Let's fight here. Lu Zhongqing waved his hand passionately. What a beautiful sight! Li Qingshan sighed inside. In his other field of view, he gazed at the clear river that flowed eastwards. It was currently late spring, so the weeping willows on the two banks were shrouded in mist. The air was already very warm, but it was not scorching hot yet. Walking through the spring breeze was like drinking fine wine. It was intoxicating. What were they doing here? I can't think about it. Once he thought about it, he really didn't. Was this what it meant to be lost on the path of life? Li Qingshan broke off a willow branch out of boredom and scattered his own shadow in the water. Not far away, beside the official road, a flag with the word tea fluttered in the wind. Old Man Lu had opened this tea stall for 31 years. This main road was the only way to enter the prefectural city from the west. There were countless merchants and tourists. When they were thirsty or tired, they would rest at his tea stall and drink a cup of tea. Business was still booming. It wasn't until 3 years ago that the business started to slow down. However, he was also very contented. Compared to those who had fled with their families, he was very satisfied. He was already considered very good. This place was close to the edge of the Clear River Prefecture. The greatest city that spanned 1,500 kilometers overlooked his tiny tea stall from behind. No monsters would come here to harass them. Even if there were some who were ignorant, they would be easily dealt with by the adults in the city. Business was quite good today. In groups of 3 or 5, over a dozen customers sat under the tea stall and chatted idly. As they discussed, they could not help but mention the terrors of demons. Old Man Lu listened on with a smile. He felt no pressure at all. Suddenly, the bushes by the river swayed. A person sat there vaguely, soliciting business loudly. "Sir, you must be tired from your journey. Come here and have a cup of tea to quench your thirst." The other customers all looked over, only to see the person stand up. The first thing they saw was a head of long, fiery red hair that seemed to burn. His eyes were scarlet red like charcoal. Even under the clear sky, it was enough to make people shiver. Demon. Everyone shuddered in their hearts. Everyone was familiar with the word demon, but they had only heard of demons that could assume human form. They had never seen one. It was said that all those who had seen one were dead. It was even said that even the adults who could use immortal techniques were not their opponent. No one knew whether that was true or not. Old Man Lu was tempted to slap himself across the face. What was he saying with his foul mouth? He turned around in an attempt to flee. However, with a scarlet flash, the demon had already arrived before him. He lowered his head and said to Old Man Lu, "Sure. It's been a while since I've drunk." Before Li Qingshan could even finish speaking, there was a thump. Old Man Lu's legs gave way, and he knelt on the ground. He thought about it again. This was a demon, so begging for mercy was useless. As a result, he straightened his body and played dead. The other customers wailed and howled, scattering like birds and beasts. Li Qingshan curled his lip and poured himself some tea. He drank a cup, but it was not enough. He picked up the teapot and directly poured it into his mouth. The tea was not good, but he had almost forgotten about the feeling of being human over the past few years of cultivation. Now that he drank it again, he found it to be something else. Gazing at the clear river prefecture in the distance, he thought, "I should want to go there." As a result, he, Li Qingshan, carried the teapot in one hand and played with the willow branch in the other, making his way towards the clear river prefecture steadily. In the building, after Lu Zhangqing's speech, everyone's spirits were roused. They were eager to try. They were not people who would be fooled by a few words, and it was not that they did not understand the dangers of war. Actually, over the past 3 years, millions of regular people had lost their lives, and countless Qi practitioners had died or been injured. However, there were not many Foundation establishment cultivators who died or were injured. If it were not for the appearance of the Moon Devil, there would only have been around a 10th or 20 of them. Having cultivated to such a level, whether it was talismans or arcane artifacts, there would always be a way to protect one's life. As long as they knew when to advance and retreat and did not force themselves, escaping from danger was actually not very difficult. Not only would killing demons yield precious demon cores, but even their flesh, bones, and fur were all extremely precious items. It could be said that killing a demon general was enough to earn a fortune. If the demon cores they obtained were compatible with their own elemental affinity, their cultivation would take a great leap forward. Originally, they did not have the opportunity to break through to higher realms of cultivation, but now they had the opportunity. Moving alone might be dangerous, but with so many people together, what was there to be afraid of? Even if they ran into the rock demon or the blood demon, they had a way to deal with them as long as they were not too unlucky and ran into the Moon Devil. Right now, we know ourselves and our enemies. If we seize the initiative and plan carefully, we'll definitely be able to catch the demons off guard. I'm not good at this. General Han, can you come up with a strategy for us? Fu Qingjin asked politely. Han Anjuan, who had remained silent the entire time, stood up and arrived at the lectern in a flash. The school of the military's expertise lay in commanding troops, formations, strategies, and military tactics. Even Fu Qingjin could not claim to be Han Anjuan's match when it came to mobilizing all the cultivators across the entire Clear River prefecture. Right now, there are only a few dozen demon generals underground, and they lack an organization and a commander, so there's nothing to fear. The rock demon is already dead, and the blood demon is injured, so there's nothing to worry about. Only the Moon Devil and the several dozen Foundation establishment night roamers under his command pose a great threat. When they heard the 2 words, Moon Devil, everyone's spirits seemed to have been doused with a bucket of cold water. If they ran into the army of night roamers led by the Moon Devil, Fleeing for their lives would not be as simple as running into the rock demon or the blood demon. Fu Qingjin exhaled gently. He knew this was a hurdle they could not avoid. Even he found the two words, North Moon, rather troublesome. He had never thought the demon path of the Clear River Prefecture would produce such a powerful demon. Not only was his cultivation extremely powerful, but he also possessed intelligence that regular demon generals did not possess. He had gathered a great group of night roamers as his followers. No matter who wanted to defeat this force, they would have to pay a heavy price. As a member of the cultivation community of the Clear River Prefecture, Begonia also listened in from a corner. She knew once the two organizations worked together, she would no longer be able to play both sides and remain uninvolved. When she saw how they paled when they talked about the moon, she found it rather funny, but she also felt rather complacent. She had personally seen the Moon Devil, no, the North Moon. She had even forced him to have a heart-to-heart talk with her on the soaring dragon ship. Now that she thought about it, she really had been bold back then. He was a vicious and cruel demon. However, in her impression, he was not as terrifying as they described him to be, although he was rather short-tempered. However, he was actually very mischievous, even rather gentle. At certain times, the feeling he gave her was more like a big child. He also had a lover. At this moment, a Scarlet Wolf guard responsible for monitoring the surroundings of the Clear River Prefecture reported, "Commander, demons have entered the city." Was it about to begin? Everyone shivered and made their preparations to purge demons. It's just a demon. What are you panicking for? Wang Pushi saw how uneasy his subordinate was and became displeased. It seems like the Moon Devil. What did you say? Wang Pushi's expression changed. He was not the only one. All the other Foundation establishment cultivators were surprised as well. Most of their enthusiasm for purging demons vanished. Lu Chongqing immediately took out the water mirror disc. With a wave of his hand, it immediately projected the entire Clear River Prefecture. The western part of the city was in a state of chaos as people cried out and fled. Everyone could not help but raise their heads, gazing at the water mirror disc. Lu Chongqing circulated his spiritual qi, and the image in the water mirror disc rapidly enlarged. A handsome, evil-looking face filled the entire water mirror disc. His expression seemed rather lost and rather lazy. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and looked around. His eyes narrowed, meeting Lu Chongqing's eyes. "So you're here." Lu Chongqing took a step back in surprise and called out, "Oh no, the Moon Devil wants to massacre the entire city. Why isn't the formation working? The Moon Devil can erase his aura." As it turned out, a formation had been cast down within the boundaries of the Clear River Prefecture since the beginning of the war. Although it could not restrict the entry and exit of regular people, as long as they sensed the slightest hint of demon qi, there would be a warning, and the formation would come into effect. As a result, Lu Chongqing, who watched over the prefectural city, could respond in advance. However, Li Qingshan could erase his aura completely, making his way in easily. Fu Qingjin's heart sank. He had personally witnessed the horrendous state of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. The Moon Devil seemed to possess the ability to cause earthquake. If he really wanted to massacre the city, he would probably be even more effective than the Rock Demon and Blood Demon, and he would be completely unstoppable. It was possible to imagine just how many buildings would collapse once an earthquake occurred. The Clear River Prefecture would be reduced to ruins. This bastard had no intentions of massacring the entire city. Li Qingshan had no intentions of massacring the city at all. After drinking the water of oblivion, he had forgotten many random things. The more profound they were, the more he was afraid of recalling them, afraid of forgetting them. However, he still remembered that he wanted to come to the prefectural city, so he was still furious. "Fu Qingjin, you bastard. You've come up with schemes against me again. I'll show you what's coming." Chapter 465. Fu Qingjin, if it weren't for you, why would I drink? Who's Fu Qingjin? What did I drink? Bam! Fuck you. Li Qingshan downed the tea in one gulp and smashed the teapot on the ground. He tossed the willow branch aside and strode toward the building. Fu Qingjin, get out here. Although I've forgotten who you are. The alliance meeting required all Foundation establishment cultivators to participate, but not all of them were required. The 100 schools of thought, the painter's abode. After dismissing all the disciples, Chu Sherdao propped himself up from the bed and walked to the window. He gazed at the beautiful spring scenery outside and the sparkling willow branches. His eyes flickered as well. I really don't want to die. In a cultivator's life, what he sought was longevity. It was because there was hope as long as he was alive, and everything in front of him would be possible. He forced himself to turn around and carefully took out the scroll painting from his clothes and slowly unfolded it. The person in the painting was staring at him with eyes as dark as ink. The cyan dress and rouge lips were all the things he had drawn in the past, but now it seemed different. Ah Yen, I'm hungry. As soon as Chu Sherdao said that, a fragrance wafted into his nose. It was not the fragrance of cosmetics, but the fragrance of ink. You're always stuffing me in your clothes. The paint is all dried. The woman walked out of the painting and snatched the scroll painting from Chu Sherdao's hands, hanging it on the wall. As if she did not notice the gradually thickening aura of death on Chu Sherdao's face, she touched her skin in front of the mirror. Without asking what he wanted to eat, she walked to the kitchen. Soon, the smell of smoke wafted over, followed by the smell of food. Chu Sherdao sat down with his hands on the table. He took out a vine-yellow wine pot and placed it on the table without much hesitation. He opened the lid and poured the golden liquid he got from Ru Xian into the pot. It did not take long. Ah Yen served the dishes. Chu Sherdao tasted it. It's too salty. Don't eat if you don't want to, Ah Yen said in annoyance. The wine was poured into 2 cups, and the 2 of them touched their hands lightly. Both of them drank it without saying a word. It was not an awkward silence. They had known each other for 100 years, and they had already said everything they wanted to say. Even if one of them wanted to say something, as soon as their eyes met, they felt that there was no need to speak. Are you hiding something from me? Ah Yen looked at Chu Sherdao suspiciously. There was something in his eyes today that she couldn't see through. How can I hide anything from you? Chu Sherdao smiled and raised his cup again. Not long after, a pot of wine was emptied. This wine is so strange. Why do I feel like I'm drunk? Ah Yen held her forehead, feeling a little dizzy. I'm also a little tipsy. Chu Sherdao smiled faintly, the past rising like dust. They all drifted away, along with the last shred of vitality in his body. With a soft clang, the cups, plates, and plates on the table shook. Chu Sherdao was sprawled on the table. Motionless, he passed away. With a crash, Ah Yen stood up and bumped into a chair. Who are you? Before the sorrow had time to spread, she became confused. The more she tried to think back, the more she tried to grasp something, the more it turned into smoke. Her face inexplicably heated up. She touched her cheeks, which were already moist, and tears poured out like a spring. The spring scenery outside the window became more and more brilliant. While everyone was attracted by the moon devil in the water mirror disk, Ru Xian didn't care about the arrival of this terrible demon at all. She asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Li Qingshan had appeared very calm in his confrontation with Fu Qingjin, but Ru Xian could sense his nervousness. This had nothing to do with his meticulousness. Li Qingshan's acting was flawless. Telepathy? Ru Xian snorted at this. What good would it do to have telepathy with him? At the same time, she couldn't help but feel anxious for him. She immediately thought of the existence of the water of forgetfulness. She had never drunk the water of forgetfulness. She only found a few mortals. Under the temptation of a large sum of money, no one was interested in her memory. She didn't even think that a certain part of her body could be worth so much money, so she sold it without hesitation. The effect seemed to be good. Of course, her water of forgetfulness didn't have the power of the legendary soup of Mungpa, which could wash away one's memory. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to give it to Li Qingshan. Its effect was roughly the opposite of the water of forgetfulness. The water of forgetfulness allowed one to remember whatever they wanted to remember, but the water of forgetfulness made one forget what they wanted to remember. When she was refining it, she referred to the formula of the water of forgetfulness. She chose many medicinal herbs with opposite properties and improved them. Because of this, she could ensure that she could erase Chu Shidao's memory of the beauty in the painting without losing her spirituality. Although the mythological beast Xie Ji was known to be able to distinguish between right and wrong, it could only point to the heart and see through lies. If the heart forgot, the Xie Ji couldn't distinguish it. "Do I look fine to you?" Li Qingshan stared at Ru Xian, and there was no trace of unfamiliarity in his eyes. "You still remember me?" Ru Xian said in surprise. He should have forgotten whatever he was thinking about now. "Even if I forget someone, I can't forget you." Li Qingshan shook his head, as if he was desperately fighting against the efficacy of the water of forgetfulness. He wanted to engrave the woman in his eyes deeply in his heart and never forget her. Ru Xian's heart thumped, and her cheeks were dyed with a faint crimson. "You still owe me a lot of medicinal pills." However, Li Qingshan's next words made Ru Xian slightly stunned. She looked as usual and said with a smile, "Didn't you use the rest of the medicinal pills to buy the water of forgetfulness? When? Oh, you forgot. Don't lie to me. How could I forget? Give me some water of forgetfulness, that is the antidote." Li Qingshan stretched out his hand. Although there was no way to deceive the magical power of Xie Ji, under the suppression of the spirit turtle, it was not difficult to control his own thoughts and restrain the power of the water of forgetfulness. However, after going back and forth, his mind was always a little muddled, so he asked the initiator in front of him for the antidote. Ru Xian said indifferently, "If you have the ability, think about it yourself." Li Qingshan was slightly stunned. "Are you angry?" Ru Xian came back to her senses, but found that she was a little angry in her heart. Li Qingshan smiled maliciously. "It seems that I have to discuss it with Qiongji." "Discuss what?" "It's actually normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, right?" Li Qingshan smiled. In this regard, his ambition was not small at the beginning. Thinking that Chu Tian could have a woman on his left and right, his request did not seem too much. As soon as this thought came up, it spread like weeds. Looking at Ru Xian, her eyes were a little different. The two had been talking in the way of voice transmission. In order to avoid being noticed by others, they both looked forward and communicated with the corner of their eyes. But after hearing this sentence, Ru Xian turned her head and smiled sweetly. She ran her spiritual energy, and her voice blasted on Li Qingshan's eardrum like thunder. "Dream on. I won." Li Qingshan smiled silently. His lips opened and closed, deliberately using the word "say." When the two got along, they always joked constantly to provoke each other's emotions. Even Li Qingshan himself could not tell how serious these jokes were. He only felt that interacting with Ru Xian had always been very easy. Just now, after taking the water of oblivion and enduring Fu Qingjin's news, Ru Xian must have known some of his secrets, such as him meeting the Soaring Dragon Elder, and even the Soaring Dragon Elder's Summer Ring was in his hands. However, he was not worried at all. He felt a wondrous sense of trust. Seeing how Ru Xian was still fuming, Li Qingshan smiled. "If you want to keep the pill, then keep it. There's not much left anyway. It's just a bottle of medicine. It's not enough for me to forget about you. It's not like your Granny Meng." Hearing Li Qingshan's words, Ru Xian did not know what to feel. She suddenly came back to her senses. I'm not Mengpu. Looks like this water of oblivion doesn't have much effect on cultivators. Master Chu should be fine, right? It's just a painting. Master. When the 100 schools of thought sensed the disappearance of Chu Shidao's presence, the disciples of the school of thought could no longer care about the ban. They barged into the abode and cried out. They could not hold back their tears as they sobbed. Then they saw their master's wife, standing before the dining table at a loss. Although her face was covered in tears, she did not seem very sad. She seemed very lost. They were all very displeased. Master is really crazy. How can a painting be worth his life's work? No one paid attention to her. The group carefully placed Chu Shidao on the bed and covered him with a white cloth. They carried him to the main hall and waited for Chu Danqing, the direct disciple, to return and make the decision. Her hand was stretched out in the air alone, but she did not know what to do. She felt like she had returned to 100 years ago, when she had just been painted. Painting. She suddenly turned her head and looked at the blank paper on the wall. She looked at the corner of the paper, at the seal that had faded to a dark red. She looked at the words Chu Shidao over and over again. In the bamboo loft the youth frowned. Although he was very dissatisfied with his clumsy work, he still stamped his seal. That was the first time they had met. Time flowed like water, and the scattered memories gathered together once again. The first time she spoke to him, the first time she cooked for him, the first time she quarreled with him. It was because she had purposely tarnished his new painting of a beauty. Who told him to be so infatuated with it? A faint smile appeared in her eyes. 100 years had passed in a flash, and it was as if she had experienced it all again. She suddenly smiled. How could I forget? She then scolded. Old thing, doing such a boring thing. As she spoke and scolded, she walked into the blank paper. A disciple of the school of painting came back to retrieve Chu Shidao's clothes. He was waiting for Chu Danqing to return so that he could bathe and change Chu Shidao's clothes, but he realized that she was no longer there. He looked around and saw the painting on the wall. The beauty was still smiling, but that smile was gradually becoming blurry. The disciple of the school of painting rubbed his eyes hard, suspecting that he was seeing things. The beauty in the painting gradually melted, turning into rouge and cyan paint that flowed down from the paper. In the blink of an eye, the colors flowed away, leaving only a blank piece of paper. A spring breeze blew through the door, causing the painting to sway. Only the dark red seal in the corner was left, still the same. To be continued. Chapter 466. Monster. Run. The monster is coming. Amidst the screams, the crowd fled in all directions, and the bustling street immediately became very deserted. Only a 5-year-old child was left sitting in the middle of the road, crying loudly. Countless pairs of eyes peeked out from both sides of the road and the cracks of the doors and windows. Their hearts trembled as they watched the monster walk towards the child. They all felt that the child was doomed. Imagining the cruel scene that was about to happen, many people couldn't help but close their eyes. Inside the building, the cultivators were also watching this scene through the water mirror disc. It was too late for them to help. The child raised his head and looked at the figure striding over. He was so frightened that he stopped crying. Usually, whenever he was disobedient, his mother would tell him to let the monster eat him. The horror of monsters was deeply engraved in his young heart. At this moment, there was only one thought left in his heart: I'm really going to be eaten by a monster. Little brat, you're blocking the way of Master North Moon. Get lost. Li Qingshan bared his teeth. The child shuddered and scrambled to the side of the road. When he heard the hearty laughter coming from behind him, he couldn't help but turn around, but the figure had already gone far away. His scarlet hair fluttered in the wind like a cluster of flickering flames. He felt that demons were not as scary as his mother had described them to be. Inside the building, the Foundation establishment cultivators were slightly startled. He actually did not make a move? He must have viewed mortals as ants and disdained to make a move. However, if he was disdainful, why did he say such a thing? The terror of the Moon Devil was deeply rooted in their hearts, because the Moon Devil had killed a large number of Foundation establishment cultivators. He was the existence that posed the greatest threat to them. Lu Chongqing was relieved. It seemed that the Moon Devil had no intention of massacring the entire city. On second thought, he recalled that the Moon Devil had never been like the Stone Demons and Blood Demons, who enjoyed massacring mortals. Even to the 100 schools of thought, they did not offend anyone. Wang Pushi recalled that he had only killed the Lone Grave Elder and the Golden Pheasant Elder on the Green Vine Mountain in the past. He spared the fleeing disciples of the Green Vine Mountain. He was not a demon that slaughtered indiscriminately. So all he's done is, they're only targeting Fu Qingjin and the Demon Slayer. This is the most natural counterattack and revenge. This thought spun in everyone's mind. They suddenly felt that the Moon Devil wasn't that hateful. If it wasn't for the Demon Slayer being so overbearing, the situation wouldn't have deteriorated to this stage. Fu Qingjin pondered, North Moon, oh North Moon, you are indeed different from ordinary monsters. Qiu Haitong's light pink lips curled into a smile. There was a comfortable feeling of meeting an old friend again. Her feeling was not wrong. Under his terrifying reputation, there was no one who would dare to challenge him. He had a simple and passionate heart. It made people feel that they could get close to him and see him barging into the tiger's den. She couldn't help but worry for him. Ru Xian felt that the blank expression on the Moon Devil's face was somewhat familiar. Then she looked at Li Qingshan beside her. He furrowed his brows slightly and was stern. Li Qingshan gradually broke free from the influence of the water of oblivion, and his mirror clone naturally returned to his senses at the same time. The water mirror's image was a reflection of the main body. No matter what Li Qingshan's main body was affected, it would be reflected on his clone. When he raised his head, the building was right before him. Li Qingshan slapped his head and thought, since I've already resolved the situation, why would I still send my clone here? He wanted to turn around and leave, but it was already too late. He currently stood at a crossroad. Figures walked over from the streets around him. Hateful gazes gazed down from the tall buildings in the surroundings. Basically all the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Clear River Prefecture were here, surrounding him. Li Qingshan was obviously among them. He stared at the Moon Devil coldly without any fear on his face. It was as if he could call out at any time, "Moon Devil, die!" He would charge down and fight this demon who had shaken up the prefecture to the death. The Moon Devil faced 100 alone, but he was fearless. His murderousness surged into the air, lingering above the prefecture and making everyone nervous. The formation activated, and a barrier of light enveloped the building, protecting the Qi practitioners inside. The light distorted the color of the sky, enveloping the entire prefecture. The Qi practitioners in the building all stopped worrying. Some Qi practitioners became excited, standing at the windows and roaring through the formation, "The Moon Devil is already trapped. He's dead for sure now. Kill this wretched demon and avenge him." Most of the Qi practitioners only gazed at this legendary, terrifying demon silently. So this is the Moon Devil. They looked down on the roaring Qi practitioners. Go out and roar if you can. The Foundation establishment cultivators all frowned in thought. Why had the Moon Devil come? Where were the night roamers? They believed that the Moon Devil would never be stupid enough to walk right into a trap. Little did they know that the Moon Devil had drunk too much, even though it was not alcohol that he drank. Ha 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 ha! A burst of wild laughter filled the air. Li Qingshan stood with his hands on his hips, rocking back and forth with laughter. Even his teeth were visible. Although he had made a slight mistake in this matter, he would only lose a clone at most. It was nothing special. There were many great cloning techniques in the world. Clones were extremely nimble and could share the strength of the original body. However, as soon as the clone was injured, the original body would be affected as well. As a matter of fact, clones would develop self-awareness and break away from the original body. However, Li Qingshan's water mirror's image did not have to worry about this at all. Even if he shattered the water mirror's image, he would not be able to harm the actual flower or moon at all. The flower would not move, the moon would not move, and the image would not change either. Although it would be a little troublesome when he controlled it. However, after reaching the fourth layer of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, his mind had reached a state of intricacy, so he had basically dealt with this problem. Not only did the laughter stop the Qi practitioners' clamor, but it also made the Foundation establishment cultivators even more afraid of acting recklessly. If he did not have something to rely on, why would the Moon Devil be bold enough to do something like this? Ru Xian stood close to Li Qingshan. She also revealed a rare expression of seriousness. However, she said secretly, "Is there something wrong with this Moon Devil's mind? You're the one with something wrong with your mind. Your entire family has something wrong with their minds." Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow and said seriously, "Women can't understand it. This Moon Devil has a wild, forceful sense of heroism. Even if we're enemies, we can't help but praise him." "Is that so? I don't feel anything." Ru Xian rubbed her chin and studied the Moon Devil again. Li Qingshan's face heated up slightly. The Moon Devil's laughter suddenly stopped. He said sternly, "Fu Qingjin, I'm bold enough to come, but you're not bold enough to see me?" When all the Foundation establishment cultivators had appeared, Fu Qingjin was nowhere to be seen. With a flash of green light, Fu Qingjin appeared behind the Moon Devil. He stood to the side. "It's just a clone. Is there anything worth me coming to see? North Moon, if you have anything to say, feel free to say it." Li Qingshan did not look back at Fu Qingjin. He thought hard about what he should say. Surely he could not say, "I'm just passing by. I actually have nothing to do here, so just go about your business." Then he heard Ru Xian's disdainful voice. "What sense of heroism? If I had a clone, I'd be bold enough to do that too." It made Li Qingshan so angry that he was tempted to directly transform into his original form, capture this bastard, and give her a good spanking. His heart skipped a beat. Perhaps this was an opportunity. The Moon Demon said, "Fu Qingjin, I heard a long time ago that you wanted to fight to the death with me. Why have I waited for so long, but there's still nothing at all? As it turns out, you've been studying schemes and traps with these people again. How boring. Where's your original form? I'll fight you right now." Fu Qingjin stood with his hand on his sword. His eyes were cold. There was no longer a trace of dispiritedness in them. He was like an unsheathed sword. A chaotic battle? Or wantonly kill the weak ones of the enemy? That's too boring. I only want to kill you. I only want to destroy you, Demon Slayer. As expected. Lu Chongqing thought, if only all demons were as reasonable as this Moon Devil. The Moon Devil said, 3rd of March, Boundless Mountains. Only you and me. Let's fight to the death. Everyone looked at each other. The battle was clearly imminent, but the Moon Devil sent a clone to challenge them. This timing was a little too strange. What about this battle? Fu Qingjin caressed the hilt of his sword. He savored the meaning in the words of the North Moon. You and I don't need to participate. We don't want to spoil the mood of the battle. Li Qingshan finally revealed his true intention. He wanted to avoid this battle, because he had to participate in the battle as Li Qingshan. The North Moon would not be able to fight. Although the clone had the effect of passing off the fake as the real one, he would be exposed the moment he attacked. He would definitely not be a match for Fu Qingjin. This situation was very disadvantageous to him. That was why he came up with this idea. He used the challenge to force Fu Qingjin not to fight. He also had an excuse to appease the Spider Queen. It was the best of both worlds. What about the clone? Fu Qingjin asked. Naturally, I won't participate. Very well, I agree. Fu Qingjin said resolutely, but he had his own plans. The Moon Devil posed a great threat, not only because of his personal strength, but also because of the night roamers he led. Without the Moon Devil as their commander, it was very likely for the night roamers to fall into a state of disunity. It would be of great benefit to them, and it could even directly influence the outcome of the battle. After coming to an agreement like that, Fu Qingjin seemed extremely magnanimous. He made Lu Chongqing open the formations and let the Moon Devil's clone leave. Li Qingshan snickered. Actually, I still have to participate in this battle. Fellow Fu, don't tell me this is a trick of the demons? The cultivators returned to the tower, and Lu Chongqing asked in worry. Please use the Qi observation technique to monitor the movements of the entire Clear River Prefecture, Sir Lu. I'll watch over the tower. As soon as he appears, I'll immediately enter battle. Fu Qingjin sank into his thoughts. He could not fight, but he could give a few talismans and pills to the Demon Slayer cultivators he trusted. They came from the Sword Collection Palace, and they were extremely powerful. They would definitely be able to heavily injure demons. Li Qingshan's clone returned to the dwelling. All the matriarchs had already been gathered, ready to set off. The humans have already learnt about the Spider Queen's orders. They're currently making preparations in the Clear River Prefecture. This battle definitely won't be as easy as last time. Li Qingshan's words surprised everyone. Before they could digest this news, he continued, I won't be participating in this battle. Everything will be under Yi Liusu's command. Her orders are my orders. Proportion. Chapter 467. Master? Yi Liusu and the others expressed their confusion. A great battle was imminent. As their greatest pillar of support, how could he not take part? I've arranged a battle with Fu Qingjin on the 5th of the 5th month. Before that, I won't be taking part in any battles in order to conserve my strength. Similarly, Fu Qingjin will be the same. This battle is completely up to you. The spoils of war will obviously all belong to you. Only then did everyone understand the whole story. They were both delighted and worried. Their faces became unsettled. Killing 10,000 enemies came with 8,000 casualties. Unlike ambushes and assassinations, fighting human cultivators in an open battle obviously came with extremely great risk. However, the benefits for every cultivator they killed were just as enticing. With that, Li Qingshan abandoned the night roamers and directly returned to his dwelling. All he saw was Millipede sitting on the stone platform. Winter had clearly passed long ago, yet this bastard was still hibernating, sleeping happily all day. Li Qingshan's tense mind eased up too. He smiled. For someone like you, you won't feel anything even if you cultivate for another few centuries or millennia. It's no wonder you're so slow-witted. He patted Millipede's stiff head and thought, I'll definitely find a suitable demon core for you this time. Before long, Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo arrived together. Li Qingshan asked, Are you done with the discussion? Yeah. We're still focusing on attacking the spiritual stone mines. There's no benefit in slaughtering mortals and becoming enemies with the great Xia Empire. As long as you understand that. Li Qingshan smiled. He did not want to run into his subordinates on the battlefield either. Though, I'm afraid I won't be able to make them submit. A sliver of worry appeared on Yi Liusu's delicate face. Both in terms of strength and seniority, she paled in comparison. With him around, none of the matriarchs would dare to act up, but without him around, it was hard to say. That'll depend on your ability. Li Qingshan did not mind. He did have some attachment to the night roamers, but it was just the two before him. It was just the two of them, or more accurately speaking, it was actually just Yi Liubo. Although Yi Liusu was a good subordinate, her loyalty to him would never be higher than her loyalty to her ideals. Li Qingshan even suspected that she was the one who leaked the news to Fu Qingjin. Among the night roamers, she was probably the one who interacted with cultivators the most. He was also so well informed about the situation on the surface. However, without any substantial evidence or loss, he was too lazy to pursue the matter. If Yi Liusu died, Li Qingshan would also regret and be sad, but he wouldn't be too sad. He would only lose a capable subordinate. However, Yi Liubo was different. If Liubo doesn't want to go, you can stay. Li Qingshan's gaze fell on Yi Liubo, and his gaze became gentler. Although Yi Liubo's strength and intelligence paled in comparison to her elder sister, her loyalty to him was unmatched. She had even risked her life for him in the past. He spoiled her very much too. Even if others would question him, he still wanted her to stay somewhere safe. "Thank you, master, but I want to lend my sister a hand." Yi Liubo was extremely touched, but she hesitated. "Whatever. But be careful. Take these talismans to protect yourself. They're not for you to use in battle, so don't use them carelessly." Li Qingshan took out a few scarlet talismans and passed them to Yi Liubo. "Master," Yi Liubo murmured and directly threw herself into Li Qingshan's arms. "Liusu, take good care of her." Li Qingshan patted Yi Liubo's perky bottom. "I will," Yi Liusu agreed. Towards this spoiling, she actually felt rather envious. Towards this spoiling, she even felt a hint of jealousy that she refused to admit. Under the Spider Queen's orders, the cold, silent underground. Like surging magma, it gradually began to boil. Under the lead of Blood Shadow and Dragon's Nail, basically every single demon joined the mobilization for war, ready to unleash a massacre on the surface. At the same time, in the Clear River Prefecture. Although the Moon Devil had come, the meeting had still been a complete success. The first order they issued together was not directed at demons, but at the clans and sects that had not even taken part in the meeting. A few Foundation establishment cultivators had been trying to stay out of it the entire time. Military orders must be obeyed. Report to the prefectural city within a day, or your sects and clans will be destroyed. The world will not tolerate you. The war machine assembled from all the cultivators of the Clear River Prefecture rumbled to life, ready for battle. Lu Chongqing returned to the prefectural government office. He washed up and changed his clothes, removing his usual scholarly robes and changing into the official robes that he rarely wore. He took out the seal bestowed by the imperial court. In front of the government office was a large square. The disciples of Moism busied themselves, taking out various mechanisms and tools. They were currently constructing a tower as quickly as they could. When Lu Chongqing emerged from the government office, the tower had already reached several hundred meters tall, reaching into the sky. Raising his head, it seemed like it could collapse at any time. He sucked in a deep breath and made his way towards the tower. He arrived at the very top of the tower step by step. The entire prefectural city was beneath his feet. A flock of birds flew past him. Lu Chongqing cast his gaze even further away. The divine talisman of virtue in his body suddenly shone with resplendent light. He seemed like a burning torch as two streaks of light suddenly shone from his eyes. The mountains and rivers vanished, reduced to a blurry haze. The Clear River Prefecture beneath his feet vanished, turning into a smoke-like presence that rose straight up into the sky like a beacon of smoke. The pillar of smoke gradually shrank. Lu Chongqing felt his soul rise up into the endless sky. Even more pillars of smoke rose up from the horizon, appearing in his field of vision. They were of different colors and sizes, but none of them were larger than the pillar of smoke in the Clear River Prefecture. Finally, Lu Chongqing saw thousands of pillars of smoke. They formed a vague outline, which was the shape of the entire Clear River Prefecture. Every single pillar of smoke represented a city, village, or village where humans gathered. The aura gazing technique was a technique that had existed since ancient times. Not only was it a technique for sensing and investigating, but it also had elements of prediction and divination. It could see through a person's luck, and it had almost become extinct. However, what Lu Chongqing used was not this aura-gazing technique, or he would not have been able to see everything within 1,500 kilometers of the Clear River Prefecture. Instead, he used the renowned Son of Heaven's technique of air-gazing. The founding emperor established the Great Xia Empire. As the Son of Heaven, he upheld humanity, as well as the responsibility of protecting his people. However, the 9 provinces spanned several 100,000 kilometers, so ruling them was easier said than done. As a result, he created the Son of Heaven's technique of air-gazing. As long as he could peer into the distance, he could see the situation of the 9 provinces. This qi was anger, as well as human vitality. If the marquises were benevolent and righteous, peaceful and prosperous, their qi would strengthen, and they would be qualified. If their rule was unfavorable, leading to the decline of the people, their qi would decline as well. The Son of Heaven could summon the local marquises and punish them. With Lu Chongqing's identity, he obviously dared not refer to himself as the Son of Heaven. As a matter of fact, it did not even count as the Son of Heaven's technique of air-gazing. It could only be called the Son of Heaven's technique of air-gazing. However, in the Clear River Prefecture, only Lu Chongqing, who had been appointed by the imperial court, could use this technique, and he could only observe the vicinity of the Clear River Prefecture. However, it worked on the same principle as the Son of Heaven's technique of air. There was no need for him to test the performance of the local district magistrates. He only needed to observe their qi once a year in the prefectural city, and he would be able to make a clear distinction between punishment and reward. At this moment, as Lu Chongqing gazed into the distance, he could not help but sigh inside. Basically, the qi everywhere was declining. Resentment surged within. There were even many places where the qi had directly ceased to exist, which meant that there were no longer any humans living there anymore. If it were not for the war, the Marquis of Rui only needed to peer into the distance, and he would immediately be relieved of his position as prefect. He dismissed his thoughts and focused on observing the movements of the entire Clear River Prefecture. No matter which city the demons attacked, he would be able to respond in time. After who knew how long, a strand of smoke trembled in the southeast and began to weaken. With each sliver it weakened, countless lives perished. The smoke was filled with fear. Lu Chongqing had memorized the geography and culture of the Clear River Prefecture a long time ago. He immediately said, "Demons have invaded Great Gold Pass." Before he had even finished speaking, the strand of smoke in the north rapidly declined. Before long, several dozen strands of smoke began to tremble, covering the entire prefecture. There was a saying that the wrath of the Son of Heaven would lead to 1,000 kilometers of scarlet land. The Spider Queen's orders were like a mountain slaughtering 100 cities. Lu Chongqing's heart sank. He reported a string of locations without stopping. Han Tie Wa Sungzan, heed my orders. Go to Great Gold Pass. Once you arrive, immediately report back with the news of the demons. If you encounter the weak, kill them. If you encounter the strong, retreat. Do not linger in battle. Below the tower, Han Anjuan issued a string of orders. Foundation establishment cultivators took off into the air one by one, rushing off to various places. No matter how renowned they could only be used as chess pieces right now. The residents of the city all locked their doors and windows. On the square, the Qi practitioners circled around the outskirts a few times, watching this in shock. At a time like this, they did not even have the right to serve as chess pieces. However, as the flames of war spread, no one could remain uninvolved. The situation seemed severe right now, but it was only at a probing stage. After understanding the direction of the demons' attacks, they would deploy their forces further. In the beginning, Han Anjuan still gave a few instructions. Later on, he only gave names and locations. Li Qingshan, Jioha City. At the mention of Li Qingshan's name, Han Anjuan paused slightly and looked deeply at him. Without another word, Li Qingshan pulled out the illusory water sword of invisibility. Riding on the sword, he turned invisible. It had finally begun. At dusk, on the wasteland dyed red by the setting sun, a lone antelope was gnawing on the grass at the foot of a small hill. Perhaps it was the transition between spring and summer, and the delicious grass made it forget its vigilance. It completely did not notice that in the grass not far away, a pair of orange-yellow eyes were staring at it. Under the approaching night sky, the eyes glowed faintly with green light. The cheetah crouched even lower and approached silently. As if sensing something, the antelope raised its head. However, it was already too late. The cheetah's agile figure pounced out of the grass like lightning, pouncing on the antelope. Its fangs pierced into the antelope's throat, suffocating it. The cheetah was about to enjoy the delicacy in its hand. However, there was a loud rumble, and the earth trembled slightly. Then, there was another sound. It was approaching. The cheetah sensed danger, but it could not bear to let go of its prey. The setting sun on the horizon dyed the hill into a glowing curve. Suddenly, a huge black shadow crossed the hill and covered the sunset. Like a mountain, it crushed the cheetah into pieces. Chapter 468. At first glance, the shape of the black shadow was like a giant egg, but it had 4 limbs that hung down from its huge body. Its skin was shiny and hard, as if it had been carefully polished. It was more like metal and stone than flesh and blood. Only the parts that connected its limbs looked like muscles, but they were more like giant tubes that were twisted together. Under the illumination of the sun, one could even vaguely see the liquid flowing inside, but it was unknown whether it was blood or not. There was no obvious head, only 2 cold flickering dots of light that seemed to be its eyes. It looked huge but not bloated, like a moving fortress with extraordinary momentum. The loud rumbling sound came from its heavy footsteps. Stepping over the cheetah's corpse, it did not stop moving towards the end of the wasteland, where there was a lonely city. On the ground, a bumpy round stone suddenly trembled. The surface of the strange stone split open, revealing the crystals within, turning into a large eyeball the size of a wheel. It rotated 360 degrees and locked onto the giant egg-like monster that was striding over. The giant egg-like monster passed over the sky without noticing. A large crack appeared on the ground, revealing a bloody mouth full of fangs. A huge body leaped out of the ground. It was a one-horned lizard with a body length of more than 10 feet. It fiercely pounced towards the giant egg-like monster, spitting out poisonous mucus. The giant egg-like monster raised its right arm, opened its palm and aimed at the lizard, releasing a light beam that was as thick as a water bucket. However, it was unable to adjust the best angle. The one-horned lizard's huge body nimbly twisted, brushing past the light beam. Its huge mouth full of fangs fiercely bit the giant egg-like monster's wrist. It forcefully shook its head and tore off the entire arm. The dark red liquid splattered far away. The giant egg-like monster seemed to know no pain. Its left fist bombarded the lizard's head. The 2 monsters fought fiercely on the wasteland. At first glance, it was impossible to distinguish between good and evil. It was only the most primitive confrontation of power. The giant egg-like monster's eyes kept flickering, but it did not make a single sound from beginning to end, like a tireless fighting machine. However, the disadvantage of losing an arm was constantly expanding, and it gradually could not hold on. The venom covered its entire body, corroding through the skin and revealing the inside. It was not the internal organs, but the rapidly operating mechanical mechanisms. On its protruding chest and abdomen, there was a part that looked like a cabin. Hao Pingyang was sitting there with bloodshot eyes. He roared unconsciously, "Go to hell!" He was the one who controlled the egg monster to fight. This was the latest puppet developed by the Mo clan. Combined with the method of refining corpses, it possessed the power of the foundational level. However, it did not have the fighting ability of ordinary puppets. The traditional puppetry technique of the Mahis school had foundation establishment puppets, golden core puppets, and even the legendary nascent soul puppet. However, in order to control these puppets, one had to have corresponding strength. At the very least, it wasn't something that a Qi practitioner could handle. However, this new type of puppet could be used by Qi warriors, and Hao Pingyang was its brain. He had come to carry out a mission with the intention of exterminating demons. However, he had not expected that he would be ambushed by a demon general. The lizard demon general pressed the puppet to the ground. Sensing Hao Pingyang's presence, its sharp hooked claws continued to dig into the cabin. Sparks flew, wood splinters flew, and amidst the teeth-numbing grinding sound, there was only a Qi-La sound. The lizard demon general ripped open the cabin and was about to feast. The taste of human cultivators had a different kind of delicacy. Hao Pingyang hugged the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light and fired a beam of light at the lizard demon general's open mouth. The lizard demon general's fragile mouth was injured, but it was not a serious injury. Instead, it became even more furious and ferocious, biting towards Hao Pingyang. Hao Pingyang knew that he was probably going to die here. Suddenly, the lizard demon general seemed to sense something and abandoned Hao Pingyang. Its two protruding eyes spun 360 degrees, locking onto an area in the air. Suddenly, a sword as black as ink flew out. The lizard demon general also sensed the danger of the black sword. A terrifying sword intent locked onto it, swift as wind and lightning. At such a close distance, there was no way to dodge. Its body rapidly shrank, and its speed increased. Like lightning, it bypassed the black sword and pounced towards the area in the air. The ambusher was there. The illusory water sword of invisibility flickered in and out of existence, cutting through the air in a semicircle. As if it had calculated the lizard demon general's path, it accurately chopped down on its back. A sword Qi as terrifying and sharp as the black sword followed. The lizard demon general screamed as its body was cleaved in two. However, it was not from its waist, but from the base of its tail. It was as if the sword had not landed on its back. This was its innate ability. No matter where it was injured, it could transfer the damage to its tail. Moreover, a lizard could regrow its tail. Sensing danger, it did not hesitate to turn and burrow into the ground. From the side, a sword Qi pierced through its bulging eyes and through its skull. Just now, the black sword that had flown out had turned around at some point. Li Qingshan's figure appeared. This demon general was truly cunning. If it were not for the fact that he had completely refined the cursive sword calligraphy and was able to control the sword Qi as he pleased, it would have almost been able to escape. If it were not for the two-sword Qi and the fact that he had to transform into his demon form, it would not have been easy for him to kill the demon general with his early-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Although the arts of the boundless ocean was a decent cultivation method, it lacked the ability to kill in a single blow. Even if he had the upper hand and forced the demon general into a corner, it would still be useless if the demon general directly detonated its Yao core. Li Qingshan put the entire lizard into his 100 treasures pouch and took a look at the Yao core. He was overjoyed. This Yao core was also poisonous. He had finally found a Yao core that was suitable for millipede. Qingshan. Hao Pingyang crawled out of the puppet with a face full of joy. He had barely escaped death, so he was in a rather sorry state. Long time no see. Li Qingshan turned around and smiled. The two of them chatted for a while under the remains of the puppet. Hao Pingyang found out that it was not a coincidence that Li Qingshan had come here. He had been sent to assist him. This new type of puppet had only been used on the battlefield for a short while, so everyone was not very confident in it. Its performance in actual combat was also not as good as that of a normal Foundation establishment puppet. This was not the first time Li Qingshan had done something like this. The sun gradually set below the horizon, and the stars above the wasteland were especially dazzling. Let's go. I'll take you back to the 100 schools of thought. Before Li Qingshan could finish speaking, the jade pendant at his waist flashed. Unlike the Scarlet Wolf tablet, this was a communication item that was given to every cultivator. Han Anjuan's cold voice came from within. Li Qingshan, report. 1 demon general was killed. The puppet was damaged, but Hao Pingyang is fine. Go to the southwest of Fangting River to provide support. Han Anjuan did not have any intention of praising him, and directly ordered. Okay, right away. Not right away, right away. Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Hao Pingyang said, Go, I'm going to fix this guy. I'll treat you to a drink when we get back. Hao Pingyang watched as Li Qingshan's figure disappeared. He thought of all the rumors about him, and besides gratitude, there was also deep admiration. This is the 5th demon general he killed. It had been more than half a month since the start of the war. After the initial probing, the flames of war had spread everywhere. Even Li Qingshan was surprised that there were so many monsters hiding underground. They attacked various cities and towns, leaving ruins wherever they passed. The Spider Queen's order to massacre cities had been completed. Even if there were Foundation establishment cultivators who went to stop them, the aftermath of the battle was enough to destroy the city. No one could care about the lives of mortals in an intense battle. However, the war did not end. Instead, it became even more intense. In just a dozen or so days, the number of Foundation establishment cultivators that had died had already surpassed 10. Even Li Qingshan faced danger many times. One of the dangers had even been fatal. Although the demon general was not as powerful as the rock demon or blood demon, that was only because he did not have a special bloodline. However, his strength was startlingly great, not something early Foundation establishment cultivators could contend against. If it were not for his greatest trump card, his demon body, he would have been heavily injured even if he managed to survive. However, he had benefited quite a lot from his successive expeditions. He had killed a total of 3 demon generals. Coupled with the 2 demon generals he had killed before, he had killed a startling 5. Apart from the water element demon core he had used, he now possessed 4 demon cores, and the number of regular demons he had killed was innumerable. His contribution in the Hawkwolf Guard had already accumulated to an extremely tremendous amount. In order to boost morale, the 100 schools of thought and the Demon Slayer had all offered up a tremendous amount of resources, as well as an additional reward. Apart from that, there were a few empty nicknames, such as Invisible Sword Li Qingshan, Sea Tiger Li Qingshan, and so on. Li Qingshan hurried to the Fangting River and heard the sound of stringed instruments in the distance. It crossed the endless reeds and rippled in the warm midsummer breeze. There was a manor by the river, and the sound originated from there. Outside the manor were the eyes of demonic beasts that flickered like stars. They constantly drew closer, but they were constantly forced away by the invisible music. A few disciples of the School of Music sat in a circle in a pavilion at the back of the manor. They held different instruments in their hands, as if they were performing and not fighting. They really were not skilled in battle. Although they could force back the demonic beasts, they were unable to inflict life-threatening injuries. However, their true qi gradually ran out, and fear filled their faces. Suddenly, there was a howl, which frightened a disciple of the Yu family so much that she snapped the strings of her zither. In her fright, she discovered that the demonic beasts had already begun to scatter, collapsing on the ground with blood spurting out. Li Qingshan killed the leading demon in a single stroke before finishing off the remaining demonic beasts without much effort. He arrived before the pavilion. "Have you been well? You're Li Qingshan." Most of the disciples of the School of Music were women, and they were no exception. Although they were not supreme beauties, they were still pretty and possessed extraordinary bearings. They thanked Li Qingshan repeatedly as their gazes became filled with admiration. One of them even expressed boldly that she was willing to fill the gap left behind by Han Qiongji and comfort Li Qingshan's lonely heart. Li Qingshan understood that this was not just a hero saving a damsel in distress, or these proud beauties of the School of Music would not be so unreserved. Instead, they were in a precarious situation in war, so they wanted to find someone powerful to rely on. All he could do was smile and not reply. He sat down in the pavilion, recovering his exhausted spiritual qi and energy. Not long after, the jade pendant on his waist lit up again. To be continued. Legend of the Great Sage. Welcome readers to log in. Read the full text. Chapter 469. But this time, Han Anjuan did not give him a new mission. Instead, he was calling him back. Li Qingshan smiled. "You're finally willing to let your son-in-law rest a little?" When the disciples of the School of Music heard that he wanted to return to the Clear River Prefecture, they all faltered. They did not possess strength like Li Qingshan, but correspondingly, they did not have to shoulder such great responsibilities. Basically, every time they were sent out, they would return to rest and recuperate. However, there was still quite a distance to travel from here to the Clear River Prefecture. The current situation was turbulent and the flames of war were spreading. It was very easy for them to be ambushed by demons, so they wanted Li Qingshan to take them along. However, if he took them along, it would definitely waste some of Li Qingshan's time. As Li Qingshan's reputation rose, he became renowned for his aloofness. It was rumored that he had always been a loner and did not like to socialize with others. Just now that they had seen him, it really was true. If they were turned down, it would be humiliating. "I want to return to the Clear River Prefecture. Do I need to take you along?" Li Qingshan could tell what they were thinking. He did not care about the time. The disciples of the School of Music were overjoyed. They all thanked him. They felt like he was not as unreasonable as the rumors said. After all, they were all human. The white cloud spread out, lifting up Li Qingshan and the disciples of the School of Music, and taking them into the air slowly. With a hum, it shot off with a long trail of clouds behind it. There probably aren't many people in the academy who can rival Senior Brother's technique of cloud riding and mist manipulation, right? Senior Brother is a once-in-a-century genius of our Clear River Prefecture. During the entrance examination, didn't Senior Brother reach Foundation establishment first out of the people who were deemed as geniuses? The cloud passed over a mountain range. Leaving it behind, the disciples of the School of Music praised from the bottom of their hearts. Apart from their sincerity, they obviously tried to flatter him too. Actually, they had joined the 100 schools of thought longer than Li Qingshan. They could even be regarded as Li Qingshan's senior sisters. Even if they did not receive any tangible benefits, being able to work with someone like that was a good thing. Being on good terms with someone like that was also a good thing. Most of the weak fawned on the strong with this thought in mind, even though they often got nothing in return. But just for that glimmer of hope, he would never get tired of it. Li Qingshan smiled and was about to say something. Suddenly he felt uneasy. On the dark land, a golden light flashed and pierced through the clouds. This was a bustling ancient city. Although it was far from being comparable to the prefectural city, There were a few mines nearby. Relying on the mountains to make a living, the people were quite prosperous. The sky had just darkened when the lights in the city lit up. Because of the chaos caused by the demons, there were not many people on the road. Only the night watchman was still beating the gong on the street. He lazily shouted, "The weather is dry, beware of the fire." The night watchman's voice paused. With the help of the moonlight, he saw a silhouette coming from afar, appearing and disappearing in the thin night fog. He narrowed his eyes. He wanted to take a closer look. Somehow, the figure walked up to him. His handsome face was rosy, and his eyes shone with blood-red light. Two fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth as he opened his mouth and inhaled. Pooh! The night watchman's heart suddenly protruded, and a stream of bright red blood flew out. With a clang, the gong fell to the ground. The night watchman fell to the ground, his body twitching. He had already become a cold, pale corpse, without a single drop of blood left on his body. Blood Shadow licked his lips and continued to walk along the street. His gaze pierced through the thin fog and through the walls. He saw figures exuding blood chi in the houses on both sides of the road. His mouth was opened to an exaggerated size, causing his entire face to contort. He gulped in large mouthfuls of blood. Streams of bright red blood flowed through the walls and into his mouth. At the end of the street, a powerful blood chi attracted Blood Shadow's attention. He looked over and saw a slovenly Taoist dressed in a tattered Taoist robe. He held a wine gourd in one hand and a burnt branch in the other. "Evildoer, I've waited a long time for you." Zhou Tong drank a mouthful of wine and raised the branch in his hand. A bolt of lightning twisted and turned like a dragon, piercing through the night fog and striking Blood Shadow. The cloud was torn apart, but there was no one on it. Two cloud ribbons flew out of Li Qingshan's hands, wrapped around the music disciples, and soared into the sky. Golden light flashed on the ground. An enormous hedgehog spirit covered in dazzling golden spikes, each one the size of a spear, filled the sky. Li Qingshan used the wave-treading style and stepped on a cloud ladder, constantly leaping up. He wanted to first escape the range of the attack, place the music disciples in a safe place, and then kill the hedgehog. A thin layer of clouds obscured the bright moon in the sky, making the moonlight hazy. Li Qingshan burst out of the clouds and leapt into the clouds. The hedgehog demon's spikes became extremely powerless at this height. Before he could even catch his breath, he saw a hunchbacked old man sitting on the clouds. He said extremely slowly, "Let's go." He said in an extremely slow voice, "You are the cultivator who recently killed 3 of my demon generals?" Dragon's Nail. Li Qingshan's heart sank. Of the 3 demons, Blood Shadow, Strong Stone, Dragon's Nail, the one he feared the most was the unfathomable Dragon's Nail. And the untamed Blood Shadow, Strong Stone, seemed to agree with this point. Li Qingshan's underground avatar had already reported to Spider Queen about his secluded cultivation in preparation for the decisive battle against Fu Qingjin. Although Spider Queen was displeased, she had no objections when she saw that he could hold back a powerful opponent. At this time, Dragon's Nail proposed that he hand over all the demons in his territory to her. Li Qingshan was originally unwilling to agree, but Spider Queen had already made up her mind and could not refuse. It turned out that Dragon's Nail had not only taken in Strong Stone's subordinates, but also Blood Shadow's subordinates. She was practically replacing Spider Queen in commanding all the demons. "It seems that my recent performance has been too outstanding, attracting this old demon's attention. He specifically set up an ambush for me here. This old demon is shrewd and meticulous. He's much harder to deal with than Strong Stone and Blood Shadow. It would be fine if I was alone, but with these Qi practitioners, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to protect them." Li Qingshan said without batting an eyelid, "So what if I am? If you are, then stay here." Dragonsnail's speech suddenly sped up, no longer sounding anxious. At the same time, it sped up and appeared in front of Li Qingshan in a flash, its withered hand grabbing at Li Qingshan's throat. So fast, even faster than Blood Shadow. Li Qingshan's body reacted faster than his mind. He blocked with his sword, but Dragon's Nail did not seem to see the nearly transparent illusory water sword of invisibility and continued grabbing at him. Li Qingshan beamed with joy. The sharp edge of the sword easily cut through Dragonsnail's webbing between his thumb and index finger, splitting his skinny arm in half. The sword chi in his dantian emerged with the sword. Dragonsnail's somewhat dull eyes flashed with a sinister light. Its separated arm rapidly expanded and opened up like the mouth of a monster, pulling out thousands of streams of mucus and biting at Li Qingshan's neck. Li Qingshan had already achieved his goal, so he withdrew his sword. The illusory water sword of invisibility was covered in a layer of mucus, corroding the spirit light on the sword. He quickly circulated his spirit treasure and washed away the mucus. Not only did the spirit light become much dimmer, but even the sword became visible to the naked eye. Dragon's Nail had purposely let him hit it. The sword chi in his dantian was enough to kill normal Yao generals, but against Dragon's Nail, he did not have the slightest confidence. As expected, Dragon's Nail only slowed down slightly and did not react. It did not even force out the sword chi like strong stone. "Put me down! Put me down! I want to go home!" At this moment, a music disciple screamed like a child and struggled. It was the one who tried to have sex with Li Qingshan. The constant life and death crisis had broken her last heartstring. Not everyone's nerves were as tough as Li Qingshan's. "Don't be afraid, we will definitely be fine. Believe in senior brother." "Bitch, shut up, do you hear me?" The other music disciples were afraid that she would really fall down, so they all tried to persuade her and even scold her. When the words reached Li Qingshan's ears, the speed was shockingly fast. It was almost impossible to hear them clearly. He frowned and seemed to understand something. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Several golden lights tore through the air behind him, so fast that Li Qingshan almost could not react in time. Without looking back, he slashed away the spikes aimed at his back. However, the scream beside him suddenly stopped. A spike pierced through the head of the music disciple, killing her on the spot. A bloody hole appeared on her smooth forehead. The persuasion also stopped. The other music disciples all had bloody holes on their bodies. In the blink of an eye, they had become corpses hanging on the cloud belt. Their eyes were wide open, as if they could not believe that they would have such a fate. They had wanted to rely on Li Qingshan to obtain some safety, but they had not expected that they would die because of him. The cloud belts dispersed, and they fell to the ground. They gradually became smaller and melted into the clouds. Their dresses danced like withered petals. Li Qingshan did not have time to sigh. He finally understood that it was not that Dragon's Nail had become faster, but that he had become slower. Not only had his body become slower, but even the reaction speed of his brain and the speed at which he circulated his spiritual chi had become slower. And he did not know when he had been hit by this trick. He stared at Dragon's Nail in front of him. What a strange and terrifying talent! Behind Li Qingshan, in a curtain of clouds, the hedgehog spirit shook its body, and 100 golden lights shot out like rain. There was no way to dodge. Li Qingshan, who was much slower, could not dodge either. How could Blood Shadow, who had passed the test of the heavenly tribulation, be afraid of a mere bolt of lightning? "Just wait until I draw out your blood and see what it tastes like." Blood Shadow smiled coldly and stepped forward. His entire body was overflowing with lightning. His face gradually became charred black, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. He stared at the withered branch in Zhou Tong's hand. "What is this?" It did not flash like ordinary lightning. Instead, it lingered in Blood Shadow's body, wreaking havoc wantonly. Every tiny bolt of lightning could penetrate his body and evaporate a portion of his blood. Even the blood-red demon core was intertwined with lightning, causing him to feel waves of palpitations. Taishang Laojun, haste is like the law. God of thunder and mother of lightning, divine lightning slays the demon. Zhou Tong's expression was solemn. Without a word of nonsense, he stepped on the astral steps, his tattered Taoist robes fluttering in the wind. He held the withered branch in his hand as if he was holding a peerless treasured sword, pointing it at the sky. Boom! Divine lightning descended from the sky, connecting heaven and earth, illuminating 1,000 li ps. I had a dream last night. Today, I woke up with a splitting headache. This chapter took more than 4 hours to write. Chapter 470. If Li Qingshan only had to deal with this golden rain of light, he still had some confidence. But with Dragonsnail's meticulous thinking, he would not give him such a chance. Without any hesitation, he pounced forward. A pincer attack to strangle his last chance of survival. Li Qingshan's heart calmed down like a vast sea, but without a single ripple for thousands of miles. In that instant, he seemed to see the trajectory of each spike, even though it was only a fleeting feeling. The illusory water sword of invisibility in his right hand was already swinging towards the sky full of light rain. The blade reflected the silver moonlight, flickering faintly. At the same time, his left hand slapped at the pouncing dragon's nail. The rising tide stance, the cloud-expelling stance, were completed in one breath. His zhenshi was like a tide, pressing down on his palm in layers. But it was not released until the moment Dragon's Nail approached that it transformed into a cloud-expelling tsunami. But if it was an ordinary time, his sword technique might have been useful. If it was against an ordinary demon general, his palm would have been effective. But what he was facing now was an ambush from a demon general. With Dragonsnail's cautious personality, he only brought one demon general and dared to ambush him. He had absolute confidence and certainty. With 2 crisp clangs, Li Qingshan's sword, which was slightly slower, only managed to hit 2 of the spikes flying towards his head. His chest, abdomen, and limbs were injured at the same time, with 7 or 8 bloody holes in them. One of the bloody holes was where his heart should have been. With a loud bang, Dragon's Nail disdainfully met Li Qingshan's palm. The unbelievably powerful strength, as well as the enormous demon chi, directly shattered the tsunami. Li Qingshan was sent flying, spewing blood. Li Qingshan fell out of the sky just like the disciples of the school of music. Dragon's Nail was full of confidence. His palm had already shattered Li Qingshan's internal organs, not to mention his heart, which was a vital point. He was dead for sure. But just in case, he nodded at the hedgehog demon general. The hedgehog demon general impatiently swooped down towards Li Qingshan, wanting to taste the delicacy of a human cultivator. A gleam suddenly flashed through Li Qingshan's eyes. Unbeknownst to him, a scarlet talisman was burning between his fingers. Then, he turned into ashes. Rays of spiritual light surrounded Li Qingshan. The hedgehog spirit missed its target. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan was already 10 miles away, leaving a trail of light in the night sky. Fortunately, I have this escape talisman. Otherwise, I would have been tricked by this old thing. Li Qingshan felt that the speed of spiritual energy circulation had returned to normal. No matter what the innate supernatural power of Dragon's Nail was, it obviously couldn't cover such a long distance. He immediately used the wave-treading style without hesitation and flew into the distance. Among the many types of talismans, the escape talisman was one of the more precious ones. At the very least, only the scarlet talismans would have this kind of talisman. When one was in a desperate situation, using it was like having an extra life. Li Qingshan had used an escape talisman of the lowest quality, which could only cover 5 kilometers at most. Moreover, he did not know any escape technique. There were many restrictions. This time, he could only cover a distance of 5 kilometers, not a foot more or an inch less. He could only fly to a place that he could see, and there couldn't be any obstacles in between. The various requirements made this escape talisman somewhat useless. Not only could it not be used in a closed environment, but at their realm, a distance of 5 kilometers was actually not far. They could reach it in a breath's time. Especially in the situation just now, if he used it directly, he would probably be interrupted as soon as he took out the talisman. Even if he used it under the shroud of Dragonsnail's strange supernatural power, it would probably be shockingly slow, giving him time to react. How can he still move freely with such serious injuries? Dragonsnail's expression changed, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He chased after Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan relaxed. Dragonsnail's speed wasn't fast. Not to mention Blood Shadow, it was far inferior to even Strong Stone. However, it was still a little faster than him. The distance between the two rapidly closed. There's no need to actually catch up to him. I just need to bring him into the range of my supernatural power. Dragonsnail narrowed his eyes, and his supernatural power spread out like an invisible net, trapping the sprinting Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan had also thought of this, so how could he let Dragonsnail have her way? With a shake of the cursive sword calligraphy, another ink sword flew out. He cast spells in succession, first setting up a water screen, then summoning a cloud giant to block his back. Finally, he slapped a smooth wind talisman on himself. Dragonsnail swallowed the ink sword in a single gulp, shattered the water screen with a single palm strike, and directly pierced the cloud giant. He only slowed down slightly, but he basically did not slow down at all. On the other hand, Li Qingshan had already become a whirlwind, flying off into the distance with even greater speed, pulling away once again. Dragonsnail stopped and gave up on his pursuit. He was already close to Clear River City. Now that he had reached this point, the ambush had basically failed. If he continued to pursue, it would instead be bad. Dragonsnail's presence traveled into the distance and vanished. Li Qingshan descended from above and meditated, recovering his spiritual qi. The bloody holes on his body had basically healed up already, only leaving behind faint marks. His heart began to thump once again. With his powerful life force, many of his vital points were no longer vital points. All he had to do was protect his head. I'm still not powerful enough, or I could just transform and kill this bastard. Why would it be so troublesome? No, if I were even more powerful, I could just go have sex with Lolth and become a demon commander. Wouldn't that be even more carefree? Raising his head and gazing into the distance, the brightly lit Clear River Prefecture was right up ahead. At this moment the distant sky flashed. Only after quite a while did he hear the soft rumble of thunder. What a loud thunder! This bolt of lightning is probably close to 500 kilometers away. It's definitely not regular heavenly lightning. Probably even my spirit turtle's profound shell won't be able to block it easily. Li Qingshan sighed inside. The world was filled with powerful people and countless masters, and this was only the measly Clear River Prefecture that was limited to Foundation establishment. If this game of chess ended and the war expanded, demon commanders and demon kings would run amok and golden core and nascent soul cultivators would roam about freely. His cultivation as a demon general would be nothing. Any one of them would be enough to claim his life. Just Wen Jingming of the Pine Suff Academy was a huge problem. After the danger tonight, he became even more eager to increase his strength and cultivation. He needed to break through to the 4th layer of the Ox Demon and Tiger Demon as soon as possible. He changed into a new set of clothes and strode towards Clear River City. The branch in the slovenly Taoist priest Zhou Tong's hand was obviously not a regular branch. Instead, it was a true arcane artifact. In the past, when he was traveling outside, he encountered a 10,000-year-old metal tree that had almost developed a spirit. It was struck by heavenly lightning, and only a small piece of the branch remained. After several decades of refinement, it was forged into an arcane artifact. It was called Lightning Slaughter, and it was extremely powerful. Zhou Tong practiced the divine heaven method of lightning wielding. When he powered Lightning Slaughter with it, its destructive power could not even rival certain arcane treasures. Perhaps his unruliness had been influenced by this technique, but it also possessed its own unruliness and confidence. The place where Blood Shadow originally stood had become a huge pit, 30 meters wide. It affected the buildings on both sides. The power seemed nothing special. A casual strike from Li Qingshan could achieve that, but the power of lightning was different from other techniques. Normally, it would not cause any damage to earth or rock. However, this strike of lightning directly vaporized all the earth and rock. The pit shimmered under the moonlight, crystallizing. "Coward!" Zhou Tong snorted. In the end, this bastard still managed to escape. In the final moment, Blood Shadow raised his cloak and turned it into a blood-red screen, blocking the lightning and earning himself a moment of time. He used it to escape. Actually, if they really clashed, the outcome of the battle was still unknown. Blood Shadow's ability to control blood posed a great threat to cultivators. Originally, he could have used this opportunity to approach Zhou Tong, but Blood Shadow refused to take the risk, directly fleeing. It filled Zhou Tong with fury, but there was nothing he could do. Although he was known as the greatest in the Clear River Prefecture, he was still slower than Blood Shadow. Zhou Tong took off on his sword, leaving behind the pitch-black city. He could not help but glance back and let out a gentle sigh before leaving resolutely. All the lanterns in the city were extinguished. In a study, all of the porcelain had been shattered, scattered across the ground. The scholar lay on the table. Just now, he was still burning the midnight oil, but now, he had lost all signs of life. Blood gradually soaked the book, and blood flowed from all of his orifices. He had directly been shaken to death. There was not a single living creature in the city anymore, be it men or women, old or young, snakes, insects, rats, or ants. A small portion of them had died to Blood Shadow's hands, while the majority had died to Zhou Tong's bolt of lightning. Against an opponent like the Blood Demon, Zhou Tong dared not hold back, nor could he hold back. If he still had to worry about the lives of mortals when he struck, unable to unleash his full strength, he would be the one dead. Blood Shadow would still massacre the city, and he would continue his massacre. As a result, that was all he could do. He had no other choice. Even if he did not believe that, reality was as cold as steel, and mortals were like ants. It was just mortals suffering when immortals fought. In Clear River City, the meeting in the building had ended a long time ago, but the building had been conscripted to serve as the main base against the demons. It also demonstrated his determination to protect the millions of lives in the city. Qingshan, another one. Well done, senior. Fellow truly is powerful. Cultivators moved about in the building, creating a hubbub. When they saw Li Qingshan return, they all greeted him and bowed. The news that Li Qingshan had killed another demon general had already spread. He was like a hero's return. During this period of time, he had wandered through the Clear River Prefecture and saved the lives of many cultivators, forming many good ties with them. However, he only nodded slightly and did not respond too much. In the eyes of some people, he seemed rather arrogant. Actually, Li Qingshan just did not want to form ties with others anymore and be tainted by karma. Although he had only read these words randomly from Little Anne's Buddhist scriptures, he actually felt that they made some sense now. Since he understood his path, whether it was friends or acquaintances, the fewer the better, just in case he died in agony. Arriving at the top floor, the leaders of the schools of Confucianism, Dharma, and Armament were all present, as well as Fu Qingjin and a few Foundation establishment cultivators whom he was rather unfamiliar with. They faced a large mental map of the Clear River Prefecture as if they were discussing something. Li Qingshan did not even have the time to greet him when he entered. Lu Chongqing waved his hand at him, making him wait for a while. Afterwards, he lowered his head and pointed at a point on the map. "I've just received news that Senior Zhou has failed to kill Blood Shadow. He should be back very soon. This is already the 12th city. If it weren't for the fact that the blood demon needs to refine and absorb the blood, the destruction would definitely be even greater." Chapter 471. Hua Sungzan said in a low voice, "Several Foundation establishment cultivators have also died in battle, and the number of Qi practitioners who have died at his hands is uncountable. With that kind of ability to control blood, once you get close to him, you'll be in great danger." Although Senior Ma's divination allowed us to roughly determine a few locations and wanted to set up an ambush separately, I didn't expect him to be so vigilant. If we don't gather our strength, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to kill him. This has already surpassed the ability of a Foundation establishment cultivator like me. Everyone was disappointed. They couldn't invest too much strength in such a net-like ambush. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to spare any manpower from other places, and they would suffer great losses, especially in a situation where they couldn't guarantee that they could kill Blood Shadow. These demons were very sensitive to danger, and Blood Shadow was even more cautious. If he sensed that something was wrong, he might just turn around and leave. In that case, all the ambushes and arrangements would be for naught. The war between humans and demons was like a contest of strength. Every bit of strength had to be used cautiously. Take tonight, for example. Dragon's Nail and Zhoutong. They could have gone elsewhere. The enemy's Foundation establishment cultivators and demon generals would basically all die if they ran into them. In the end, they'd wasted their time on a failed ambush. The losses were hard to directly estimate. But Ma Bai glanced at Li Qingshan at the side, and a thought occurred to him. But what? If Little Anne succeeds in building her foundation, we'll be able to be more accurate. Qingshan, how's Little Anne's cultivation going? Will she have a chance to break through to Foundation establishment in the near future? Following Ma Bai's question, everyone's gaze fell on Li Qingshan. The Little Anne you speak of is that genius from your 100 schools of thought. Even if she succeeds in building her foundation, she'll only be in the early stage. How can she compare to you? How can we place our hopes on a little girl? Cheng Kaishan, the sect leader of Horned Rhinoceros Mountain, said disapprovingly. His body was muscular and tall, and he stood there like an iron tower. His forehead was bulging like a horn. This was a sign that he had cultivated the Horned Rhinoceros Mountain splitting art to an extremely profound level. His cultivation had already reached the late stage of Foundation establishment. When he spoke, his voice was like thunder and his aura was extremely powerful. When they looked at Li Qingshan, there was an undisguised disdain in their eyes. Li Qingshan was just a junior, but he had only managed to establish a connection with the Han clan, obtained a powerful spirit artifact, and killed a few demon generals, and yet he was being held in such high regard. A few years ago, Li Qingshan had publicly defeated the eldest senior brother of Horned Rhinoceros Mountain, causing Cheng Kaishan to lose face. After that, Li Qingshan had broken through to the Foundation establishment realm, but that eldest senior brother was still a Qi practitioner. It was believed that this battle had left a shadow in his heart. Even though it wasn't to the extent where he would gnash his teeth in hatred and think of revenge at all times, no matter how he looked at Zhang Xian, he just couldn't stand the sight of him. The others were very disappointed as well. They thought Ma Bai had some good idea. Even geniuses needed time to grow. Going from a mortal to a 10th layer Qi practitioner in just a few years was already startlingly fast, but he was still just a Qi practitioner. That Shaoan you're talking about doesn't seem to have shown her face at all. While our disciples are fighting a bloody battle, she's hiding in a safe place. Isn't that a little inappropriate? A woman questioned. She was the Xia elder of the Red Cloud sect. Li Qingshan frowned. Just when he was about to retort, Lu Chongqing said first, "Little and has already been accepted as a direct disciple of the Annihilum Light Chan Master, so it's inappropriate for us to deploy her as we please. If she's injured, we won't be able to explain it to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. I hope Elder Xia can understand." It's not like we're lacking a measly Qi practitioner. Seeing how a dispute was about to break out, Fu Qingjin shot Elder Xia a glance. Elder Xia snorted coldly and no longer dared to pursue the matter any further. If Little and really did die in the chaos of battle and the Annihilum Light Chan Master looked into the matter, the Rose Cloud sect would not be able to handle it. Ma Bai shook his head. This is what you don't know. Divination is different from other technique. It places great emphasis on talent. Little and could use yin, yang, and the 5 elements as soon as she began cultivating. Her talent for divination completely surpasses mine. After I taught her the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots, I originally wanted to properly guide her. In the end, she basically comprehended what I spent several years to comprehend in a single afternoon. There's not much I can guide her with. Even without the Annihilum Light Chan Master of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, I wouldn't have sent her out on missions. Her talent is definitely not limited to dealing with a few demons. Instead, it can influence the entire situation. As long as she's given time, she might even be able to influence the entire Green Province. At the very least, I can say with certainty that if she can break through to Foundation establishment, her divination will definitely surpass mine. Ma Bai's words ignited everyone's hope again. In a battle like this, an additional powerful practitioner of divination would be no less useful than a peak Foundation establishment master like Zhou Tong. Li Qingshan said, "Actually, Little and has already thought through school leader Ma's thoughts. She's been attempting to break through to Foundation establishment recently, so she should have some confidence." Li Qingshan's words were not false. After Little and killed Strong Stone, Blood Shadow became her next target. However, Blood Shadow's whereabouts were unknown, so she could not search the entire world for him. As a result, she tried to use the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots to divine Blood Shadow's whereabouts. However, her cultivation as a Qi practitioner was still too low at the end of the day, so she wanted to break through to Foundation establishment before she could divine him. However, she wanted to kill him. She had never considered working with these people. Ma Bai said, "Give this foundation building pill to her." Lu Chongqing also said, "I also have one with me. I hope it can help her so that she can help us." In order to slay their great enemy, Blood Devil, they were not stingy with their precious foundation-building pills. In the blink of an eye, they took out 4 foundation-building pills, one of which was Fu Qingjin's. "I thank everyone on behalf of Little Anne. I believe she won't disappoint everyone." Li Qingshan did not stand on ceremony and accepted the foundation-building pills. Little Anne will help them take care of their great enemy, Blood Shadow. This can be considered as taking some revenge. Qingshan, actually, the reason I called you back this time is because I have a mission for you. This mission is extremely dangerous. You can either agree or refuse. Han Anjuan frowned slightly, as if he was in a difficult position. General's orders are always like a mountain. When you gave us missions, did you ever discuss it? Why are you hesitating today? Could it be that because Li Qingshan is your son-in-law, you've become soft-hearted? Tring Kaishan said with dissatisfaction. Han Anjuan only asked one question, but it made Qing Kaishan speechless. Where is Han Tie? Han Tie had also been sent by Han Anjuan to ambush Blood Shadow. The danger level of this mission was self-evident. If he was not careful, the Blood Shadow would suck his blood dry and kill him. In other words, even if he was his own son, he would not be biased, let alone a son-in-law. I've already killed 5 demon generals. If I remember correctly, sect leader Qing has only killed 2. If General has any instructions, please speak freely. Li Qingshan is not a coward. As soon as Han Anjuan spoke, Li Qingshan knew the main topic. He glanced at Qing Kaishan and cupped his hands. I want you to go underground and explore Blood Shadow's lair. Han Anjuan knew that the ambush might fail, so he made new arrangements before that happened. It was Li Qingshan. The way the others looked at Han Anjuan immediately changed. They felt that he was not biased towards his son-in-law, but he was very dissatisfied with this son-in-law and wanted to kill Li Qingshan. This mission was more than dangerous. It was practically a death sentence. General Han, Old Qing, was wrong. You are a man. No matter how dissatisfied Qing Kaishan was with Li Qingshan, he could not help but admire Han Anjuan. It was easy to be ruthless to others, but difficult to be ruthless to oneself. General, I don't think it's appropriate. No one knows what the situation underground is like, and the Demon Empress is holding down the fort. Qingshan is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. Isn't this suicide? It's better to wait for little Anne to break through to the foundation establishment realm first. Hua Sengzan advised. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. Little Anne had also suggested going underground to kill Blood Shadow, but he had rejected it. Blood Shadow's lair was very deep underground and very close to Cobweb City. He would not let Little Anne take this risk. This father-in-law was simply deranged. He did not treat his son-in-law as a person. This illusory water sword of invisibility was indeed not easy to obtain. I cannot place all my hopes on a child. I'm not asking you to kill Blood Shadow. I just want you to use the illusory water sword of invisibility to scout the situation and prepare for the worst. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Of course, you can refuse. I agree, but I'm afraid I can't do it now. Li Qingshan casually took out the illusory water sword of invisibility. Not only was the sword's spirit light dim, but it was also no longer transparent. He tried it and found that the illusory water sword of invisibility could no longer hide his figure. Chapter 472. What's going on? Han Tie's expression darkened as he asked solemnly. I ran into some trouble on the way. Li Qingshan roughly explained the ambush by Dragon's Nail, leaving out the details about his heart being pierced. Unfortunately, I couldn't save them. I think that Demon General is even stronger than the Blood Demon and Stone Demon. If you encounter him in the future, you must be careful. After listening to Li Qingshan's story, everyone knew that he didn't just run into some trouble. He almost lost his life outside. It was rare that his expression remained the same. He sat quietly at the side and didn't show any strange expression as he listened to them speak. Only when this matter was brought up did he calmly tell his story, as if it was someone else who had encountered a life-threatening crisis and not him. This calm demeanor was truly shocking. Han Anjuan nodded in satisfaction, but he couldn't help but sigh. Qiongji, oh Qiongji, you really have a good eye for men. This kid is definitely not an ordinary person. Now, he has the momentum to become a dragon. Even I can't see how far he can go. This Li Qingshan is far from what you can control. Qing Kaishan snorted and said doubtfully, if the demon you mentioned is really that powerful, how can you escape with your early-stage foundation establishment? What's more powerful than the Blood Demon and Stone Demon? I'm afraid you're just exaggerating to avoid responsibility. This was the terrifying part about Dragon's Nail. In fact, many Foundation establishment cultivators had died in his hand. He had led the entire demon race and fought against the human race for so long, but he still didn't reveal himself and remained unknown. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Li Qingshan leaned back in his chair and didn't argue. Fu Qingjin said, I'm afraid Qingshan is right. According to the information I received, there is such a demon general underground called Dragon's Nail. He's most trusted by the Spider Queen. However, in the past 3 years, there's never been any news of him fighting. Even his divine ability is a mystery. Today is the first time I've heard of it. Either he has never fought before, or he has never failed. After listening to Qing Shan's description, I felt that the latter was more likely. Even I find that ability a little tricky. Hua Sungzan also said in agreement. Recently, a few fellow Taoists in the Foundation establishment realm have mysteriously fallen. Their cultivations were not weak, and they did not lack any life-saving technique. If they were facing an ordinary demon general, they would still be able to escape even if they were no match for them. At that time, Blood Shadow was clearly active in other places. Now, it seems that he was killed by this dragon's nail. Fu Qingjin and Hua Sungzan were famous for being meticulous and thoughtful. Since they had said so, no one doubted them anymore. However, his expression couldn't help but turn solemn. He thought about what would happen if he were to be attacked by the dragon's nail. He looked at Li Qingshan in a different light. Among the cultivators killed by the dragon's nail, there was no lack of mid-stage or late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, but he was the only one to escape. It probably wasn't just luck. Who knew that if Li Qingshan was really just an ordinary early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, he would already be dead. Finally, everyone decided to wait and see how Little An's cultivation progressed. If he really reached his expectations, it would naturally be for the best. Han Anjuan asked for the illusory water sword of invisibility and said that he would find someone to repair it. It seemed that if things didn't go smoothly, he would still have to let Li Qingshan take the risk. Li Qingshan didn't care. The underground, which was regarded as a dangerous place by other cultivators, was nothing to him. He wasn't too worried about whether the illusory water sword of invisibility could be repaired. If it was an ordinary cultivator, the damage to such a supreme-grade spirit weapon would definitely cause them to die. However, Li Qingshan had seen many supreme-grade spirit weapons and a few Dharma weapons, so he didn't really care about it. In fact, he had long been dissatisfied with the illusory water sword of invisibility. Hiding was only effective at the beginning, and some demon generals with sharp senses could even see through it. Its power was really a little weak. If it wasn't for that Dantian sword chi, even if he attacked first, he would only be able to anger his opponent. He wouldn't even be able to injure them. Right now, he was more like an assassin. Move forward while invisible, Dantian sword chi, cursive sword calligraphy. If the enemy didn't die after these 3 moves were used, he would have no choice but to flee 1,000 miles away. If only he could have an Dharma weapon longsword. However, Dharma weapons were something that could only be encountered by luck, and it was even rarer that it had to be compatible with his element. Swords were sharp weapons that focused on killing. Metal elements were the most common, while water elements were the least. He had Bronze Cauldron Mountain's treasure, the Square Cauldron, so he could try forging weapons himself. Unfortunately, the world was in chaos now, and he had no time to calm down and learn the art of forging weapons. He didn't even have enough time to cultivate. The only thing he could do was end this war as soon as possible. When Li Qingshan returned to Chain Mountain, the sky was still dark. The undulating mountain peaks were covered in clouds that were soaked in moonlight. One couldn't help but feel a sense of cleansing, forgetting about killing. Li Qingshan couldn't help but slow down. He glanced at Ru Xian's cave abode from afar. He passed through the protective array and landed in front of the cave abode. Immediately, a thick wave of spirit chi washed over his body. After a period of accumulation, the effects of the 8 gates golden locks array were gradually showing. Li Qingshan entered the cave abode and saw Little Anne sitting cross-legged. Her seaweed-like long hair was draped over her shoulders, and a raging flame burned around her. She was in the middle of cultivating. Li Qingshan didn't disturb her. He took out a jar of spirit wine and casually leaned against the stone wall. He drank a mouthful of wine, and his mind also relaxed. From the outside, Little Anne looked like she was 13 or 14 years old. As the saying goes, she is 13 years old, and her cardamom is at the beginning of February. Her appearance, which was once judged as the aspect of heavenly fragrance and beauty by the sect, had also begun to reveal her peerless beauty. She wasn't wearing anything, but she already had the delicateness of a young girl. Her alluring figure fell into Li Qingshan's eyes. She naturally wouldn't feel any inconvenience. However, Li Qingshan was also used to it. He didn't have any thoughts about it. Instead, he felt a little gratified. It was as if he was looking at a small tree, a flower branch, growing strong and healthy under his careful care. Of course, what he watered was endless flesh and blood. Her jade-like skin was almost transparent under the illumination of the fire. White bones could be seen from time to time. In an instant she would be a beautiful maiden, and in an instant she would be a terrifying and deathly skeleton. Even Li Qingshan could vaguely sense the Buddhist nature within. He drank another mouthful of wine and smiled. Little Anne's cultivation had deepened. After this period of cultivation, Little Anne finally stabilized her cultivation of the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty. The first thing she had to do next was not continue refining prayer beads, nor did she continue cultivating her white bones. Instead, she had to refine her physical body. White bones were the foundation of the path of white bone and great beauty, but great beauty was indispensable as well. White bones represented death, and all things were meaningless. Great beauty was born, and all things were present. The former was like the winter of the 12th lunar month, frozen solid and uninhabited. The latter, on the other hand, was like the beginning of spring, where all things sprouted and brimmed with life. Only by combining the two, merging life and death as one, and freely changing between them, could she truly be considered to have cultivated the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty. After who knew how long, the flames gradually extinguished, merging into her body. Her skin was like flawless jade, as white as snow. It flowed with a jade-like luster, and it also contained surging life force and spiritual energy. Originally, her power came from her white bones. This physical body was just an illusion. Although it was extremely perfect and possessed extraordinary talent, it was not much more powerful than a mortal. However, at this moment, after merging with countless fleshly essences, her delicate young girl's body possessed power far greater than that of a regular demon general. Qingshan. Little Anne threw herself into Li Qingshan's arms like a swallow returning to its nest. A strange fragrance that resembled sandalwood filled his arms. When he touched her jade-like skin, he felt an indescribable softness and delicacy. Even the finest jade could not compare to it. Only then did he truly understand what was meant by soft and fragrant. Li Qingshan rubbed his nose and suddenly felt rather embarrassed. He finally thought of the fact that men and women should be different. He took out a dress and put it on her as he lectured her. "Hey, little Anne, you're not a child anymore. A girl's body can't be seen by just anyone. Raise your hand." "It's not like you're just anyone." Little Anne raised her arm and put on her sleeves as she said in confusion. "I'm the same." Li Qingshan put on a stern expression. Little Anne looked up at Li Qingshan. Her clear, glass-like eyes suddenly flashed, and she suddenly smiled. Her smile was like 100 flowers blooming at the same time, causing even Li Qingshan to be slightly taken aback. "What are you smiling about?" Little Anne smiled faintly, shook her head, and said nothing. "Turn around." Li Qingshan shook his head helplessly. He did not know if it was because she had lost much of her childishness as her body grew larger. She seemed to have grown up a lot overnight, and gained some thoughts that even he could not fathom. Little Anne obediently turned around and allowed Li Qingshan to put on the belt for her. "All right, just like a princess." Li Qingshan sized her up in satisfaction. "Princess." Little Anne's heart skipped a beat. She felt that this title was rather familiar. Some scattered memories had just surfaced when she immediately swept them aside. It had been many years since Li Qingshan had mentioned sending her home. She seemed to have completely forgotten about it as well. There was no need to mention yesterday's events. She only looked forward to tomorrow and cherished today. Li Qingshan took out a few true spirit pills that he had obtained from the tower, and told her about the plans of Ma Bai and the others. Hearing this, Little Anne leaned into Li Qingshan's embrace and began to cultivate. Soon, all the true qi in her body had been converted into spiritual qi. She then breathed in and out for a while until her dantian was filled with yin, yang, and the 5 elements of spiritual qi. Just now, she stopped and said, "I'm done." She had already cultivated the most difficult path of white bone and great beauty, so cultivating the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots was naturally a piece of cake. If other qi practitioners see this, they'll definitely die from anger. Li Qingshan sighed with a smile. Several days later, in the tower, the upper echelon of the Demon Slayer and the 100 schools of thought had gathered together once more. The news that Li Qingshan had sent from the Chain Mountains made everyone excited and expectant, and they discussed it animatedly. Has she really reached foundation establishment? She's not even 20 this year. She's not just 20. A few years ago, she was still a mortal. Compared to her, we're all mediocre. When they get here, we'll naturally understand. I'd like to see just how impressive she is. A white cloud descended from the sky. Li Qingshan and Little Anne arrived together. Chapter 473. With Little Anne's appearance, the balcony on the top floor immediately fell silent. Hua Sengzan's eyes lit up. He was slightly stunned. He was born with an impeccably handsome face. The Begonia and Hua Chenglu he came into contact with were all rare beauties in the world. His dream lover was a peerless beauty like Gu Yenying. Originally, he thought he would no longer feel stunned, but in that moment, he could not help but feel stunned. What was even more unbelievable was that the person who had stunned him was a young girl of 13 or 14 years old. Today, Little Anne's attire was nothing special. In fact, it was rather casual. She did not care about beauty or ugliness. Li Qingshan was a man, so he did not think about dressing her up carefully. However, it did not affect her appearance at all. There was no soul-stirring smile on her face either. She only glanced past everyone calmly with her pitch-black eyes. They were like a deep, rippleless lake, unable to reflect anyone's figure. However, this empty expression gave her an indescribable, strange charm. "Qiongji, oh Qiongji, you're really in trouble." Hua Sengzan could not help but worry for his good friend. Whether it's the distant Gu Yenying or the nearby Ru Xian, they're probably not as great of a threat as this child. When Qing Shan was still a Qi practitioner, he went as far as to oppose the Foundation establishment cultivator Begonia for her. He offended the school leaders without any hesitation. What about now? What about the future? Qiu Haitang stood right beside Hua Qingzan. Although she had already given up on the idea of love, they were still very good friends, so Hua Qingzan did not care about the commotion today. Of course, she would not miss it. After so many years, when she saw little Anne again, she could not help but feel a deep sense of regret and envy despite her amazement. She's already so charming at such a young age. If she's willing to practice our techniques, can her acquaintances resist her when she's a little older? If I have such beauty, even an infatuated man like Xiao Hua would fall in love with someone else. Not only did she have the aspect of divine fragrance and beauty, she also had such an incredible talent for cultivation. This Li Qingshan's luck was simply too deep to be able to pick up such an incredible person. Begonia's willowy eyebrows suddenly raised. But, is this really a blessing? She was devastatingly beautiful. Femme fatale was not just a saying. As the old saying goes, a national beauty emerges. At first, I had some doubts about it. But now, it seems like it's true. Qingshan, this is little Anne? Fu Qingjin sized up little Anne meaningfully. A foundation establishment cultivator in his teens, and one who did not start cultivating at a young age. All in all, it had only been 5 or 6 years, and he hadn't received any real guidance. Almost all of them relied on their own comprehension. Even he had to admit that he was inferior to such a talent. It was no wonder that the Annihilum Light Chan master of the Chan monastery of Devanaga was so proud and aloof. He had even gone as far as to travel thousands of kilometers just to accept her as his disciple. It seemed like he was lowering himself and making a mountain out of a molehill, but it was truly a brilliant move. Otherwise, even the Sword Collection Palace and the Umbral Een sect would fight over a disciple like that. In the cultivation world, even 10,000 mediocre people could not compare to a single genius. This was extremely obvious in war. They were all at foundation establishment, but a single Fu Qingjin was worth more than 10 regular foundation establishment cultivators. Li Qingshan said, "Yep. She doesn't really like to talk. Everyone, let's begin. The quiet room has been prepared. I also want to witness little Anne's divination with 7 lots." Ma Bai stood out from the crowd and bowed towards Li Qingshan and little Anne. "You're too kind, senior." Li Qingshan lowered his head. "Little Anne, it's fine, right?" Little Anne nodded and entered the quiet room with Ma Bai. The others waited outside for the result. "General, how's my illusory water sword of invisibility?" Li Qingshan found Han Anjuan. Although he did not care too much about the sword, it was still a supreme-grade spiritual artifact after all, and it was the type that could be used openly. "It can't be completely repaired. That can't be helped. Thank you for the trouble, General." This outcome was within Li Qingshan's expectations. Anything that the dragon's nail had spat out would definitely be no joke. If it were a regular spiritual artifact, even if it was slightly damaged, it would only be slightly weaker. However, the illusory water sword of invisibility's primary ability was to conceal itself. It would become useless if it revealed even the slightest opening. Han Anjuan took out another azure sword, and only said 3 words. The sword's name was the Heavy Water Sword. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. It was another water element supreme-grade spiritual artifact. Sure enough, clans really did have deep roots. Although it was not an arcane artifact, not everyone in the circle of foundation establishment cultivators possessed arcane artifacts. Most people still used supreme-grade spiritual artifact. Arcane artifacts and spiritual artifacts only differed by a single word, but their effects, power, and even quantity were worlds apart. They definitely could not be obtained easily. In the past, when Li Qingshan led the Night Roamers and annihilated several sects, only Bronze Cauldron Mountain and the Vermilion Clothes sect possessed arcane artifacts. They were all sect treasures, items that represented the sect's legacy. The fact that Li Qingshan possessed the cursive sword calligraphy was already more powerful than most people. He was not greedy either. A water element supreme-grade spiritual artifact sword was already relatively rare. At the very least, it could unleash the power of the sword chi in his dantian. Since it's a gift from my father-in-law, then I'll accept it. Li Qingshan joked and accepted the heavy water sword without any hesitation. It sank slightly in his hand. The sword was quite heavy. Li Qingshan beamed inside. The heavier the sword, the more he could unleash his advantage in strength and unleash greater destructive power. It also suited his personality better than the illusory water sword of invisibility. It could even be paired with the arts of the boundless ocean. It suited him far better than the illusory water sword of invisibility. Han Anjuan did not comment on this form of address. He was no longer as resolutely opposed to this marriage as he was in the past. He had already achieved his objective of getting Han Qiongji to stand on her own 2 feet, and Li Qingshan had been performing very well recently too. Of course, Li Qingshan did not do as Hua Sengzan had suggested and visit the Han clan often. He was not good at currying favor with others, and he would only make things awkward if he did not do it well. He decided to walk his own path. He would do his best to complete Han Anjuan's military orders. Han Anjuan was also very satisfied with this. The so-called human etiquette of the secular world did not apply to him. He looked down on men who played petty tricks and glib tongues. At the end of the day, he had admired Li Qingshan from the very beginning. It was just that he was not optimistic about this relationship. However, he chose to take responsibility for it himself. As the head of the Han clan, he only needed to fulfill his duty of roping in. However, the way he roped in was a little too formal. Li Qingshan walked to the side and immediately began to refine the heavy water sword. At this moment, the door to the silent room opened again. Ma Bai walked out. "School leader Ma, how is it? Have you found anything?" Ma Bai waved his hand and said to Hua Sengzan, "Commander Hua, give me the information on the blood shadow." Then he added, "Little and needs it." Since 3 years ago, the Hawkwolf Guard had begun collecting all of the information on the blood shadow and analyzed it. Hua Sengzan had even attempted to simulate the blood shadow's way of thinking to deduce which city he would attack next, but it was not particularly successful. "If you could analyze it, why would you still need divination?" someone asked in doubt. Ma Bai did not explain either. Actually, even he did not quite understand. In essence, divination was a way of obtaining information. It did not rely on reasoning or logic. Instead, it directly asked fate for an answer. Although some information was needed as a foundation to increase the accuracy of the divination, there was no need for overly detailed and complicated information. In the silent room, Little N sat on the huge mental map of the Clear River Prefecture. With a thump, he opened his eyes and saw Ma Bai piling up information as tall as a person before him. "It's all here." Little N waved his hand, and the information flew into the air noisily. They arranged themselves in the air, and stacked on top of each other, basically filling up the entire room. Afterwards, they began to revolve. Without any order or pattern, they swept past her one by one. The various pieces of information were clearly reflected in her eyes, but she did not seem to look at them anymore. Towards the end, she just closed her eyes. Ma Bai could not help but shove the information into a corner. He was clearly the one who had taught Little and the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots, but he was rather unsure about what Little and was trying to do right now. At this moment, Little and lit up with rainbow light, turning into 7 lots. Divination with the 7 lots. Ma Bai's face changed. Time passed by slowly. Everyone stopped talking and waited silently. The outcome of the divination had to do with everyone's lives, as well as the future of the Clear River Prefecture. "All right." A whisper surprised everyone slightly. They all turned around, only to see Li Qingshan speaking from a corner. He wielded the azure sword in his hand, complacent. Sunlight and spiritual light flowed through the sword together. It was beautiful. Li Qingshan had already refined the heavy water sword. Because the heavy water sword had always been ownerless, refining it was relatively easy. All he needed to do was use the arts of the boundless ocean and channel some spiritual chi into it before imprinting it with his soul sense. During the refinement process, he completely understood the heavy water sword's functions. Actually, there was only a single move, and it was extremely simple and violent. That was to expend a tremendous amount of spiritual chi in a single go, allowing the heavy water sword to expand by over 10 times its original size and unleash a startling slash. Li Qingshan named it the City Breaker Sword. If the illusory water sword of invisibility was a sword for assassins, then the heavy water sword was a true sword for warriors. In fact, this sword was not even suitable for sword kinesis technique. It was only suitable for melee combat, so most cultivators would not like it. Even water attribute body cultivators would not use such a large sword. Their sword techniques were usually soft and gentle, so they would not use such a huge sword. However, it was perfect for Li Qingshan. He could finally unleash the power of the arts of the boundless ocean, which would multiply his battle prowess. Is it still not done? Li Qingshan stood up and looked around. He was probably the most relaxed one out of all of them. Looks like you're very satisfied with this sword, fellow Qingshan. They'll probably still need to spend some more time on it, so why don't we spar and test out the sword? Fu Qingjin's clothes ruffled as he drifted over. Chapter 474. Testing the Sword? Sure. Li Qingshan agreed without much hesitation. I see that fellow Fu must be bored out of his mind, so please give me some pointers. No one expected the battle to begin before the 5th of the 5th of the 5th month. In the quiet room, the 7 lots all dispersed, turning into streaks of light. Papers scattered in the air. And casually picked up a piece of paper. She held a brush in her other hand and wrote a few simple strokes, before folding it and handing it to Ma Bai. Don't show it to too many people. Heavenly secrets could not be divulged. It was not that there would be terrible consequences if it was divulged, but that it would easily become inaccurate. If everyone knew the results of the divination, and Blood Shadow learned that there was an ambush, the divination would naturally not be accurate. Ma Bai opened it and took a look. He could not help but show an expression of disbelief. The time and location were actually written on it. After all, the results of his divination were not only rough on the location, but even the time was very vague, covering a large period of time. This was already very impressive. Foresight was not that simple in the first place. Ma Bai had long since been certain that once Little and succeeded in foundation establishment, her divination would definitely be even more powerful than his. However, reality made his deduction come to nothing. This was not just powerful, it was simply far too powerful. Thinking back to a few days ago, when Wang Pushi asked him to predict Blood Shadow's whereabouts, he had said, "This is not something a foundation establishment cultivator can do." He practically blushed. As it turned out, it was not that foundation establishment cultivators could not do it, but he could not. Wait. And was about to push open the door and leave. Ma Bai called out to him from behind. And stopped, but she did not turn around, waiting for him to speak. Fellow Little Anne, please enlighten me. Just what is the use of this information? Ma Bai bowed deeply. Karma. The karma Little Anne spoke of was the karma of Buddhism. Every cause must have an effect. The reason she could so accurately predict Blood Shadow's whereabouts was not only because of her extraordinary talent. It was also because her divination was no longer limited to the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots. It also originated from the path of white bone and great beauty. The Buddhists placed great emphasis on karma and the cycle of fate and reincarnation. If a Buddhist disciple wanted to cultivate to an extremely high realm, it was almost impossible for them not to cultivate in this aspect. Fate connection was even directly used as a label for a realm. the Buddhist almighty who became the white bone bodhisattva. Even the best among them couldn't know their fates. What right did he have to say that he wanted to exterminate Buddhism? Within the path of white bone and great beauty, it was even more profound than the artifact forging and alchemy chapters. It was not called the divination chapters, but the destiny chapters. Fate was a predestined fate that could not be changed. Even the diviner could not escape the shackles of fate, such as Ma Bai, Elder Destiny, and the other fortune-tellers. What he could see was only the surface of the river of destiny, where the waves were surging. The waves were treacherous, filled with variables and uncontrollable factors. However, true fate lay in the depths of the river of destiny. While there would be undercurrents, it was much more stable than the surface. Whoever could go deeper would be able to grasp the future. It was only after Little had stabilized her cultivation of the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty, and used the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots as her foundation, that she gained a sliver of understanding towards this fate connection. Following the path of karma, she could see through the waves of the river of destiny and grasp the slightest bit of immutability amidst the endless changes. Karma? Only in a daze did Ma Bai recall that Little Anne was actually a Buddhist disciple. However, no one could connect this unparalleled young lady before them with the ancient Buddha lamp. While Ma Bai was thinking, Little Anne had already pushed open the door and left. "Looks like fellow Fu has decided to go easy on me?" Li Qingshan studied the surroundings before looking at Fu Qingjin. The Clear River Prefecture was densely populated with rivers and lakes. Li Qingshan and Fu Qingjin were currently on a large lake near the prefectural city. This place was clearly extremely suitable for Li Qingshan to unleash his power, which was why he asked this question just now. The scenery here is picturesque. It's a great place to test your sword. I also want to see the limits of your swordsmanship. Fu Qingjin smiled faintly. Then watch my sword. Li Qingshan gripped the heavy water sword on his back and swung it as hard as he could, kicking up a huge wave that lunged towards Fu Qingjin. Fu Qingjin formed a seal with his hand, and green light shimmered at the tip of his finger. He swung it gently from top to bottom, cutting through the wave like he was cutting through a piece of paper. The wave parted and a figure appeared. Li Qingshan burst out of the wave. The heavy water sword swung down with the momentum of splitting mountains and rivers. Fu Qingjin seemed to have anticipated this a long time ago. He ignored the swinging sword and lunged forward. He used his finger like a sword and stabbed it towards Li Qingshan's heart. As soon as they struck, it was a battle to the death, a battle to the death. Boom! A huge gorge appeared on the calm surface of the lake, kicking up a huge wave several meters tall and shaking up the entire lake. Li Qingshan brushed past Fu Qingjin, standing with their backs to each other. Very good. You have the talent to become a good swordsman. Fu Qingjin turned around, and a strand of hair drifted down. Really? What talent? Li Qingshan looked back. His heart ached slightly. If the sword qi at the tip of Fu Qingjin's finger had penetrated another 3 inches, it would have reached his heart. Fearless in the face of danger, daring to decide life and death, Fu Qingjin used his finger like a sword and pointed it at the center of his eyebrows. Green light shone, making his eyebrows and hair look green. With a wave of his hand, it turned into a 3-foot-long green light and flashed over. Before the sword even struck, the sword's momentum was like a huge net, firmly enveloping Li Qingshan. The sword intent pressed towards the center of his eyebrows, causing a ripple in Li Qingshan's sea of consciousness. He could not help but feel dispirited and negative emotions. He felt that he could not block this sword at all, and that all struggles were futile. Li Qingshan let out a wild roar and slashed this sword intent. The heavy water sword turned into layers of sword shadows. It was like a calligraphy master was waving his brush and splashing ink, writing a majestic calligraphy masterpiece. In an instant, it disintegrated Fu Qingjin's sword momentum. Before the surface of the lake calmed down, an even bigger wave appeared. Under Li Qingshan's control, it turned into endless sword qi and pounced towards Fu Qingjin. What an exquisite sword technique! I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Fu Qingjin was like a small boat in the raging waves. As the waves rose and fell, it seemed like he would be capsized at any moment. However, as he drifted along with the waves, he remained safe and sound. Only when he could no longer dodge would he use his sword fingers to gently slash and avert the danger. He had been carefully observing Li Qingshan's sword technique. Previously, when Fu Qingjin and Li Qingshan worked together to deal with strong stone, he had caught a glimpse of Li Qingshan's sword technique and felt that it was somewhat familiar. Now that he saw it again, the feeling of familiarity arose again. Li Qingshan and Little An's sword techniques originated from the cursive sword calligraphy. Fu Qingjin had the experience of sparring with Little An before, so this sense of familiarity was not without reason. He had spent his entire life studying the sword, so his sensitivity and understanding towards sword techniques surpassed his memory of faces. As long as he saw it once, he would keep it as a memory, never forgetting it. However, after looking at it for a while, he felt like he could not match any of the sword techniques in his memory. This was not unheard of. He knew far too many sword techniques, and the memories he inherited from the Green Ruins sword basically encompassed everything. It was just like how it was far too normal for two people to look alike in a sea of people, so he did not suspect anything. Although Li Qingshan's sword techniques had also come from the cursive sword calligraphy, his ability to comprehend them paled in comparison to Little An's. If Little An could comprehend 100% of it, then he could only comprehend 30%. Moreover, his sword techniques were more suited to his personality, which was bold and unrestrained. It was very difficult for Fu Qingjin to connect the two. The heavy water sword missed again. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows, and the muscles in his arms bulged. He forcefully turned the sword around with his great strength and swung it towards Fu Qingjin. The tip of Fu Qingjin's finger lit up with resplendent green light. He pressed it against the heavy water sword, right at the weakest point of the sword. However, as he knocked the heavy water sword away, he felt his finger ache as if it was about to snap. He was surprised. What great strength! He did not dare to receive it head-on, using the force to drift far away. Fu Qingjin, you're not even willing to draw your sword. Are you looking down on me? Li Qingshan was filled with battle intent. He could no longer care about his fake politeness. With a clang, he rested the heavy water sword on his shoulder and called out straightforwardly. Not only did swinging this sword require a lot of strength, but it also consumed a lot of spiritual energy. However, at this time, the arts of the boundless ocean showed its effect. The consumed spiritual energy was quickly replenished, and there were no signs of a lack of energy. This Green Ruins sword won't point at a friend. You don't want the sword you've just obtained to be damaged right now, do you? Fu Qingjin stroked the hilt of the sword gently and smiled in an extremely graceful manner. He was like a courteous king who had paid 3 visits to a thatched cottage to have a heart-to-heart conversation with the generals and strategists he had taken a liking to. There was not the slightest bit of hypocrisy. Li Qingshan felt nauseous. Who's your friend? In another month, I'll personally cut you down. Fu Qingjin continued, your swordsmanship is very good, but it seems incomplete. When you turn, there are some shackles, so there will be openings. What openings? As long as I can kill, that's fine. Li Qingshan could not help but admire Fu Qingjin. This bastard truly was impressive with the way of the sword, far surpassing him. He could actually see through the flaws in his swordsmanship in a short clash. When it really came down to a battle of life and death in the future, he would probably suffer a little in this aspect. Apart from Fu Qingjin's own talent and hard work, the legacy from the Green Ruins sword played a huge part in this as well. The past masters of the Green Ruins sword were all astounding figures. Although their bodies were no longer around, their hearts of the sword remained in the sword forever. Fu Qingjin said, "Please lend me this sword for a while." "Take it." Li Qingshan was taken aback before casually tossing the heavy water sword over. "I'd like to see what you're planning." The moment Fu Qingjin gripped the hilt, his presence suddenly changed, becoming wild and unruly. He swung the heavy water sword, unleashing a powerful, wild, and bold sword style. It seemed rather familiar to Li Qingshan. "Isn't this my sword style?" However, all of the openings had been made up for. He could turn and turn as he wished, flowing continuously. He swung it more and more freely, and it became even more powerful. "This sword style doesn't suit my temperament. I can't unleash its full power. Just now, it can only be a demonstration. I hope it'll be of some help to you. We should go back." In that moment, Fu Qingjin pulled back his sword style and tossed the heavy water sword back to Li Qingshan. Chapter 475. Li Qingshan could not help but feel that it was absurd. Was the enemy teaching him swordsmanship? However, he would not let go of any chance to improve himself. He memorized the swordsmanship that Fu Qingjin had performed just now. With a deep hatred in front of him, this kind of small favor was not enough to make him waver. Spring passed and summer came. The weather was hot and humid. Thick dark clouds piled up in the sky, waiting for a heavy rain. The crows cawed noisily and circled in the sky, unwilling to land. They were like black sesame seeds scattered in the sky. If someone could observe the trajectories of all the crows and observe them for an hour, they might be able to discover some kind of pattern. A streak of blood-red light swept across the ground, stirring up a gust of wind. Several crows were torn apart, and their black feathers fell. However, the pitch-black feathers disappeared before they could land on the ground. "It's here," Li Qingshan whispered into the communication jade tablet. He stood on a tall mountain, gazing at the black shadow that rose up on the horizon from an extremely distant place. There was a city there. Now it was a trap. He did not go forward quietly. With his early-stage foundation establishment cultivation, he was not qualified to participate in this operation. Of course, this was also a form of protection. The sky was as dark as dusk. Blood Shadow was already standing in front of the city gate. Suddenly, he felt a sense of uneasiness, as if something was brewing, just like the clouds in the sky. At the same time, fresh and tempting blood with a fragrant smell was attracting his attention. A thunderous boom rang out, causing his heart to skip a beat. He thought of the divine thunder summoned by the slovenly Taoist. He smiled disdainfully. With that ox nose, even if he encountered it 10 or 100 times, he would still be able to escape safely. Even ordinary wild beasts could feel the arrival of death. At his level of cultivation, his senses were even more acute. He did not feel any life-threatening danger, so he strode into the city without worry. A crow perched on top of the city gate. With a strange caw, it flew high into the sky. "Your divination is really accurate. It seems like you don't have to do anything this time." Li Qingshan smiled brightly and looked back. Sitting on a bluestone under a large pine tree, he gazed at a small worm on the pine branch, his seaweed-like long hair hanging loosely over his shoulders. She was as quiet as an orchid when she heard Li Qingshan's words. She shook her head gently. "He won't die here." "What? Didn't you divine that Blood Shadow would come?" Li Qingshan was very surprised. An inescapable net has already been set up in the city. Even if the Moon Devil were to barge in unknowingly, he would be in grave danger. "I only said that he would come, not that he would die." Little and smiled mischievously. Only now did she look like a young girl. On the contrary, I'm certain that he won't die there. His voice had lost some of the childishness of a child, and was more clear and melodious. It was extremely pleasing to the ear, as if it had a mystical power. It could pass through the eardrums and soothe the heart. Is it really that accurate? Li Qingshan blinked his eyes. Although he didn't know what was going on, he felt that it was very powerful. It's really that accurate. Little and mimicked Li Qingshan and blinked her eyes. It's not that accurate every time, because he's tainted with a lot of karma, and he has a very deep karma with me. What karma? Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of thunderclaps descended from the sky, like giant swimming dragons. It's begun. Li Qingshan suddenly turned around and looked at the lonely city on the horizon. It's you again. Blood Shadow was covered in dirt by the series of thunderclaps and cut a sorry figure. He looked at Zhou Tong in front of him in shock and anger. How did this ox-nose always know where he would appear? It's not just me this time. Evildoer, prepare to die. Zhou Tong chuckled coldly, as if he was looking at something that was already in his grasp. He felt great joy in his heart. This child, Anne's divination sure is impressive. Blood Shadow used his usual cautious style. With a flap of his cloak, he took off into the air without saying anything. He moved like a bolt of lightning, slamming into a barrier of light. In all directions of the city, 8 foundation establishment cultivators planted 8 formation flags. Immediately, the Blood Shadow was trapped in the formation and they flew into the city together. How can they be certain that I'll appear here? Oh no, it's dangerous this time. Blood Shadow's face paled. That was because not only had Little and calculated the location, but she had even calculated the time extremely accurately, which was why they had mobilized the most powerful lineup in the Clear River Prefecture. They had to ensure that they could kill Blood Shadow. It was not just Zhou Tong. The other cultivators all felt extremely delighted too. Divination practitioners were definitely rare in this day and age, and they could calculate so accurately, which made them even more precious. They all sighed in admiration inside. It really is the time. She's absolutely right. She really is a genius after all. With the assistance of her divination, the demons will definitely lose. Even Elder Xia, who had been dissatisfied with Little Anne's refusal to fight in the past, thought, I have to protect the child well. I can't let the demons harm him. With a single thought, the 9 cultivators said nothing more. They unleashed their most powerful moves together and charged towards Blood Shadow. Torrential rain poured down. The sky was pitch black like night. 6 streaks of light tore through the night sky. They were actually 6 arcane artifacts. Various techniques to trap and lock down the enemy were unleashed at the same time. Streaks of golden light turned into chains, rattling and trembling as they sealed up the space in a mess. Huge trees rose from the ground, extending their branches and blotting out the sky. All of this had been planned beforehand. They worked together flawlessly. However, with Blood Shadow's speed, he could escape before the techniques could close in. One of the 9 cultivators, a white-faced cultivator with red lips and white teeth, dressed in a black robe, opened his mouth and said one word to Blood Shadow, "Freeze!" His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Even Li Qingshan, who was 100 miles away, could vaguely hear the word, "freeze." This is the famous freeze curse. This time, Blood Shadow really can't escape. Li Qingshan laughed. The 100 schools of thought each had their own unique technique. Famous schools of thought were good at distinguishing between truth and falsehood. They used words to explain the truth of heaven and earth. They inherited the curse techniques of ancient cultivators. They were said to be able to hurt the enemy invisibly. And among the thousands of curses, the most famous one was probably this freeze curse. It was more useful than any other technique to trap the enemy. In an instant, Blood Shadow couldn't move. He could only watch helplessly as the golden spiritual energy turned into chains and bound him tightly. The huge trees formed a huge cage. 7 or 8 spiritual artifacts and arcane artifacts bombarded him together, crushing him to a pulp. The blood demon is still alive. Don't stop, everyone. Lu Chongqing called out from above. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, various powerful techniques of the 5 elements, all greeted Blood Shadow. In particular, the slovenly Taoist priest Zhou Tong pointed the lightning slaughter wooden sword at the sky. Thunder rang out endlessly. A thick bolt of lightning that constantly flickered and twisted pierced the surroundings, refusing to settle down even after a very long time. The freeze curse from the leader of the school of thought came one after another, interrupting every attempt of Blood Shadows to escape. The crows that Li Qingshan had conjured from the power of belief flew into the distance and watched from above. They saw everything unfold from various angles. They were secretly shocked. An encirclement like this is far too terrifying. Let alone escape, he doesn't even have the opportunity to fight back. As soon as he breaks through the encirclement of a single technique, 7 or 8 techniques land on him. If it were me, I would probably only be able to prop up the spirit turtle's profound shell and watch as my demon chi runs out. No matter how much demon chi there is, no matter how quickly it recovers, it can't sustain this kind of consumption. Though, casting down a trap like this is easier said than done. Whether it be demons or cultivators, they all have extremely sharp senses for life-threatening danger. If he can't predict their movements beforehand, even if Blood Shadow faces the 9 of them, he can come and go as he pleases, as if there's no one there. What's even more terrifying is the technique of divination. No, I have the Spirit Turtle's demon core, so I should be very talented in this aspect. I need to learn more from Little Anne in the future. Li Qingshan turned around and asked, "Oh right, what do you mean by karma earlier? Blood Shadow is clearly dead for sure, yet you still said he wouldn't die here." "Wait for me here." Little Anne leapt up from the rock and shot off into the distance. "Where are you going?" "To kill Blood Shadow." Little Anne smiled. "But Blood Shadow isn't going in that direction." Li Qingshan was just about to chase after her, but after some thought, he still stopped. Since Little Anne had made him wait here, she definitely had her reasons. He was not worried about Little Anne's safety. After reaching the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty, the only ones who could pose a life-threatening threat to her were probably the Spider Queen and the guy buried deep in the magma. There was no need for him to worry too much. However, as he watched her vanish into the horizon, he felt a strange sense of melancholy, as if the child had grown up and developed her own ideas. If he still did not increase his strength, he really would not be able to make it. He could not even lose to Little Anne. It would even surpass the pressure he felt from Fu Qingjin and Dragon's Nail. "Blood Demon, today will be the day you die." Seeing how the Blood Demon was close to death, Zhou Tong laughed aloud. The head of the Ming family had already uttered the word freeze 11 times in a row. He had reached his limit, so he let out a sigh of relief. Blood Shadow, who had turned into a lump of blood-red flesh, suddenly separated and twisted. A face filled with resentment appeared on its surface. Innate ability, Bloodlight Divine Escape. With a bang, the lump of flesh suddenly exploded. The violent power pushed away all the arcane artifacts and technique. One of the blood-red demon cores spun and turned into a streak of bloody light with a whoosh. "Stop him," Lu Chongqing said in a hurry. Without waiting for him to say anything, Zhou Tong pointed out, and a bolt of lightning shot out like a dragon. When the streak of bloody light came into contact with the formation, it actually passed through it and streaked across the sky. The lightning struck the screen of light heavily. Everyone in the city was dumbfounded. Even at this point, the Blood Shadow still managed to escape? The Blood Demon only has a demon core left. He might already be dead, Lu Chongqing said with difficulty. Everyone was willing to believe this, but no one could believe it. At that moment, it was clear that the blood demon had taken the initiative to abandon his body and escape. Was the blood shadow dead? Of course not. The bloody light flew 1,000 miles away before it stopped and landed on the ground. Layers of flesh and blood immediately began to grow. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood bat that flapped its wings. After a while, it turned into a human. It looked safe and sound, but its face was pale without a trace of blood. Please collect it. Chapter 476. He really escaped, Yizichen said. Li Qingshan murmured. The direction in which the blood light escaped was exactly where Little and had gone. Thinking about the ugly expressions of Zhou Tong and the others, he couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, my Little and will help you get rid of this great enemy. I didn't take those Foundation establishment pills for nothing. Blood Shadow had passed the heavenly tribulation and reached the demon general realm. Naturally, he had two innate abilities. The first was the sound wave that had an extremely wide range of attack. The second was the blood light divine escape, which could allow him to instantly fly 1,000 miles away. It was 100 times stronger than Li Qingshan's escape talisman. Even golden core cultivators would find it difficult to chase after him. However, every time he used it, he had to give up all his flesh and blood, causing his vitality to be greatly damaged. Thus, he wouldn't use it unless he was in a life-or-death situation. As for the ability to control blood and the powerful vitality that wouldn't kill him even if he was smashed into meat paste, it was the same as strong stone's rock of slaughter. It was an innate talent and not an innate ability. This was also the reason why demons with special bloodlines were stronger than ordinary demons. The torrential rain poured down on Blood Shadow. His face was pale, as if he didn't even have the strength to use demon chi to block the rain. He leaned against a tree tiredly, his face full of resentment as he gritted his teeth, thinking of revenge. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. He felt a vigorous blood chi, which was the tonic he needed the most at the moment. Blood Shadow circled to the other side of the tree. A young girl was sitting there, looking up at a sparrow in the treetop, as if she was hiding from the rain. Hearing the commotion, she lowered her head, and her clear eyes reflected Scarlet Shadow's silhouette. She was expressionless. Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Blood Shadow's heart trembled as he felt the spirit chi on the young girl's body. He was already frightened. Afraid that it was another trap, he wanted to retreat. The young girl didn't move. Under her jade-like skin, blood flowed, emitting an enchanting fragrance. Blood Shadow had never smelled such an alluring scent. Thunder rumbled incessantly. The tree propped up a small world, and outside was a curtain of rain. You actually dare to be forced into such a close distance by me. You're unlucky. I'll suck your blood to recover some demonic energy. Blood Shadow gradually calmed down. With his speed, the distance of a few feet was close to nothing. He opened his pale hand and aimed it at the girl's heart. The blood in the young girl's body boiled and flowed in the opposite direction. With a pop, it burst out of her body. Blood Shadow swallowed a large mouthful of blood and immediately felt refreshed. The smell was simply too sweet. However, what made him feel strange was that the girl didn't struggle or resist. She didn't even show a trace of pain or fear. She just looked at him expressionlessly, making him, a blood demon who had killed countless people, feel like he was about to die. He also felt a strange sense of unease. Like a frog being targeted by a snake, under the threat of its natural predator, its entire body stiffened, unable to move. What are you looking at? Blood Shadow was irritated. His hand shot out like lightning toward that pair of bright eyes. His fingertips were still an inch away from his eyes. Blood Shadow's body froze. What was going on? Why can't I move?" The frog didn't notice, but the fatal poison had already been injected. The blood that Blood Shadow absorbed and integrated into every part of his body suddenly turned into flames and burned fiercely. With a boom, the samadhi flames of white bone drilled out of every pore on Blood Shadow's body, igniting him and turning him into a torch. The flames swayed and cheered as they ignited Blood Shadow's blood, flesh, and bones. However, his soul was frozen, and he could only watch himself burn. The powerful vitality that he relied on to become famous and proud of had now become the best fuel for the flames. In an instant, Blood Shadow's eyes showed a deep sense of fear. "You're not human." The fear disappeared, and his eyes were burned empty. His words stopped, and his tongue turned into flames. The blood demon core flew into the distance with a swoosh. "You're the one who's not human." Anming's eyes turned, and she reached out to grab the blood demon core. The blood demon core trembled violently in her palm. She clenched her right hand tightly, and the blood demon core could not move at all. Suddenly, it released a dazzling bloody light. He no longer had any hopes of escaping. He wanted to detonate the core and take her down with him. Her left hand clenched, and a half-transparent soul that was like smoke or mist was forcibly extracted. It vaguely resembled Blood Shadow. The bloody light dissipated, and the blood demon core lay quietly in her palm. 3 words naturally appeared in her mind: Blood Sea Banner. A moment later, a bolt of lightning shot over from the distant sky. Zhou Tong had no hope of catching up to Blood Shadow at all. He had merely done his best to catch up. From extremely far away, Zhou Tong sensed Little Anne's aura and descended from the sky on the Thunder Slaughter sword. "Have you seen Blood Shadow? He's already dead." Little Anne did not hide anything. "You killed him?" Zhou Tong was pleasantly surprised. "Yes. You predicted that he would escape here." A strange expression appeared on Zhou Tong's face. If that was the case, didn't Little Anne predict that they would not be able to keep Blood Shadow here? "Yes." "Then how did you?" Zhou Tong cut himself off halfway through his sentence. A large group of people had surrounded him, and even allowed Blood Shadow to escape. How could he still have the face to question this little girl? "Senior Zhou, the secrets of heaven must not be revealed." Li Qingshan laughed loudly as he walked over from afar. He rubbed Little Anne's head. "Well done." At this moment, several streaks of light tore through the air. Lu Chongqing's group had caught up as well. After learning the outcome of the matter, they could not help but look at each other. Aside from joy, there was also shock on their faces. She had reached Foundation establishment at the age of 13 or 14. She had mobilized her troops, concealed her killing intent, and killed the blood demon with a single move. They, a group of mid- and late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, had become her subordinate. Yet, they could not utter a single word of complaint. Instead, they had to thank her. Which sect did not have disciples who had died at the hands of this blood demon? This could no longer be described as genius. Looking at Little Anne, who was snuggling up to Li Qingshan and revealing a rare smile, they all felt speechless. At the same time, they realized how profound and terrifying a fortune-teller was. What was terrifying was not the fortune-teller herself, but the fate that the fortune-teller controlled. No one doubted whether Little Anne had the ability to kill Blood Shadow. When Blood Shadow had escaped, everyone could see that he had been heavily injured. Coupled with the terrifying talent that Little Anne had displayed, everyone's suspicions were dispelled. The building was decorated with lanterns and streamers. It was filled with a celebratory atmosphere that had not been seen in a long time. It was to celebrate the death of the blood demon, as well as to celebrate the achievements of Zhou Tong's group. And the main character of this banquet was naturally Little Anne. Begonia activated the mechanism and opened the partition in the middle of the building, so that the Qi practitioners could also see the appearance of the hero and increase the lively atmosphere. As Begonia had expected, when Little N appeared in front of everyone, the floors above and below instantly fell silent. Both men and women revealed stunned expressions. There were even quite a few male cultivators who fell in love at first sight. Begonia lightly shook her head. This is the power of the aspect of heavenly fragrance and beauty. While everyone's gazes were attracted by Little Anne, Li Qingshan felt a disdainful gaze directed at him. Turning his head, he saw that it was Ru Xian, who was standing not too far away. Because Ru Xian was from the School of Medicine, her main task was not to slay demons, but to treat injured cultivators and refine medicinal pills. Thus, she had not had the opportunity to meet Li Qingshan in this period of time. "I didn't expect you to be this kind of person," Ru Xian transmitted her voice. Her gaze swept back and forth between Li Qingshan and Little Anne. Her expression was full of shame, as if she was embarrassed to have made such a friend. "Get lost!" Li Qingshan laughed and transmitted his voice fiercely. Ru Xian felt a buzzing sound in her head. Li Qingshan had the tiger demon roar, so the power of his sound transmission was much more powerful than hers. She frowned and rubbed her forehead. "I was just joking. Why are you so serious? Could it be that you're angry because I hit the mark? It's not like I'll look down on you. At most, I'll scold you for being worse than a beast." "You're worse than a beast, yet you still think highly of me? Oh, I forgot, you're worse than a beast too. You're half human and half fish. Hey Li Qingshan, you've gone too far. But have you finally admitted that you're worse than a beast?" "Who admitted it? I've gone too far. What are you going to do about it? Be careful that I don't expose your involvement in the Soaring Dragon Elder's death. You'll be hacked to death by the Sword Collection Palace the moment you step out. Then I'll kill someone. Oh, I'll kill a fish to silence them. A mermaid, not a fish. How about I give you a great gift when you return to the Chain Mountains? Don't change the topic. What great gift?" As the two of them bickered secretly, the celebratory feast officially began. And was expressionless. She did not drink or eat. She did not respond to any of the praises or admiring gazes. On the other hand, Li Qingshan sat beside her. He downed the wine as soon as it was poured, chatting and laughing at ease. "Everyone, please be quiet. Now, I represent the 100 schools of thought in awarding this arcane artifact to Little Anne. This was contributed by fellow Ma. It's a supreme treasure passed down through the generations of the school of Yinyang," said Lu Chongqing. Lu Zhongqing said. He took out a transparent, emerald-green lot that seemed to be made of bamboo and jade, no more than a foot long, and passed it to Shaoan. "So this is an arcane artifact? It doesn't seem special. Isn't this the bamboo jade lot of school leader Ma that never leaves his side? He's actually willing to take it out." As they discussed, Ma Bai stood up as well. "Little Anne, it's said that the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase was created at the same time as the cloud bookcase of the 7 lot. The two complement each other. There were originally 7 lots and a lot container. Although only one is left now that it's in my hands, it's still an arcane artifact. I hope you can use it well. I believe it will definitely shine brilliantly in your hands." Then he glanced at the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase. His eyes were filled with reluctance. The bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase was not just an arcane artifact. It was also an extremely rare arcane artifact for divination. No matter how much Ma Bai admired Little Anne, he would never give it away for nothing. It was Lu Chongqing and the others who persuaded him. In the end, they basically used the resources of the 100 schools of thought to buy the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase and reward it to Little Anne. Of course, the goal was to let Little Anne play a greater role in the war. If it wasn't for the pressure of the war, Ma Bai would never have sold it. The divine sense on the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase had been personally washed away by Ma Bai. It had become an ownerless item. As soon as Little and took it, he felt that it was closely related to the spiritual chi in his body. Please keep it. Happy face carrot. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.